All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on into Moose Wars Primal Dawn, powered by Holla. I'm Marckiemoo. I'm with PJ, and we are now getting into the 1v1 part of this bracket. And we got a lot of amazing upsets, a lot of amazing players here. And PJ, how are you doing tonight, my man?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm happy to be commentating another Moose Wars event, and it's Sunday, which means it's 1v1 day here at Moose Wars Primal Dawn. So I'm really excited. A lot of great players. New meta, kind of new-ish meta, I suppose, but kind of going to see if, everyone was overreacting about blasters. We'll get into that for sure, though, coming up pretty soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. And when it comes down to overall this event, I mean, you did bring up a good point. We did have a new meta change. We had a balance patch that came in. So Great Sword got nerfed. You have the new character, Freya, with the new chakras that are being introduced in the 1v1 scene now. And, a lot of these players are going through the bracket. And speaking of bracket, let's go and go over the bracket formation for this event. For those of you guys that do not know, for any Moose Wars event, currently we do best of 3 going up until top 32. And then from top 32 will be best of 5. There is a double elimination side. So there's a winners and a losers. So the winner of the winner's side and the winner's final goes against the winner of the loser's side. They face each other in grands, and if the person on the winner's side wins one set, they go forward and win the event. If the loser's finalist goes forward and wins the game, they have to win 2 to go ahead and win that, because they have to have a grand final reset. So, with that being said, though, that's kind of how brackets are going in. But let's go ahead and go. I want you, PJ, to kind of go into some of the players that we've had tonight. And the first one I believe we're going to be talking about is Holla. What do you know about Holla, PJ?
So I know Holla as one of my personal favorite characters, or not characters, players to talk about. But I say character, I mean fittingly so, somebody that is so strong on their character picks in the Greatsword. Holla, the premier Greatsword player of North America, I'm here to say it, recently has swapped over to the Amugi a lot, and we're going to be seeing, I assume, a lot more of that moving into this. Of course, with the Greatsword changes, kind of finding a weapon crisis a little bit, but I think solidly going to be locking that in.
Well, I think, yeah, for sure. With Holla's overall gameplay, I mean, we know him for that great sword. And after that bounce, I remember there was a post that he made in regards to, the weapon that he had. He didn't really know what to really do to rebuttal, right? And then it caused a lot of this Twitter back and forth with players. But now he's kind of been doing a lot better played recently, kind of showing his adaptation skills in events, and now we're kind of seeing him back in that top 8 range. And I definitely think he's actually already in the winners quarterfinals, and we'll be seeing him a little bit later on stream as well, going against Bunny. With that being said, though, we do have another player going into the top 8 side of winners, and that's going to be Megd. Megd is back in the house. He is getting into the winner side. He is seed 6 for a reason. He's known for that bow. He's a very valuable player when it comes to doubles and in singles, and the recent patch kind of hit him a little bit hard too. We had Sword kind of get hit a little bit, Guitars get hit a little bit as well, and he's been trying to adapt with that a little bit, but now, I mean, he's coming back. He's doing pretty well with adapting. I want to kind of see what he plays tonight, if he's going to be playing Guitars again, if he's playing Sword, and Sword's what he's known for. So, I mean, we might see a lot more of that gameplay, but it may not do enough going into this event.
Yeah, I want to make my prediction here, of course, resident orb player PJ. Potentially could be seeing some Petra, maybe. Megd, known for having really strong gauntlets, of course, being the Val player for a while in the meta. Could definitely see, picking up the gauntlets and saying, you know what, I'm going to drop the sword. Sword, a very extremely punishable state right now, especially moves like downlight and sidelight, so important to the playstyle around Megd. Utilizing that movement, covering landings, very important for Megd to have those moves. I think Orb slots in almost perfectly to what Sword was doing for Megd previously, and I'm hoping to see some Orb play from Megd. Might be a little too premature to call that one out, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, for sure. So with Megd kind of being in the bracket, we'll definitely see them a little bit later going forward. But another player that we do have to talk about is someone that's kind of been coming up a little bit recently, and that's by the name of Raid. Raid got 4th in our last Moose Wars event, the Mystic Era. He's been doing really, really well in that regard. And now he's, I believe, in the elimination side, but he's going through a lot of these players in the elimination chat and showing what he's made of. Got 9th in the Winter Championship, got 65th at BCX, but he's been doing really, really well in the online scene. And after the Mystic Era event, he's been really showing his skill sets. And I definitely think we're going to be seeing a little bit more of him going forward. That Allgrim gameplay from him has been phenomenal. And I want to kind of see how he's able to take the in the Lance gameplay going forward on this new Battles Pack as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You have like, obviously Kaina was dropping Terra, so a lot of players are kind of faltering in terms of Axe, but Lance has been on the up and up. It's definitely like a really good spot right now, so I definitely could be excited to see some Ulgrim and ones. Obviously, not so traditional in North America's meta, but can definitely find a lot of success. Raid actually took a game off of Bunny, so Bunny sent Raid into elimination side, but still took a game in the process. And I know you had Raid as somebody that you wanted to look out for. I definitely think that if you're following along at home, exclamation point bracket to do so. You want to keep an eye out on Raid and what Raid is going to be doing in the elimination side. No one wants to run into an Ulgrim, whether it's ranked or in competitive. I think Raid is the Ulgrim everyone will fear right now. So I'm looking forward to seeing how far Raid makes it through elimination side.
Yeah, for sure. And Raid's been one of those powerhouses going forward. Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. But with Raid coming into the bracket, we're now going to talk about our next upcoming matchup, which is going to be our upcoming highlighted player, which is going to be Guichabou. Guichibu is one of those players that has been doing phenomenal when it comes down to guitars, coming down to his overall gameplay with that. We know him for being very unique with that character. Been playing a lot of Queen Nai fairly recently due to, the guitar nerfs and kind of not having a lot of backup plans going forward with it. But been playing that Nai, has been doing very, very well with adapting to using that slow speed stance for the slow speed of Nai and showing that power that it has behind it as well. The Nai is definitely something we're going to see. And I think we know Guichibu for being crazy. So if there's an event that he's going to be crazy with, it's going to be this one on the Nai. And, we're used to seeing him get Lymphae, and we saw that in the past. He was able to attack pretty quickly with it. But I believe Cannon's not in a where he's very comfortable with. Mm-hmm. So we'll definitely see what happens, but it might be a mixture of things going into this.
Yeah, I'm particularly excited for the Queen Nai swap. I mean, you think about Guichibu, and besides just having really strong commanding of aerials, edge guarding, finding early KOs, those half pipes, you're also known for seeing Guichibu going for a lot of signatures that are really great at covering landings, conditioning people to land horizontally away from Katars, a weapon that's relatively stubby. You throw in a Lymphae side sig with the Katars, all of a sudden you're getting hit cross screen. When I think of other legends that do that very similarly, I'm thinking Queen Nai, I'm thinking the big snake on the down sig on the spear, I'm thinking of that end sig on the guitar is a great way to cover dodge in, a very potent defensive option versus guitars. All things in my head are clicking like, okay, wait a minute, maybe the cannon's not in a great spot. Spear is in an awesome spot for a while now. Why not play the Queen Nai? And obviously Guichibu is going to be doing that not only in the twos format, but also in ones. Of course, the difficulty of playing low speed is going to be one thing, but I think if any player is going to be able to figure out, it's going to be Guichibu, because that's just how fast his guitars are.
Yeah, he's been able to really do well with his speed when it comes down to guitars. I think he's going to be able to be very, very precise with that Nai as well. So with that being said, though, let's go ahead and get into our predictions there, PJ, so that we can get into some matches on stream. We have our top 3 predictions going into it. We kind of looked at the bracket a little bit and we're like, okay, who do we see really getting into the top 3 there? For my top 3 that I had starting off, for 3rd place, I had Flower. Now, 3rd place is a very difficult point for this event. Going into the overall brackets, I mean, there's so many phenomenal players that could be in 3rd place. Like, I think Holla is one of them. Bunny is one of them. I think Flower, has the best outcome for being in 3rd. Because in my 2nd spot, I have Marckiemoo. So Marckiemoo, got 2nd in the last Mystic era, so I have to kind of see how he's going to really do. I think his 1v1 gameplay has kind of been caught up by some different players, so I think he definitely has the opportunity of winning the event no matter what. We've seen him win multiple Mist Wars events, but he's kind of has to show something a little bit new to catch players off guard to take that reach again. So we'll definitely see what. That's kind of where I'm thinking about Marckiemoo right now, because 1st place, I have BalloonBoy. He won the last Mystic Era event, it won. Has been showing his prowess there and kind of building his story up a little bit, and won a very nice landslide there too. And he was able to take Marckiemoo into a very nice grand finals as well. So that's kind of my top 3. But PJ, what is your top 3 for the event for the 1v1s today?
Yeah, so you were talking about how difficult it is to kind of gauge 3rd place. I think that's the point where predictions kind of make or break. A lot of times we'll make like a really crazy call. My call today is I got Bunny taking 3rd place. I know it's crazy to say, but I think it might be a little bit of selfishness on my end. Bunny's my favorite player to commentate Bunny, she's on an absolute tear whenever I get to watch her. She's somebody that takes that edge guarding playstyle that I so hopefully try to replicate when I play the game, and does it almost perfectly versus some of the best players in the game. So, you know, maybe it might not be the most statistically backed third place prediction. Bunny is my favorite to get that third place, just because I want to be able to commentate so many more Bunny matches. And so we'll see that for sure. Second place, I got BalloonBoy. So although BalloonBoy's been on a very, very big tear, you know, with the Diana, of course, having the blasters being really strong, the bow being really strong, BalloonBoy in general, after that Marckiemoo Grand Finals, you know, really inspirational play, seeing his time to shine in the spotlight after last year being Markiemoo's time. I just feel like whenever you're on a crazy run like that versus your rival, you know, you're going to give 1 or 2 to your rival, and I think this might be the event, because at first place, I have Marckiemoo taking it. You know, I feel like Mordex is slept on as always, because whenever there's a weapon that's extremely strong, everyone's like, oh, I'm worried about blasters, I'm worried about bow, I'm worried about orb, I'm worried about all these things. But then Mordex comes out and Mordex starts dominating events again, and I think Marckiemoo will have the opportunity to do so today. So a little bit different from your prediction. I have Marckiemoo taking it, BalloonBoy second, Bunny third. All things considered, though, I'm just excited to get into this tournament. It's going to be a really great time.
Yeah, so with that being said, do not go away, guys. We'll be right back with the start of the broadcast for the winner's side top 12 of Moose Sports Primal Dawn 1v1s. Don't go away. Be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Moose Wars Primal Dawn. Today we are in 1v1s because it is Sunday. We are having some very exciting top 8 qualifying matches. I'm PG the Pub, joined by Graffiti once again. We
Hello.
are in the midst of a top 8 qualifying matches, so we're in top 16 winner side. But before we get into those matches, Graffiti, how you doing today?
Oh, I am doing absolutely wonderful. I am so excited for this event, especially PJ, you and I, we actually took a little tour around the 2v2s yesterday, and that was quite a movie to watch. I was very happy that we were able to do that together, and right now we have even more of that coming up. We have 1v1. We have the best of the best here in North America, flashing out as to see who will crown as our first place victor for this weekend. So I'm pretty excited. We got so many cool people in here right now. I'm getting all giddy, PG. I'm getting all giddy.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the matches play out. First match is a very exciting one. We got Snowy versus BalloonBoy. So BalloonBoy was in my second place prediction. That was AJ Moore's first place prediction versus Snowy, a player that we didn't get to talk about in the pre-show, but someone who has a lot of flowers to their own right, not to be confused with the player flower. 5th place at Winter Championship, 5th at Moose Wars Snowfall. So off-season has been ramping up on the axe. And no more Rayman. It looks to be the Zol versus BalloonBoy's Diana. Excited to see how this one plays out.
It's really funny because the way the seeding matches out, it matches high-seeded players against low-seeded players. And 2 years ago, you would guess that Snowy is the higher-seeded player, but right now, it's actually BalloonBoy. Funny how the times turn. This game moves so quickly. Everyone's always swapping places. Snowy, first one to grab cannon. We're hopping down on a Demon Island. BalloonBoy chooses to try and stick a little bit more on arm before he eventually picks up that bow.
Yeah, it's interesting to see actually BalloonBoy finding some success with the very fast and nimble unarmed moveset fighting against the cannon, which takes a little bit of space and time to get ready. Gets the unlight there onto BalloonBoy. BalloonBoy fighting back to center with the bow. The side lights have been a problem for Snowy already. Snowy realizing, saying, I'm going to pick up a weapon with a little bit more consistent grounded game and range. BalloonBoy missing that side sig, but Snowy is taking so much damage versus this bow. And BalloonBoy just seems all too comfortable. Downlight into recovery, puts Snowy in a bad spot, gets the nair to scoop up. No side air there, but BalloonBoy just continues the juggle and is playing absolutely lights out on the bow right now. No blasters needed.
I mean, the other character we could be expecting to see stuff from Balloon is the Zariel, so I'm honestly not too surprised that we're seeing our top seed put in some pretty good work and get some pretty good rewards here on this bow. Right now, Snowy has actually doubled down on cannon. I was really expecting we were going to see axe, but no, BalloonBoy still, there we go, the GCN light finally finding its mark. Not often we see that come through. Maybe that's one of BalloonBoy's little trademark secrets. It's going to be a bit hard to counter, but there's only so much you could do against a cannon ground pound. Snowy is able to revoke, bring stocks even, revoke that first stock from BalloonBoy. Minute and a half in, BalloonBoy has a damage lead that can be very easily evened out by Zol's high attack, but even still considering the stats, like we said yesterday actually, PJ, not the characters playing the game, it's you playing the game, it's you, complex person, pressing the buttons and making the decisions, and BalloonBoy has actually been making some great decisions because even against Snowy's high attack character, still has a pretty impressive damage lead, and this match is also very important along with this tournament because we're going to see how well blasters are going to be able to fare against the rest of the crew, considering some of the recent balance changes in the patches. So we're actually experimenting with a lot of different, fun little moving factors right here, and it seems maybe blasters are not half bad after all.
Yeah, we see the recovery there from BalloonBoy and a lot of side light pokes and kind of reinstating the fact that, blasters is the big range weapon. What a crazy signature caller from Snowy, calling out BalloonBoy, jumping away from that side light. A classic option versus axe to avoid getting hit with a downlight or a nair. We'll open up there, has the blasters online. Downer from Snowy. Chase dodges back to center stage, looking to get some space between, and all of a sudden it's an even game, and especially versus high damage Zol. You have to be so careful as BalloonBoy here. Even on relatively decent defense on Diana, you're still very much so worried about all this damage. The dodge in there doesn't get punished by the end light, though. BalloonBoy covering the dodge in place with the down air into the GC end light. Ooh. And some nice strings and nice damage from BalloonBoy keeps this going.
BalloonBoy putting a lot of pressure on Snowy, but Snowy with the axe. Snowy has actually found a considerable amount of his success on the axe. So, like you said earlier about the Rayman, there's a decent chance we could be seeing a Rayman swap a bit earlier because this cannon is not really Snowy's best tool in the kit to try and make it work against BalloonBoy, but I don't know. Snowy knows something I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm talking out of my booty cheeks right here. Snowy is sticking to the soul. BalloonBoy, I mean, all confidence, completely deserved. Just sticking on Diana, not a single second wasted. Locking back in. on bow and blasters, but still, I would actually be looking very, very carefully at Snowy here because it was, I think both stocks were taken by Axe, if I remember correctly. If not, at least one of them was, and also a decent amount of the hits, especially during the last end of the tail end of that game, with a lot of those end lights coming out. Snowy actually found a decent bit of success on the Axe, and the cannon. I mean, it does put in a bit of work, but sometimes not as much as balloon blasters. Maybe the Axe is the answer. I'm looking a little careful at Snowy. Snowy believers in chat. I'm starting to spread my eyes a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely a tall task to have to deal with these blasters, especially on cannon, which has the options to kind of mold break and break through the range that blasters presents. But BalloonBoy is playing pretty lights out, all things considered. Nice damage racking up onto Snowy. Walks up with the end light, goes for the down air there. Snowy doesn't give it, but BalloonBoy is really good at missing the aerial options and then jumping in place and waiting to react to Snowy, not burning a defensive option immediately. The side air barely clips Snowy's landing in the bow online, looking for the down air. Ground pound, side light is the answer. No recovery. True confirmed. Snowy looking to fight, get some extra damage on the unarmed, on the high damage Zol. You're so happy to take those trades like that. Nice end light. BalloonBoy, worse for wear though. Bad spot to be in. No dodge. Goes for the down air. Snowy kind of whiffs hard, and BalloonBoy now gets center stage to Snowy. Looking for that confirm. Looking for that down light to get into one of those aerials. Nice weapon toss from Snowy. BalloonBoy disarmed. Punishes the GC sidelight with a sidelight of his own, but it's unarmed, so it doesn't go anywhere. And Snowy picks up a cannon, keeps the weapon advantage, but BalloonBoy is scrapping on the unarmed, and it's actually working out in BalloonBoy's favor somehow.
BalloonBoy's accuracy on the unarmed is really impressive. We don't really see unarmed come through like a lot, and even still, maybe he was faring even a little bit better than blasters for that little time being, considering the fact that BalloonBoy is now, after a minute and a half, touching down on second stock, and Snowy's still keeping up the momentum. And turns out it is with cannon. Maybe Snowy just needed a bit of a warm up. Maybe I'm calling it too early. Snowy's cannon is actually looking a lot better compared to game one, and that they just needed to adapt some things, change how they're playing. And even though they get knocked out of that first stock, they still have actually a pretty tasty damage lead. And honestly, I got a feeling that the Snowy believers in chat are having a pretty good time with this game here, because that damage lead is looking pretty nice. And even still, they actually have doubled down cannon. So all the warm-up that they have on cannon seems like it could be serving them pretty well, but BalloonBoy, it could be making things a bit difficult. This game is going to get really close. This game is going to be too early to call, like many others. This is going to be really close. I'm actually starting to get a little bit worried for both of these players for PJ.
Yeah, BalloonBoy very expertly stacking on top of Snowy. Even after whiffing, moves like sidelight and downlight, instead of going for like more anti-air options, hitting more buttons, BalloonBoy is just like, I'm going to stack on top of you. A space that Cannon kind of struggles to deal with. A lot of the forward moving normals on Cannon will make it hard to kind of keep BalloonBoy off of you. With the blasters online now, BalloonBoy want to keep the distance between Snowy. Gets a disarm there with that side air. Snowy in a terrible spot, goes for the sidelight. Unarmed, nice GC downlight to punish that. And the recovery. Scoops Snowy trying to down air back to the stage. The blasters are lights out from BalloonBoy to start off this game. 2 stocks, 2 blasters KOs.
I gotta say, very impressive for Balloon to be able to even out that damage lead. Sarah does seal the deal, but still, BalloonBoy was in the lead for a considerable amount of time, especially considering Snowy's damage lead. One that can also be very easily expanded with the cannon that Snowy has, that not only is Snowy just that good at cannon, but also one that you really kind of expect to see those quick strings of. You constantly see these cannon clips of people just getting torn around the stage, and also the high attack as well is, you know, not going to hurt that either way. Snowy also looking to bring the game a bit more close to even, or maybe even get a lead of his own. I mean, he's definitely going to need a big lead, and you can see BalloonBoy is actually really kind of starting to respect Snowy, not doing too much trolling. BalloonBoy really wants to make sure he has all his bases covered, because sometimes he do an end light or a side light, doesn't fully commit to an option, waits to react off of what Snowy's doing. Does it work out for him? Should have BalloonBoy committed harder to some of these openers, or is BalloonBoy's patience finally going to be rewarded? BalloonBoy is fighting for a lead in this set. Snowy weapon juggling, keeping Balloon at bay. Balloon trying to ledge guard without a weapon, ends up getting bow, and Snowy tosses the cannon. That's not going to do him any good. Snowy having double down cannon, the D light there. Snowy is able to respond back. All eyes on Balloon. How do you get yourself out of this one, buddy?
Whoa, that was a crazy clutch from Snowy there, picking up the cannon, making it work. I was getting a little nervous for BalloonBoy, especially after that, you know, throwing that weapon, getting disarmed. But also, when Snowy missed the edge guard, goes for a downer instead of the ground pound, I was like, oh, this is really bad for Snowy. But somehow Snowy kept it composed, and the GC downlight he kind of foreshadowed earlier in the game ends up being the thing that wins the game for Snowy. So Snowy evens up the set 1-1.
a map. Both players, I mean, with a point to the 1 point each to their name, pretty understandable that, you know, they might want to replicate the conditions that led them to a win. Still, Snowy's win was a lot more close and a lot more tense. I was clutching my booty cheeks for that D-Light Nair, PJ, so I'm still just a tad worried about Snowy, but still considering how that second game was just so much better than that first game, they were able to build a lead for themselves. They were able to clutch a sudden death game. They had to spend a lot more time unarmed, and they still brought it back. So Snowy playing a much better game come game 2, really proving that BalloonBoy is gonna have to work hard for this. But BalloonBoy also is respecting that. You can see a lot of these times, sometimes would do a Blaster's side light or D light or something, wouldn't fully commit to a follow up, wait and react to see what Snowy's gonna do. So both of these players, they know what they're up against. We don't really have like any trolling or anything. Both of these players, I think they're bringing their best, their A game, and this is only our first set.
Yeah, this is quite a crazy way to start off this tournament,
Ooh,
but we go for
nice.
the recovery. So that's kind of
just clean. That was
the evolution
clean.
of,
Nice.
of game 1, where Snowy was like landing into the recovery there. Instead, Snowy, you know, punishes it appropriately, jumping over the recovery. So Snowy kind of flexing those adaptation muscles, even just throughout this early part of the set in game 3, tied 1-1. Snowy getting a nice little landing cannon side air there. BalloonBoy dashing him out, trying to get that movement going. There's the end light. If this stock goes the way of Snowy, we might be seeing a Zariel swap from BalloonBoy. Thankfully, BalloonBoy makes it back to the stage. Downlight into Cider. The Blaster players can rejoice because BalloonBoy getting some more confidence on that weapon. The bow online now. Snowy has been doing so much better at dealing with the bow, especially comparatively to that first set.
So Snowy was able to expand upon this lead in damage, or game 2, this damage in game 2, but not for too long. BalloonBoy was able to bring it back to a sudden death game. That does sing some praises to Snowy's ability to clutch games out, and that, you know, they don't get fatigued. They're a very long time competitor. They've been at the top level of top level, not even in North America, but also just the globe for a very long time. So he's one of the people that I would trust a lot to clutch games like that, not let tournament nerves get to him because he's used to him, but maybe is the nerves of fighting BalloonBoy getting to him? A lot of momentum is slowing down for this Zol, and that D-Sig could be pretty tasty for Balloon to snag on his way to top 8.
Okay, gets the nair there. The juggle starts for BalloonBoy, who, as I was saying, how Snowy was doing so much better job versus the bow. Snowy's been running into a lot of bow problems this last couple stocks. So Snowy getting the end light there. Obviously, Zol having high damage with BalloonBoy in a very bad spot, and the GC downlight gets punished by the recovery, the downward hitbox as well. Great timing from Snowy to cover multiple options with multiple hitboxes there, even if BalloonBoy gets set into the wall. I'm pressed to say that it probably still would have KO'd nonetheless, and now Snowy BalloonBoy cannon versus bow, the exact situation where both of these players are on their best weapons in this game so far. BalloonBoy trying to overshoot with that nair. Sidelight, very ambitious. Snowy now having the wall to BalloonBoy. Nice dodge there, but BalloonBoy goes low, even expending the resources, getting the sweat bead recovery to barely clip Snowy, and now BalloonBoy is just getting absolutely lapped in the damage right now. Snowy getting the cider there on BalloonBoy's jump. BalloonBoy has to go back to the wall. The down stick gets charged up and disarms BalloonBoy. He let it be him. He got hit by the move. That's the classic Zol combination. Or ledge trap, I should say, instead of combo. And now with the cannon online, Snowy just needs that one hit to potentially close out this game. But BalloonBoy picks up some blasters, gets some space between the cider there. Snowy has to find a way back in. BalloonBoy can easily take over this game with these blasters.
BalloonBoy having a bit of a hard time landing these next hits. Snowy's cannon is online. Doesn't look like he needs much more of a download because a weapon throw. It's going to make life very difficult for BalloonBoy. He's able to make it back though. Balloon's able to punish that life in a nair of his own. Snowy is able to bring this set 2-1. 1 game away and taking top, replacing the top seed spot in winner's side top 8. As much as of a mouthful as that was to say, it would actually be quite a tasty treat to see. One thing that I actually mentioned a little bit yesterday, I like to compare Snowy to a seasonal fruit, or maybe even like a tropical fruit. Snowy is a fantastic player, but sometimes he's out of season, right? Sometimes I'm having a much harder time explaining it today than I did yesterday. But sometimes he's just not in season. Sometimes, as good of a player he is, he needs a bit of a break. So he needs a bit of time, so then he can ripen up. Then he is at his freshest and most ripe. He's ready to compete at the top level. He's a seasonal fruit. He's a fantastic player, but sometimes he's just not in season. And I think we're seeing Snowy season come back. He goes through these phases of being good and then being great, and he just bounces back between good and great and good and great. And I think we're seeing a swap to good and great right here. I think we have Snowy season back for the start of year 25 here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how, if Snowy, you know, as you keep saying, is in season, but BalloonBoy make it difficult. Wait, it's a big flip. The ground pound hits BalloonBoy. Snowy, where are you going? You don't have to jump, Snowy. You gotta touch the stage, man. I know we're on a spaceport, but we gotta find our way back to the ground somehow. The Millennium Falcon takes off, and that first stock from Snowy takes off down on the bottom blast zone. Very unfortunate there, but all right. Some semblance of control for BalloonBoy. You're thanking your lucky stars there, Snowy, getting a little too ambitious with that edge guard.
It was really smart to use the N-Sig to recover, but still ended up in overcommit. Is gonna undo all that work still. A map change, I think, is actually a pretty smart decision from BalloonBoy, and it definitely is paying him off so far. Snowy is actually winning in a lot of these offstage interactions. Maybe this map change might have been better for Snowy than anything. Maybe BalloonBoy has had a miscalculation. Still a GC N-Sig of his own, except both of them have whiffed so far. A side air can Snowy. Actually, what am I saying? The offstage interactions are benefiting BalloonBoy. So this stage pick actually might be really, really good for the Diana here. A weapon throw instead of a ground pound. I really was expecting a ground pound, especially considering it worked earlier. But hey, either way, classic D-Light Nair, gonna seal the deal. Snowy now able to even out stocks, but still that damage lead is looking a little scary. This Diana, is she staring down a 2-2, or is Snowy able to use that hefty arm of Zul and bring us back to an even game here?
BalloonBoy's hovering, smells blood on the water, gets the side air there. Snowy in a terrible spot with the sweat bead.
Very
the
smart.
Long wall of Mos Eisley is definitely going to help out Snowy here. BalloonBoy in a bad spot.
No, the spot dodge! He uses a dodge!
Oh, it was smart, but you have to commit to something to hit. You have to hit so you can get the chase dodge back to the wall. Instead there, we see another tactical blunder off stage versus Snowy, or versus BalloonBoy, and now Snowy is definitely in the backseat here, and we might be looking down the barrel of a Game 5 off the back of two very unfortunate SDs from Snowy.
Oh, goodness. Balloon is actually so good at unarmed. It's crazy.
Oh, that...
Balloon's unarmed is crazy right now.
The movement from BalloonBoy causing a lot of grief for Snowy, who really hasn't gotten any sizable hits, and the side air comes out. Snowy now getting sent low. The side air will snipe out and the weapon toss as well. I mean, Diana, definitely a master marksman, but the same could be said about BalloonBoy, who finds the perfect weapon toss and snipes out that recovery from Snowy. 500 damage flat. He's just too clean on the Diana, and I mean, I was a doubter. I was saying, you know what, maybe we'll see a Zariel, maybe the blasters aren't it. The blasters doing a lot of work that game. We go right into the next one. We got Game 5 between Snowy and BalloonBoy.
And one thing that I find really impressive, I'm really happy you said marksman, because that was actually a really impressive throw that we're seeing, the recap of that right there. BalloonBoy was able to read the down air that Snowy was using to help him recover back to stage, and that was really smart. That's one thing I quite like seeing, using weapon throws to read how your opponent's gonna recover, high, low, mid. That was pretty impressive. So BalloonBoy and Snowy, they are only getting better as the set goes on. A map swap maybe is going to benefit both of them a bit better. This might be a middle ground between Demon Island and Mos Eisley was the last one, I think. I don't know. I got to bet that.
Yeah, it was Mos Eisley.
Snowy trying to swing around with the axe, not really finding too many hits, and BalloonBoy is building up a damage lead with this blow. How fortuitous for the N-Sig to commit.
Yeah, and BalloonBoy kind of steamrolling that momentum in the last game, all off the back of Snowy with a very untimely accident is going to cause, I mean, a lot of problems now. Getting some nice damage on this cannon, though. You're down a stock, so you need to pull out all the stops now. The chase dodge upwards. BalloonBoy barely makes it, flips it onto Snowy with the side air. Snowy having to respect that, go to the wall now. BalloonBoy with that extra stock, looking to get a crazy off stage with that ground pound. Snowy will punish as BalloonBoy tries to make it back to center stage. BalloonBoy flips into a GC side. He's so smart to avoid the weapon toss, and another stock loss as Snowy commits too hard off stage. BalloonBoy steals it away again. The master marksman on the blasters and the bow snipes that jump with that GC side stick, and BalloonBoy is all too opportunistic off stage versus these very big blunders from Snowy. The recovery there will make it a little bit easier for Snowy, but all things considered, it's looking all BalloonBoy here.
Snowy has so much work to do to try and bring this back. BalloonBoy is playing pretty carefully, not getting too aggressive, not getting too ambitious, and is, you know, dodging out of the way of a lot of these attacks. Snowy's actually whiffing so much. This is not looking good for the Zul here. So many whiffs, opening up so many doors for BalloonBoy. Balloon now swapping over to the bow, could be looking for the knockout very soon. I think Blasters are his damage tool, and bow is the knockout tool. At least that's how he's playing this last stock. Ends up actually getting disarmed off the bow and has to swap back to Blasters. But hey, Blasters are not a bad tool for knockouts in the slightest. The delay comes through, the recovery comes through. BalloonBoy able to prevent the upset, walking cleanly into top 8. Not a single surprise there. BalloonBoy earns his spot even farther in winner's bracket. Very nicely done.
Yep, and kind of what we expect from the #1 seed of the tournament. Yeah, good showing from BalloonBoy there, and yeah, we'll see how he does in top 8 on the winner side. He'll be moving on to fight the winner of this next match. We got Bunny versus Money Holla, so the new team that's also going to be teaming at the Royale at max mode will be playing against each other here for a top 8 spot, seed number 4 and seed number 5. Bunny going to be playing the Rayman, Money Holla on the Amugi. Excited to see how this one plays out.
Also, just like you said, these two are they were teaming together yesterday, were they not?
Yeah, they were. They're the new team on the block. Also, they are they're the new team on the block, and they also are teaming at the Royale. So they're a team that we're going to be expected to see in person in 2 weeks.
Ooh. Yeah, so we have two very fun players to watch. Like you talked a little bit about Bunny earlier, about the way that they play off stage. I'm gonna give you a bit more room to talk about that, especially now that, you know, their set is coming up. But also with Money Holla, Money actually sometimes doesn't really get his praises as a potentially very versatile player. Money actually has quite a few deep pockets for characters. It's just sometimes he really insists on playing that main Imugi, and so that's one thing that I also find very interesting. And it's also one thing that I'm gonna find very interesting about his gameplay is how he's dealing with the changes that Greatsword is going through. So I'm actually very curious to see how Money plays, because sometimes I'm actually kind of hoping he swaps to like one of his pocket picks, because sometimes that's actually when his gameplay is at his most fun. He has like the potential to be a seriously very versatile player. He's good at so many things at the game. So there's a part of me that is really kind of hoping to see some of those pockets, some of those swaps. But I'm also going to give you a turn to talk a little bit about Bunny, because they're also a really fun player to watch.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. And, you know, selfishly, I put Bunny in my top 3 spot just because of the fact that I love commentating Bunny so much. So we'll see how this one plays out. But Money Holla is a good friend and somebody that I always root for. Whether I put Money in my predictions or not, Money always seems to make their way into top 8. And right now, we're going to see the battle of 2 of the upcoming prospects here in North America. And both of them weapon tossing there. Great minds think alike. Both of them having axe in their kit, but obviously very different game style. Especially with the Greatsword versus the Gauntlets. Nice little string there, going for the recovery there. A little bit too slow on that draw. Bunny stuck on the wall, though. You definitely want to respect Bunny, especially versus Rayman, a legend with some pretty crazy sigs off stage. And axe in general being a decent reversal option when you make a mistake, especially with a laggy weapon like that Greatsword. Okay, nice weapon toss there. Money Holla puts a weapon toss out as well, so Bunny can't go off with a ground pound or a down air, but the weapon toss actually leaves Money Holla weaponless, and the end light comes out. Bunny just needs to tap it in. Can you do it? Goes for the GC breakdance, and there's always time to dance when you're taking a stock off your doubles partner in your top 8 qualifying match. Bunny picking up an axe and making Money Holla look like a turtle out of water, I guess you would say here. I'm definitely struggling to find really any footing on this stage.
T-Sig doesn't come through. Money, Axe versus Axe, hopefully able to get some hits in, but Bunny is just too clean with it. She's landing every single hit that she needs to. Money dancing on the stage is able to toss for Greatsword, finally able to get a good few hits in. Sarah sends off stage, Bunny recovering low. Money is not able to find the edge guard. Bunny trying to get a good reversal. Unarmed Sarah after tossing the axe. Money now could be at a great advantage, but Bunny is smart. Chasing him off stage, hounding after him. About 2 minutes in, Bunny is at quite the lead. Stocks 3 red to 1 white. This is looking like a disastrous first game for Money. While Bunny, we have to be very careful saying these names. They're very, very similar in sound, but still, Bunny is at quite a tasty lead. Money back on the Greatsword though. They make it back.
That's a big open up there. And okay, I like that for Money Holla that time. Saying, okay, I'm not going to respect you because last time I respected your edge guard. I kind of got put on a milk carton there. I mean, I don't know exactly how Bunny just keeps reading Money Holla like that, but this time instead, you're looking a lot better. Not on a milk carton, on a t-shirt is what I meant to say. But nonetheless, Money Holla now fighting back versus Bunny. Bunny gets a dash jump nair there, weapon toss as well. Money Holla looking for that poke with that side light. But a lot of these options are a lot more punishable. You see there a clear example of the nerfs that able to get a side air there to punish that. A nice little 3-3 string though for some extra damage. And another string and dodges through the finisher, gets the down air, weapon toss to pick the weapon up again and getting the side air off stage. That's Bunny with a very confident first game.
Yeah, that was probably some gross plays from Bunny. She is playing fantastic so far. Just like you said, her offstage gameplay, especially with we got a clip of that little second stock there with how she was just chasing Bunny with the gauntlets. That was quite a treat to see. We're really seeing the best of her gameplay, the best of her style, really kind of on full display here. We're getting a really good tour of the Bunny show here. There's going to be a lot of eyes on Money to see how they're able to respond to that. We're still sticking with Amugi. And Bunny, I mean, I don't really know if they have to change too much, especially considering that we're on Mos Eisley right now. This could actually reward the offstage gameplay even more so. Money is, I think, struggling so far.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, one of the tougher draws to make it into top 8. Somebody that's really proficient on a legend that's so good at punishing laggier options, and a player in general who's good at doing so. But I think, to be the benefit of the doubt here, I think that Mos Eisley can definitely be a good option as well for Money Holla, who looks to have a slightly larger blast zones and a little bit more time to kind of cook, especially with such a big stage and that soft platform, giving you a little bit of reprieve versus the gauntlets specifically. Money Holla was struggling, especially in the corner versus the gauntlets, as Bunny keeps getting these nairs and ground pounds. Money Holla in a bad spot. The weapon toss comes out. Bunny tries to dodge there and bait out an option. Money Holla flips it, and now Bunny in a terrible spot. Goes for the down air, looks for a recovery there. That might have been a nair. That might have found the true confirm, a classic use option, for example. But a haymaker comes in from Bunny, and it finds the KO, even on Mos Eisley. And Bunny takes the stock in a very funny fashion.
Money chasing for the stock, and by God does he find it. Playing much better this game, gotta say. I don't really know what it is, but he's able to slow down the game. Bunny is really kind of less on his tail, and maybe it's because he's throwing out a few more of these signatures and, you know, throwing a few more side lights, throwing out a few more disjointed attacks, trying to create some more space, making Bunny really respect kind of the turtle's personal space. So I don't know what Money is really doing, but so far the game is moving a bit slower. Bunny's yet to find any of these huge commits, and I don't know. Sometimes with a lot of times, a lot of stakes, the first game really is just a warm up, and you play the next 3 like your life depends on it. And so far, that could be just Money's plan right here. Greatsword against Axe. The Sair finds its lane, and Endlight to push further off stage. Money uses a dodge, but can't convert off of the landing dare, so the side stick punishes.
A lot of down sticks for Money Holla, an option that we saw a lot in the 2v2 space to get off the platform. Puts Bunny slide off the platform, land on the ground with the down stick, but Bunny avoids it, and now Money Holla sends Bunny in a bad spot, but can't commit going off stage. The downlight comes in, but that's Mos Eisley for you. It takes you the stars, and you won't get KO'd. Weapon toss there from Bunny. Now Money Holla having the weapon advantage, just needs a recovery, just needs an air, needs a side air, needs something. Bunny gets back to the stage, picks up a weapon, but the weapon toss unarmed recovery will do it for Money Holla. Trading away his signature weapon for a chance to get that conversion into that unarmed KO. Bunny right back into the action, though, looking to even up. The ground pound sends it far away. Money Holla will definitely survive that weak hitbox, but that GC Endlight will seal away that stock for Bunny. Money Holla, Bunny, last stock situation. Bunny, though, has a game lead here, so you're definitely happy that this game's going so close as Bunny. Uh-oh, this is bad. Going for the ground pound there, too, to get as far away from the wall as possible. Bunny going a little bit too ham off stage, throws the weapon in an attempt to call out Money Holla, either throwing out a hitbox or trying to jump or recover back to the wall. Money Holla holds the weapon, though, has the advantage. No dodge for Bunny. That's a 4-5 piece. No side air, though. That could have been curtains for the game for Money Holla there, but unfortunately not finding the right conversion.
Bunny, side air. First side air misses, second side air lands. We're getting closer to a sudden death game here. About a good 3-4 minutes in. Money's able to land the clash, but Bunny's able to reset her jumps, but a weapon throw is going to send her further into the abyss. The nair to cover her head, but doesn't have the time to recover back to stage. Money is able to respond back 1-1. The Imugi pick is doing just fine. Money just needed a second to adapt his strategy. Now, Bunny is on the back foot trying to figure out, okay, I won the first game. We got to recreate that. We got to figure out what is going on, just how I can continue winning this set. Because right now, Money is actually looking pretty good. They're able to slow down the game. They're able to make life really difficult for Bunny. They were actually in very, very good control of that entire game. They had some pretty decent stage control throughout the entire thing, and they were making very, very smart use of the disjointed attacks that Imugi has, not only on the greatsword, but also with the signatures. And even despite the fact that we saw the Axe and Sig come out from Bunny to try and recover back to stage, and even like you said, PJ, that the walls, the blast zones on Mos Eisley are very far away. Try as she might, as good as she is off stage, as good as she is recovering and getting early stocks, Money was just able to change something in his brain, and now Bunny is not really able to find these huge commits. She's not able to find these big ground pounds, these big Sairs, these big GCN lights. She's not able to find anything. If anything, Money is now finding a bit more of these bigger commits. Bunny's getting less of these punishes. This is Money is so far in very good control of game 3-2. Now that we're back on Mos Eisley, Bunny is having a very hard time finding her way into Money's space.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree, and that's just kind of the benefit of playing on a stage, especially like Mos Eisley. You have a lot of range to move around and kind of keep your opponent at bay. But Bunny going for a crazy option there, or just going for the slide charge. And Sig there to call out Money Holla jumping back to the stage. Nice avoidance on that sider. Bunny going for the GC down Sig. I like these attempts from Bunny, but I think we have to start realizing that the wall is just too big on Mos Eisley. It's just not worth going off stage, especially when you go for those very aggressive options that give Money Holla, that inch he needs to take a mile. Nice string there, getting some damage to juggle as well, setting upwards with that upwards finisher. Bunny dodging through, gets the D-Light into the ground pound, unarmed, and light as well to cover Money Holla's landing option. Picks up some gauntlets, makes it look easy, gets the recovery there. Not enough to KO though, as Money Holla the chance to get some more extra credit on the stock. Walks up with that unarmed end light, but not looking to make anything too crazy happen with the unarmed. As I say that, getting an end light into recovery as well as another end light. Money Holla is feeling it a little bit here. Doesn't even want to pick up a weapon, realizing that maybe the greatsword is going to get cycled back at the end of the stock. So saying, you know what, I'm willing to take this hand versus axe, and that is going to be punished with that down sig. Sends through the soft platform, sends downwards to the depths, and now Bunny with an opportunity to weapon star Money Holla gauntlets into unarmed, but so much damage done for Money Holla on that previous stock will make it very hard for Bunny to get back in this game. Gets a 3-piece string. Money Holla looking confident with this 2-stock lead.
Yeah, Money doesn't even have to slow down the game to get this to work. Bunny is just having a very hard time finding her way in. Money is just playing this game. I'm trying to look closely and see if I can figure out what it is, but I'm even having a hard time deciphering it. Money is just playing good old fighting games. Bunny is having a very hard time getting some of these more explosive hits that we know and love her for, that you kind of really, we both talked about, that we talked about earlier on, is even able to react to the end sig coming out. Very impressive to have that fast reaction times. Punished with a dare. Some slick movement trying to get an unarmed nair. However, Money has to use a dodge to evade a weapon throw, and the side light comes through. Money's able to punish with a nair yet again. The great sword combos come out a bit further. Bunny steps in with her own end light, trying to send off stage. Bunny is at risk of falling out of this game and going down to a 1-2 in the set very soon, but is still able to grab another stock before on her way out, and maybe also hopefully extend the stock a bit longer. Bunny can still win this. It's just going to be very, very difficult when Money is in full control of the game right now. 2-1 guarantee.
Yeah, that was a lot closer of a game, it felt like, in a lot of those spots. But I think what really kind of separated that game for sure is the fact that Money Holla got so much mileage on his first stock by just going in unarmed, realizing, hey, I did not want to lose that greatsword when I pick up off the respawn. So instead going unarmed, getting so much damage. All things considered, I definitely think that was the big momentum shift for Money Holla, getting that confidence back, even on unarmed, and winning out versus a player like Bunny can be very tough. But we ban away most isolated this time. We go to Western Air Temple, and we'll see how this difference, if this makes a difference, of course. Money Holla playing a grounded weapon that's very good at covering the ground with Greatsword versus Bunny, Legend that can definitely use the aerial space a little bit better. I like these soft platform picks. We go to Western Air Temple now, and we'll see if this is the difference maker for Bunny or if Money Holla is taking the set 3-1.
Bunny starting the game off actually pretty strong, landing a few hits of her own, but Money responds back. Bunny creates some landing space, landing dare. Money is actually fully respecting this new map, not trying to get too ahead of himself. I have a lot of respect for that. Money's being too careful, thinking like, oh, this is a new environment. I can't try the same old tricks. Maybe this is different. Money's gonna try something new. I can't be too confident. So I actually have a lot of respect for the way that Money is playing right now, and also is still in some pretty good control of the game, as he has a pretty good damage lead against this Rayman. But still, Money is playing a bit better this game, and is so far actually, like you said, Money's playing a very grounded way, but Bunny is still playing a bit of a grounded way, even though she gets that first stock taken. This grounded little playstyle from Bunny is looking a bit better than it has been the past game or two. So maybe she's learning to play Money's game against him and beat him at it too. But she's gonna have to be off stage to try and recover back from this ledge guard. It takes a few hits on her way back. Can she steal this edge guard? Maybe. Looking like it. Unarmed though. This is tough.
Oh, you have to avoid that as Money Holla. You have to avoid the down tick. You have to avoid those ground pounds in there. Bunny keeping the quarter to Money Holla, but not swinging on that end light. Finally gets the end light and misses. Jumps back, side airs Money Holla back off stage. Bunny doesn't commit to the offstage play. The thing that made Money such a common occurrence in top 8. Not going for that option though, respecting Money Holla's recovery. Playing into a lot slower with gameplay. Going for the GC side tick. It doesn't KO. Neither does that end light though. And Money Holla fights his way back to stage, goes for the nair there. Bunny avoiding it, stacking on top of Money Holla. The pressure is too much. Bunny takes the first stock off of Money Holla, but Money Holla having about 75 to 80 damage of a lead onto Bunny. Landing back down, getting the unarmed nair, picking up a great sword. Looking tough now.
Bunny at risk of falling down to bracket stock. Keep in mind, this is to see if Money can close out a 3-1 win, especially considering how rough and tough that first game was for him. If he's able to clean out, a pretty clean 3-0 win after that, after Bunny's first game, that would actually be very impressive and very promising for his adventure further into the winner's bracket. And Bunny, like we praised Money for, is also starting to play a bit more careful, trying to be trying to fight quite a few more things, maybe playing a bit more airborne here, maybe playing a bit more grounded here. Bunny is really trying to explore her options, and weapon starving and off-stage unarmed Money is going to be a great option to pick. With the side sig, that's the second or third time she's thrown that out, and it hasn't quite found its mark. However, this is a very similar situation we saw Bunny in earlier, where Money is in a damage lead, but still very, very close to being knocked out of the stock. So Bunny has to try and find the KO without taking too much extra credit, without taking too much hurt. And so far, it's looking like a bit of a similar story. Money was able to get a decent bit of chip damage, a decent bit of extra credit before Bunny was able to finally revoke that stock away from him. Bunny just now has to damage out even out the game and hopefully win a sudden death. So this is really, really starting to become a very perilous task for Bunny to try and come back from. Can this Rayman clutch this out, find the success that they found in this first game, or is Money going to dare and stare and nair and share his way into a 3-1, running out of options? Bunny has to touch back into stage. This is not looking good for the Rayman, Puff.
It's looking tough, but then Nair into the GC end line will find its mark. And now Money Holla realizing that you're one hit away, but that is not the hit. It takes the down line. Isn't either. I completely capped. It's 3 hits away. This is the third one, though. Money Holla, please make me look good. Bunny, sweat beads. No, not quite. Double exclamation point, though. Has to get back to the stage. Oh, wait, here we go. End light into the GC, or sorry, Nair into the GC end light, but it's not enough. We go off stage, try to get the edge guard. Money Holla flips it with the recovery, and Money takes the set 3-1.
Very, very impressive from Money Holla. I know having Money Holla in top 8, especially winner's side, is becoming less and less of a surprise nowadays. He's becoming a mainstay. The new kid on the block is really showing up to the task each new time he shows up to bat. But still, it's more impressive considering how this set started out. Bunny was tap dancing on the guy. So considering the fact that he was able to bring it back for them, he had to slow down that second game. He's like, okay, hold on, give me some more space. I got to spend a bit more time in neutral. I got to throw out a few more disjoints, a few more touch me nots. I have to make sure that I'm covering all my options. And then Bunny just couldn't figure it out from there. She had a very hard time adapting to that. We can see her exploring her options. Do I play airborne here? Do I play grounded here? Do I play axe here? Do I try and tough it out unarmed here? We can see Bunny tried just a bunch of different things, try all her options, but still Money had all of them covered. And that was after that blowout of game 1. So this was an especially impressive set coming out from Money Holla. And like I said, I know it's becoming less and less of a surprise to have Money in top 8 winner's side. The guy deserves it every time. But still, this set was especially impressive, especially considering how well Bunny could be playing. And we could be seeing her later today in lower bracket. So Bunny believers in chat, hope y'all are still around because we could be seeing a little bit more of our favorite Rayman.
Yeah, I'm definitely hoping for that, but a great showing, and already the first half of top 8 decided. We have on the top side of the bracket, seed number 1, BalloonBoy, taking it over Snowy, and Money Holla taking it 3-1 over Bunny. So that's going to be seed 1 and 5 to play it out in the first round of top 8. But we have a whole other side of top 8 to find out. Before we get into that, we are going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with more Moose Wars Primal Dawn 1v1. See you soon.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody, to Moose Wars Primal Dawn. This has been one hell of a showing from the 4 players that we've had come by. Quick little recap in case anybody has that, you know, I got bad memory, so if anybody else there has bad memory just like me, I got you. We had BalloonBoy and Snowy have a very close set, and that was very fun to see. Is the Snowy season back? Either way, not a single surprise to have BalloonBoy succeeding and flying high. We also have had Bunny and Money Holla have a very interesting set, as Money Holla was really able to slow down the pace of the game and bring us a pretty convincing win against Bunny, but still, Bunny still has some tricks up her sleeve, and we could be seeing some of the fast-paced gameplay that we know and love her for. Coming up next, we will be having Flower and Megd, but that is also, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, that will be after our next set. Marckiemoo and Guichibu. PJ, is there any news you got for us?
Yeah, I am excited to be back here for the rest of the top 8 qualifying. But before we get into our matches, we have a quick shout out to do to sign up for Max Mode. Definitely go over and start signing up for Max Mode. That's going to be not next weekend, the weekend after. Go to start.gg/Brawlhalla for a 1v1 and a 2v2 open tournament. There's also an LCQ spot to get into the Royale. So the Winter Royale is at Max Mode. Make sure to sign up for that. Start.gg/Brawlhalla, or if you want the short link directly to the link of Max Mode, start.gg/Max Mode 2, no spaces, no capitals, start.gg/Max Mode 2. Some of your favorite players are already qualified to be there, but you can also be, instead of LCQ, it could be your name. Sign up, see you there. I won't be there, but we're excited to watch you from home. And yeah, it'll be a great time to see who's going to be making it through onto Max Mode. But we have to see who's going to be making it through of top 8 here at Moose Wars Primal Dawn. We got Marckiemoo, we got Guichibu, 2 players that we talked about in the pre-show. Marckiemoo, of course, being the #1 PR player in North America, versus Guichibu, a player that had a lot of success early on last year, has been kind of fizzling in terms of results recently, but swapping over to the Asuri, keeping the Katars, swapping out the cannon for sword or spear on Queen Nai. Nonetheless, getting into this set, very excited to see how this one plays out.
So, yeah, Marckiemoo is one of the players that is qualified for the Royale, so very interesting to see how he's prepping, because like we keep saying, that's coming up soon. A lot of us are excited for the people who are going to compete, for the people who are going just to watch and enjoy, because it's also a whole convention going around that weekend, or for the people, PJ, like you and I, who are going to be watching from home. There's a decent chance you'll see us lurking in chat, so feel free to say hi to us there. We'll be getting into game #1 with some pretty, I was about to say pretty classic tried and true picks from each of these players, but turns out that's only half true. Huh.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. So we were kind of anticipating Guichibu was going to be swapping over to the Queen Nai, but instead picking up the Asuri, a legend that not necessarily is in great graces with the meta because of the sword changes. You're kind of leaning heavily into one of the tools, which is the Katars. But with that being said, Guichibu is actually doing a great job with the sword, getting that damage racked up onto Marckiemoo. Gets the N-Sig there. That will find a KO, and Guichibu maybe taking the power of the AJ here, the TL4 Moose Wars with this Asuri pick, and it's looking pretty good so far, taking the first stock off of PR #1 from North America.
Really using these guitars in a way that we're actually not really quite used to seeing. I mean, he's really expanding some of the ways that he plays guitars, and it really has to be that way to adapt to a new character and also a new skin. I don't think I've really ever seen anybody use this skin. This is either new or just really underrated, but either way, Marky is anything but underrated because the guy's gauntlets are looking very classy as per usual. Trying to chase an unarmed Gooey down. Gooey now with guitars, so this is definitely a good tool to build up a little bit more damage, especially considering that Nair and the D-Sig, you know, not bad touch me not. So Marky's gonna have to really respect the space around Gooey, and it looks like he is doing that, but the dunk comes through. It's so refreshing to see the dunk because we never see it. We finally got to see the dunk. There it goes again.
I mean, right now, Guichibu is putting on an exhibition saying, it doesn't matter what you think is a strong legend right now. You know, kind of similar to how Mordex is always a relevant legend. We have Guichibu on the sword, on the guitars. Marckiemoo gets the side air there. And Marckiemoo, with the Fenrir Mordex skin on, not sporting his traditional default Mordex, but maybe it doesn't matter. We'll see some action start off here with the Scythe getting some big damage there, getting the dodge burned out from Guichibu, getting some nice damage. Guichibu picks up some guitars though, so it's going to be hard for Marckiemoo now. As I say that, Guichibu kind of giving the stage away to Marckiemoo, wanting to respect that, giving Marckiemoo some gauntlets here. But the gauntlets haven't really found a lot of success from Marckiemoo so far. We'll see if he can get something going here, a nice string to even up the stock count. I definitely wouldn't count Marckiemoo out quite yet, because you'll get double nared, you'll get GC side-lighted into the side air, but a ground pound for Marckiemoo, anticipating Guichibu dodging downwards into the stage. Instead, Guichibu goes high. That was a recovery. Could have been a definitely different game result, but Guichibu now getting the stage back from Marckiemoo, unarmed, but picks up a weapon. Okay,
Gooey
might end
really has to try and find this knockout on the Marckiemoo. Marckiemoo off stage, prime time to do it, except Gooey has guitars, a weapon kind of notorious for, you know, not having the easiest knockouts. He's going to pay the price for having the weapons primed, maybe in an unoptimal, suboptimal way. Gooey's going to have to spawn back down. Does he have guitars double down, or does he have sword? He jumps high, picks up sword. Marky punishes that, however. Marky versus Gooey. We have two people with some very fun nicknames, so this set makes me very, very happy to watch, especially considering that these two players are very explosive. They, you know, when they really turn it on and they play aggressive, they can be so much fun to watch each other throw each other around. Marky so far has to try and make this work. Can he clutch out with Scythe, or is Gooey going to find whatever delight's there? Deal a recovery that he can. A deal recovery comes through, but it's after he tosses the sword. Gooey is now back on the guitars. He has to find this knockout either with a signature or a slap side air or something. This is going to be very difficult for Gooey. It's going to be slightly easier against an unarmed Marky, but it's going to be even difficult when you're unarmed against Marky's gauntlets. Gauntlets is probably one of the better tools for knocking out, but so is sword. Gooey just barely able to come through. Damage perfectly even, 515 to 515. Not a bad way to set the tone.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive result for sure to start off the first game. Obviously, I have Marckiemoo as my first place prediction, but man, I was not quite expecting to see Guichibu coming out in that way, in that fashion, and finding so much success on a legend that a lot of players kind of have written off as not so good in the meta right now.
Map banning now all done. We are respawning back on small worlds, and these players don't really like platforms, at least not just yet, not so far. Gooey weapon starving, picking up guitars. Going off stage might have not been a great space, but is able to reclaim the stage control for it. Marky picking up Scythe can be a great way to build up damage, but same can be said for Gooey's guitars. Marckiemoo gets punished trying to swing around, doesn't get punished with a second sidelight, but can't convert it into anything big. Very slight damage lead in favor of Gooey, but it's still only 30 seconds in. Only a few hit bits of chip damage, so it's still early to tell. Nair sends Marky off stage, though. Gooey could be working up something tricky. This is a very, very unique way we're playing Gooey play. We're not really used to seeing him play guitars in this specific fashion, and maybe it's also because he doesn't have too much practice with it, because it looks like he's going to eat this first stock. It took 20 seconds for Marky to turn that into an even game of chip damage into a very, very nice edge guard, and making it very difficult for Gooey to reset jumps back on the edge. And now Marky is in a very tasty lead. Check out that corner of the screen, folks.
Yeah, I feel like every time I see Small Worlds end for Marckiemoo, it seems to just be the stage that you want to be at, because right now Guichibu definitely doesn't want to be here. The down air finds Marckiemoo, the double down air. No weapon toss connection is going to make it a little bit easier for Marckiemoo to make it back. Avoid that GC downline. With the weapon toss, Marckiemoo puts himself back on the wall. Guichibu waiting to pick up the weapon to try to burst into the range, but instead there. Yeah, makes it back, and all things considered, Marckiemoo with quite a big lead.
That was, I think, the down signature does come through. The end light flashes. Gooey able to even out stocks 2-2, but the damage lead, I mean, yeah, it's already been done. There's already been quite a few punches that have landed their way on Gooey's little guitar, or the Surrey. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. So right now Gooey has to use these guitars, uses a Surrey to balance out the damage, try and recover some of this this lead that Marckiemoo has built up, and so far not doing half bad job of it. Mark is having a very hard time finding his next few hits, but that clash is going to be a huge hit for Marky. Gooey falling down a last stock. This is looking pretty tasty for the Bonex here.
All right, gets the side light there, walks up with that end light, gets another end light there, going for that Nair. Guichibu holding onto that wall, barely avoiding that downer from Marckiemoo, but the Nair will find Guichibu. Goes for the charge up side stick, realizing the Sweaties are online. Guichibu with just enough aerial drift to avoid that signature, but Marckiemoo cooking something crazy, holding onto the wall with that weapon toss, landing back down onto Guichibu. Guichibu getting the downlight and the dodge there, no recovery, and Marckiemoo just keeps fighting and catching these landings very well.
Gooey, all eyes on this Asuri, trying to play careful around Marky's scythe. Gooey is not quite, like we said, this is a bit of a new playstyle for Gooey's guitars. This is not usually how he uses them, and it's a bit slower than how he usually uses guitars, but Marky is dealing with that just fine. Is able to bring the set to a 1-1, closes us out with a pretty good stock lead, and now this could be a bit difficult for Gooey. I mean, you could cough it up to, what was it, that last, no, the first stock that Gooey lost pretty early on, and it was at the hands of Marckiemoo, really giving us a storm of dares and nairs off stage. Gooey still on the Asuri, so, but with a skin swap, and I think also a different map too. Yeah, the Miami Dome. Is this the best song in the game? Arguably. We're going to see how Gooey is able to respond to this. If this is really how Gooey is playing. Yeah, no, this is a very kind of a... I know I'm saying this too much. I promise I'll try my best to make it the last time I say this. But since this is a pretty new way of moving around for Gooey, I'm very interested to see how... what he makes of this set. He might be trying to speed up the game a bit here. He is rushing in for a few more attacks. He is starting to commit a bit more hard, but maybe Marky is ready for it, because so far damage is even and Gooey hasn't found anything too huge just yet. And if anything, Marky is actually getting quite a few punishes as he's a bit of a damage lead. Gooey's trying to toss him off to the side of the stage, but Marky is still able to come back swinging. Looking pretty good for Marky. Gooey's unarmed especially.
Yeah, I think all things considered, you're not too mad about that. Guichibu getting the recovery there as well, but Marckiemoo fighting back with that end light. Guichibu obviously with the disadvantage in the damage department, but it's nothing too crazy, especially with the way that Guichibu was able to steal away stocks with those guitars. But with the sword online, it's kind of hard to say exactly what you do, especially when you whiff moves like that. That downlight has so much more lag on it. It makes it so much easier for Marckiemoo to swoop in and find that that KO, that sidelight recovery. No dodge as well because of the GC. Marckiemoo now having the wall to Guichibu, not a place you want to be. No, not the singular player in Brawlhalla really wants to be on the wall versus Marckiemoo scythe like that. Gets the down there. They're on the punish on that side sig. And Marckiemoo avoiding that ground pound very expertly.
Gooey trying to find the stock with sword. Sword is one of the better weapons for knockouts. The side air sends far, but not far enough. Marky trying to find any nairs he can. Tosses for the gauntlets. Both weapons are going to be good for building up damage since Gooey isn't quite at KO color just yet. Gooey's movement is actually stepping up. Gooey's movement is looking a lot better, a lot more snappy right now. Another Sayer is able to give the Gooey space to get back to center stage and hopefully continue on a ledge guard on a Marky, but it doesn't really quite conjure up anything of value as Marky is able to extend this barbecue sauce red first stock until Gooey's finally able to find the stock. Bit of extra credit, bit of a damage lead, but you know, don't say anything too early. This isn't too bad for Gooey.
That's really bad. Oh, it's so bad.
Off stage
it
like
starts
this,
so bad
I think
so quickly.
It's too bad. I think it is too bad, BJ.
Yeah, it's funny how I was like, oh man, after that first ground pound, I'm like, this is really dire space with Guichibu. Guichibu flips it onto Marckiemoo, getting the dodge there, going for that side air, a little bit too misspaced, but man, I mean, going for that haymaker is Marckiemoo looking to close out the stock very simply. Okay, nice sidelight interrupts the dash forward from Marckiemoo. Marckiemoo using that soft platform to kind of mix up the way you're approaching. Guichibu jumping into center stage, looking to get something going here. Getting the recovery there. That's a great way to start some damage. Gets the downlight into recovery. The juggle is looking good for Guichibu so far. Marckiemoo burns the jump, gets the downlight. Could have went for the recovery instead. Waiting for the dodge, didn't punish it as you slip off the stage. And Marckiemoo gets the side air. Is that enough to KO? Gets the high weapon toss, covers a lot of time and avoiding that nair to not give the chase dodge back to Guichibu. Marckiemoo takes the stock, but I definitely expected Marckiemoo to take that stock a lot earlier there.
Gooey now has to try and find a weapon, finds the guitars. That ground pound was actually very strange. I'm hoping we get a clip of that, or I don't know, I might go back to the stream and clip that later. That was a very strange interaction. So far, Gooey's able to catch the spot dodge. Marky's actually been spot dodging quite a few times. I think that's maybe in the second or third time Gooey's caught that in the set. So very smart of Gooey, able to finally land that knockout. Also, keep in mind, off sword too on guitars of all things. So very, very well done for Gooey. Marky, however, trying to bring Gooey off stage. A few sidelights, a few nairs, a few D-sigs. Gonna make it pretty difficult for this Ahsoka to try and find her feet to touch the floor yet again. Gooey, bit of Megd tag, bit of dodges, bit of dash dancing, trying to find the next big commit, but a GC sidelight recovery. Very nicely done for Marky to bring us to a 2-1. Gooey, gotta say, I'm a little worried about him right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely kind of shades of what we saw in the in that Bunny Money Holla game, where game one, you know, the underdog coming in, getting that first game in a very confident fashion, very aggressively, kind of perfectly playing into the hand of the lower seed. Similar situation where Guichibu got all those gimps with the guitars. Now Marckiemoo kind of, you know, seizing composure, making it almost impossible for Guichibu to get anything really big going. Makes it a lot harder. And I feel like in these stable games where, you know, the game plans are going one way, it's definitely Marckiemoo favored for sure.
Yet another map change. Let's see if this hopefully goes a bit better for Gooey. So far, it is still looking like this could just be the Marckiemoo show, the Marckiemoo program, as these gauntlets are just as classy as ever. Sending Gooey off stage, ground pound misses, but still Gooey can't respond with much more than half a recovery as it drops a bit of the way through the animation. Marky having a bit decent control over center stage. Gooey only able to get a few hits in before recovery sends high. Marky, you know, not too shabby on that first stock, that orange, you know. Gooey has to put in a bit more work to find the KO. It isn't quite there just yet, and that might leave a bit of room for Marckiemoo to get a little bit more damage. I don't think we'll be seeing an overlap. I don't think we'll be seeing like a two-stock lead, but I think our Marky could get some excellent extra credit right here, especially punishing off of, I think that was the side sig? I don't know. Both the D-sig and the side sig look the same, but either way, it's one of them that takes Marky's first stock off. I gotta say, a bit earlier than I was expecting. I was really thinking that Marky, considering how much kind of a grip he's had on this game. Gooey has tried speeding up the pace. Gooey has tried slowing down the pace. This is a very similar situation we saw with Bunny and Money, where one player is trying so many different things. Gooey's even swapped characters halfway through this set, and yet the other player just has all the options covered. He's just playing a solid game of Raw Holla. And so Gooey is trying to revert a damage lead here, but a dare into weapon throw into a D-like ground pound. Marky is going to put Gooey on bracket stock right here.
Yeah, taps it in very nice and easy, especially after having to take that weapon toss. It makes it quite critical for Marckiemoo to close out that stock. But Guichibu, not going to make it so easy. Flips it with an air, though, is Marckiemoo. Goes for the GC signature, it looked like it started up. Maybe a side sig, but instead of GCN sig. And at that point, it's just too far gone. You spend too much time off stage versus the shark in the water that is Guichibu off stage with those guitars. And now we go an even stock. We'll see if Guichibu can force game 5. Down air there, Marckiemoo jumps away, puts himself in the corner, but Guichibu doesn't want to commit to anything too crazy. Easy to get flipped there. Goes for the turnaround end light for some nice damage on that with punish end light. Side light, avoidance from Guichibu, gets the nair for some extra damage and a rebuttal. Oh, I like that dodge down. Matching Marckiemoo there and getting a diagonal chase dodge into the ground to try to close in some distance from Marckiemoo while also being grounded so you can react to jump aways. Really smart stuff from Guichibu on this aggression. You need to find stuff like this if you want to make this game 5 a reality here.
Yeah, no, you said it best. Has to really use his options.
Oh, no, it's over!
But doesn't even have the time to think through what his options are. Marckiemoo landing himself in top 8 winners side. Despite all his best efforts, Gooey can't find more than a single game to his name on stream here. A little unfortunate to see, but hey, the Marckiemoo program never has a pause button. There's no swapping channels. Once you're on the station, you are not getting off the airways. Marckiemoo Very nicely done as per usual. I'm gonna be very excited to be lurking in chat and seeing how he's doing in top 8. We got a feeling he's gonna be staying winner's side for quite some time now. He's going to be going to the next set that is going to be contending for winners semifinals, as we're in winners quarters right here, and we are moving on to our last top 8 winners qualifiers, at least winners side. Our last top 8 qualifier, and this is actually going to be a pretty interesting match. We are going to have Flower versus Megd. This one's actually pretty interesting, PJ.
Yeah, I mean, Flower, obviously everybody remembers that crazy run at BCX, ending at a 7th place finish at the last big event of last year. Obviously a Yumiko player through and through, and then Megd, somebody who has been at the upper echelon of play for quite a while now in Brawlhalla, but has slightly faltered last year. At the beginning of the year, missing Trial of Ymir due to a wedding, then kind of fizzling out, and not really finding the same success, especially after some of the meta changes around. We saw a swap off the Val, but now trying to return back into form here is Megd. Got 13th at Winter Championship, 4th at Moose War Snowfall. So Megd trying to make his way back into the upper echelon, or top echelon, I should say, of play here in Brawlhalla versus Flower, a player who seems to just keeps going up and up in terms of placements. We got a 4th place at Frostbite, and then the 3rd place at Winter Championship 1v1. So Flower is looking really, really solid. The sets go in the favor of Megd, but the most recent set was a game 5 at Winter Championship where Flower took it 3-2 over Megd. So it's going to be interesting to see. Flower, I mean, staying warm there. We're just getting told from production. Flower is in a ranked game right now. So Flower trying to finish up a ranked game, keeping the grind going. And that's somebody that's locked in and competitive and always trying to keep yourself warm. So I can definitely respect that. I'll be honest, pre-show might have been a couple minutes late because I was also in a ranked match. So me and Flower kind of cut from the same cloth for sure. But all jokes aside, excited to see how this set plays out.
I'm really happy that you brought up the the history of these players, and that's part of the reason why I find this set so interesting. Is that Megd is a very, very you said it best actually, that Megd is a very long-standing competitor of the highest level of North American gameplay, and he's always been a threat. I think he's actually grabbed a few top 3 finishes in singles majors himself, and is also, I think, maybe even, if I'm remembering correctly, won a few doubles majors throughout his years. On and off throughout his career, so very, very a seasoned veteran to the scene. And Flower is a bit on the come up, and a lot of people did not expect that BCX run. That's another reason I'm actually very happy that you're able to bring up that you were able to bring up that you were able to bring up that little factoid. Is that Flower has really been making waves, and it's only been very recently, and they're not really a long-standing member of the regular top 8 players. So this is one of the reasons that's going to be a very interesting game. But also, I feel like their play styles are also I feel like they can be pretty different. I feel like the way that they use their options, the way that they try to aggress upon their opponent, I feel like the way that they try to play into each other is also going to be very interesting. So not only numbers wise is it going to be interesting, but I also think that gameplay wise this might also be pretty interesting. You're going to see 2 very, very different forces collide, and so I'm actually very excited to see this, and especially since I know we keep bringing up the balance changes, and I know numbers aren't everything, and then the patch notes only tweak things a little bit, but still I'm also very curious to see how the hammer changes affect everything. And also Megd, I think, has also voiced his thoughts on how the sword changes recently have really kind of affected maybe a bit of his outlook on the game. Maybe not entirely, but definitely at least a little bit. So we have a Megd with a nerfed sword and Flower with a buffed hammer, and especially considering, like you said, Megd I think is only really kind of getting back into get back into his groove. He's been a bit out of a groove. Maybe he needed a bit of a break. He's been a bit out of a groove for a little bit now, and it's only very recently he's actually been doing very well and taking some pretty impressive names at community events. And a very similar thing could be said about Flower, but still that is more so about his career in general. So this is history-wise, number-wise, character-wise, a whole bunch of different things at play. I'm being like, you know, the little memes with the nerd emoji. That's just I'm doing. Fighting games are the only times in my life I can like pretend that I know what I'm talking about and that I can actually feel confident in what I'm saying. Everywhere else I go, I'm just a complete idiot. So this is like the only time I can actually pretend what I'm saying makes sense. So I gotta savor this while it lasts, BJ.
You know what? I'm kind of right there with you. I definitely agree. I'm somebody that also likes to use this opportunity to kind of flex those knowledge muscles I think I have. Nonetheless, we get into our game as we have Moose. I was gonna say Moose Wars Lily. No, that's we're gonna be getting Flowers here, who's gonna be coming in and facing a Megd. So made it there, thankfully. Happy to see that.
Also, that is for the while that I mained Yumiko, that is the exact setup that I use. I use
Nice.
red little Yumiko with the Moose Wars avatar. That's the exact setup that I use for like a good year or two of my life. I'm now a proud Bryn masher. I love mashing Bryn so much. I love turning my brain off, not thinking about the buttons, and just hoping that this Axair hits. I love mashing Bryn. It is a religion and way of life to me. But either way, I definitely think we can expect a bit better gameplay from these next players than we can probably anything I might ever do. These players know something I don't, and that's part of the reason it's so fun to watch them. But yeah, as we're waiting to get into this this game, who do you think Megd's going to pick? Because Megd, I think, has played every sword character in the book at least once in a community event, or has gotten every sword character to a high level through various ranked ladders and seasons. I think, yeah, no, some of the more surprising picks we've seen from Megd has been a Sidra. The guy's played a Sidra a few times and has actually done not half bad with it. So out of all the Megd is a sword name, and especially considering that sword, he's voiced his concerns about sword in the state in this current meta right now. Who do you have any predictions as to what character Megd might play? We talked a little bit about the Val, but I'm not sure, honestly.
In my predictions, I had Megd as one of the players I wanted to highlight. I saw Megd playing Petra, so I've seen Megd play a lot of Gauntlet characters.
Oh, right, yeah.
Orb is in a really good spot, and I'm an Orb player. PJ the Orb player, PJ the Thor. People talk about that. I see you on the Platinum rank queues, my fellow brawlers. I'm really excited to see hopefully some more Orb play. I know yesterday we saw some Thor action in the top 8 of the bracket in twos, but I want to see some Orb, and I think Petra is in a good spot right now. Dare I say, Orb is in a great spot. So is Gauntlets, and I think Gauntlets did get some nerfs, but Megd is somebody who's really good at it. And look at that, Megd hovering the Petra. I feel vindicated.
Oh my God, you called
finally
it.
I don't know if I'm right. Maybe Megd's just watching and trying to make me feel I am Megd's #1 fan. Make me feel a little bit better, but we'll see if this is the Petra pick that's actually gonna come through. Maybe hold potentially. Yes, it is. So we're seeing Megd, Petra, and Flower on the Yumiko. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. I got Megd winning. Yeah, Megd to the moon. Let's go.
I'm actually really impressed that you called that, because like I said, I was talking so much about sword that, sword this, sword nerf, sword buff, sword history. I was spending my entire time in the wrong place, so I'm actually really impressed you're able to call that, PJ.
Yeah, I mean, when you know, I felt something in the air, and what's in the air is Megd's Orb. So we'll see how this one plays out. Megd picking up an Orb to start us off here. And yeah, I think I'm sold on that Orb skin. Anyway, I don't want to talk too much about my Orb. Let's talk about Megd's Orb versus Flower's Hammer. Imagine if they put these two weapons on a legend together. That'd be so sick, wouldn't it? Nonetheless, Megd is going to be sporting that Orb versus Flower, who hasn't yet thrown out those Yumiko signatures, but is going to be looking to do so. Get that set play going. Megd realizing that, swapping over to the Gauntlets, a way to break through the mold, stay grounded, get those sidelights, get those combos going.
Flower covering his head with a few hammered D6. 30 seconds in, damage about even. Only really a bit about a chip damage, maybe a bread and butter or two. Sidelight, there we go. You can see Sidelight enough, and Enlight chase and jumps over the Sidelight, trying responding to the dash in. Both these players being very careful with how they progress, except that Sidelight side air. It's not going to need too much commitment. Megd already trying to look for the knockout. So we have Megd at a bit of a lead right here. Sayer sends all the way across the stage. Side Sig trying to throw out a few joints, make this ledge guard a bit easier for the Petra. Flower, bow in hand. Flower, not a bad spot right now, dare I say. Pretty darn good. The Sayer, though, comes through. Got a minute in. Little more than that, but still, Megd finds the first stock. And yeah, no, again, like I keep saying, I'm really impressed you're able to call it the Petra pick, because the orb is really what's doing Megd the best work right now. But right now, he's over on the gauntlets. And Megd's gauntlets are also kind of infamous, because not only in doubles, but also in singles, Megd's Val is really wildly successful. And that is half of Val. It is gauntlets. So Megd, I feel like sometimes can have some pretty underrated gauntlets. Right now, trying to play them very carefully, but stop share. Is it ever gonna fail? Flower comes through, the tried and true. Stock's even 2 minutes in.
You know, I'm constantly seeing myself in a scene in The Matrix. You know, he's starting to believe. I'm seeing Megd come back into form right now with the gauntlets, with the orb play, realizing, you know what, I can't do the same things I could on sword, but a lot of the moves are very similar. I won't spend too much time on that right now, but Megd showing off the strength of the orb as a way to kind of cover landings and cover horizontal space, which is something that Downlight, for example, on
Flower able to even out stocks. Free choice of weapons. What does he go with? He's going to go with the hammer. You know, not too surprised. Hammer's in a pretty good spot, especially with the D-Sig. Megd playing very floaty, so the hammer D-Sig is going to be able to cover his head and make it set to Megd's difficult space landing, difficult time getting into Flower's personal space, but still Megd's able to kind of dance his way past that, able to build up pretty slight damage lead, and with the game moving at this pace, any lead is actually a lot bigger than you might think it is, because then it can allow you to get away with some pretty interesting offstage, and it can allow you to get away with some pretty interesting offstage interactions.
Oh,
Yumiko's
geez,
a
that
better
got so
character
scary.
for offstage, but is Megd just a better player for offstage? Because so far, Megd is really looking to toss Flower offstage and then close out a ledge guard. But now that we have Orb,
Yes.
the sidelight Sarah is going to come through. You don't have to really wait for anything to happen. You can just wait for that sidelight stare. And that is going to be a pretty solid way to close out game one. If I'm Flower, or I guess if I'm rooting for Flower, I wouldn't be too surprised if he just says, okay, go next. You know, I learned my mistakes. We can go next. I wouldn't be too surprised if that was the case, but still, I'm hoping we see something a little more from the Yumiko.
Hey, you know, I'm starting to feel something, Graffiti. It could be like, you know, a change in the air, a cold undercurrent. It's just, you know, something you feel the leaves start to change.
PJ,
I
love
think
you
maybe
too.
it's time for Megd to be back. I think it's time that Megd
Oh,
has
that.
picked the legend for himself, and realizing that Orb is in a good spot, Gauntlets aren't in a great spot, but Petra together is what you need to start winning. And if Megd can make this upset happen on the Petra, I'm going to be a very happy commentator going into this top six, or
I
top
was
8.
way off.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you don't realize that PJ, I mean, some backstory for me, Megd's the reason I'm into competitive Holla at all. So this is my favorite player by far. So it's really cool to see him really click with a legend on the Orb. PJ, the number one Megd fan in the world. So really happy to see this here. And Flower, I mean, obviously Flower is a great player and somebody that I have a lot of respect for. But right now, I just feel the momentum surging for Megd, fighting back with the gauntlets here. Flower has that damage lead, though, so it's looking pretty good for himself, and gets not quite the stock, but a lot of damage with that.
Sidelight. Flower tries to jump above it. I would be a little curious hovering over on top of what is it, above Petra, because both of those N-Sigs, not half bad anti-airs, but a Nair could be even better to cover your head, and also along with a D-Sig. Both these players, I mean, the fact that they're playing so floaty is so strange, because both of them have some very good anti-airs, some very good touch-me-nots, some very good attacks that can aim upwards and really last a long time, but that stock from Megd is not going to last much longer anyways. Flower, very, very slight stock lead, trying to keep control of the stage. Megd's respecting it. You can see how far that unarmed Nair sends. The gauntlets ends up whiffing an N-Light. D-Sig comes through. Flower hits the GCN Sig, and the Sair, the Sair leads to a chase dodge and makes it back. That was almost about to be something miraculous. That was very, very smart decision making from Flower to make it back, put up a little bit more damage, put on a lot of pressure on Megd, and make that damage lead just a little bit better, so that when they do respond on this second stock, there's a bit of extra credit left from you from the previous one.
Yeah, you're definitely happy to do that. Yumiko is definitely a legend that is kind of like the economy of the legend is definitely based off of just being able to get extra credit and get so much damage output, leading to very consistent and safe KO options later on in the stock. But you need to get the damage to get there. Right now, Flower kind of faltering a little bit in the defensive game, but getting the damage, getting the trades out, so the downer comes out. Nice little damage there, but nonetheless, avoiding that downlight, going for a more down six. Megd interrupts the down sig with a downlight and actually using the horizontal momentum to go underneath that signature as well. Flower setting up the down sig once again. Another down sig at the wall. Can I see another one? Do we get a third? No, we don't. Flower respects Megd, gives Megd the space back to get to center stage. The end light comes out for Megd, but Flower now in a bad spot, having to land in the face of Megd, avoids the side light into the recovery, and another down stick comes out. The weapon toss from Flower. Megd having to scramble to find a landing or really any connection, but the damage has evened up, but it feels like Flower is still somehow in control, even after Megd has won 6 of the 7 last neutral interactions. The weapon toss to break the mold. Megd doesn't have a weapon to pick up. Flower closing in on the distance. Can you get the nair? Yes, you can. Flower taking the stock there. Megd forced on his last. This might be the game for Flower to get back into the set.
Once again, Flower, very slight damage lead, making good use of the N-Sigs, but Megd might be able to stop the bleeding soon. Flower respecting Megd's stage control very nicely. Is that recovery an overcommit from Megd? No, it's not. That dare could be a very nice, perfect amount of commit for Flower as we have a bit more damage coming out. Flower is about to overlap Megd in the damage and take game number 2. We have an even set here, folks. Flower's gameplay, especially his hammer gameplay, is looking pretty darn tasty right now. Orb, I don't think is ever going to be in a bad spot. Orb is just, it's just a good weapon. What is it? Sometimes I like to say Sword is the most weapon in the game. I put Orb close behind it on that list. Orb is a very weapon. But still, Megd is going to need something a little bit more to stand up against Flower's hammer, because so far, that is getting some very good combos in. Flower's very rarely getting just one hit on the hammer. Like, yeah, maybe a stray Sair every once in a while, but a D-Light is never just a D-Light with Flower. He's extending very nicely right now, PJ.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm hoping to see, both of these players kind of take what they got from game 1 and 2, and we get like a much closer match in this game number 3 here, because Flower just completely dominated the last game. Megd getting completely stuffed out by these down 6 from Flower, and Flower definitely leading into the hammer. I think Yumiko, a legend that is such a strong pick right now with the hammer damage buffs, Bo being in a great spot as well. Megd fights back on the more traditional gauntlet or pick on the Petra, gets a nair there, punishes Flower for jumping in Megd's space, and Megd kind of leading into the thing that made Megd kind of heavy, or not heavy in our hearts, but constantly thought about in the meta is, getting the 1 and 2 hits, but resetting back, using that movement to get neutral interactions and winning a lot more neutral interactions, using that movement, not getting big strings, but getting damage nonetheless. And now we got an even game, avoiding the side stick there, downlight into the downer, waits out a dodge, gets the recovery anyway, and Megd now has Flower in a pretty bad spot. Flower fights back with a juicy downlight to punish the sidelight, but Megd scoops the wall with the sidelight into recovery, and Megd takes the first stock of game number 3.
Dancing around Fortress Alliance, Megd is actually playing pretty confident and pretty bold and aggressive, considering the fact that he can be knocked out of this first stock any second now. Flower's having a hard time landing these hits with Bo. Can only get a weapon. Wow, that would make a great screenshot. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna clip that. That is a very nice screenshot of all the particle effects clashing. But still, Megd getting some very nice extra credit. Flower's having a very tough time finding this knockout, especially considering the fact that he had to make some time work on Bo. And even though he's able to find the stock with hammer, it took him quite a minute to find it. And Megd was able to get a decent bit of extra credit. And when the game is moving at this pace, any bit of extra credit, it means so much more than you might think it does. And that first game was really able to prove it to us. Flower is now finally able to make the Bow count for something, as we have a bit juggles coming through. Maybe Flower is able to damage out the even out the damage lead, a few more nairs. These nairs are working fantastic. What is the range on that nair? Some of these last few nairs have hit much farther than it looked like they were supposed to. And he's playing almost his entire stock off a nair alone until a hammer comes in. D light side air as per usual. A few D-sigs. Flower chooses not to weapon starve, but chooses to continue to harass Megd to get that nair. Now weapon starves for the bow. That was very nicely done.
Yeah, that was a very tough kind of showing there from Megd, who is really struggling versus that bow nair, and because of that, Flower able to build so much momentum into this game. Megd dash jump, side light, goes for the nair there, doesn't find it. Flower with the weapon toss, picks up the weapon once again. This game feeling basically all but over for the favor of Flower, but Megd gonna try his best to utilize this soft platform movement to get some space. Nice nair there, gets the jungle going. Nair, waits for it, goes for the end light, doesn't find it. Another end light from Flower though. Keeps Megd in the air. Megd fighting back with that ground pound on the gauntlet, charging up that ground pound once again, didn't find it. Flower dancing around Megd, using the movement against him, playing really, really well, getting those nairs to get off me tools, the stack option, and Orb is definitely going to struggle versus that option, where Flower is able to cover those landings by stacking on top of Megd. Orb not really having great options, only basically end light to get away from that nair. It's looking tough.
Quick little arm nair. Megd respects the D-sig. Flower just dash dance in the middle of the stage, just hopping around, having a grand old time, but somehow gets sent out of that stacked interaction. What? I lost track of what happened there. I'd like a clash and a weapon throw and a what and a scoop and away we go. Flower 2-1. That was a very, very funny last 10 or 20 seconds of the game. I don't know how to keep track of what happened.
Yeah, it was quite a crazy, kind of difficult thing for really any of us to track, because it just didn't feel right. It felt like Flower just kept getting hits over and over again. It just didn't feel like it was enough. It just didn't feel like it was doing much in terms of damage. But then again, like Yumiko having relatively decent damage on the hammer, on the bow, it racked up enough damage where it kind of lulled you into a false sense of like, okay, I'm not really getting hit by much. And then Flower hits you with a random hammer move and you lose your stock and you're like, dang, that's tough.
Yeah, Yumiko chip damage. It hurts on another level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Megd's gonna have to try and get hit by less chip damage and stepping up pedal to the metal on these gauntlets. Not a bad way of doing it. Yet to be touched on his first stock. 15 seconds in, or really 20 seconds in, only does Flower find the first hit, and that's an unarmed nair. Megd still just tossing this little Yumiko around. D-sig into nair, doesn't find his connection. Orb Sair could give Megd a very nice stock lead. Now off stage, Flower can't make it back. 30 seconds in, Megd grabs a hefty stock lead, making this game 5 look so much more believable. PJ, I know you and your fellow Megd believers are having a pretty good time eyeing down this game 4 right here.
Yeah, I would say that the name of the game is to like really lean into the Orb. Like Orb is just the weapon that will find a lot of these.
It's a very weapon.
Really tricky neutral interactions. Having a disjointed move like Orb, essentially a projectile in a lot of moves, like kind of where you want to be at. But that downlight side there will make it much harder for Megd to make it back. Tries to scoop up there, goes for the side stick as well, but Megd jumps over back to the stage, avoids the wall. Sidelight, nair, doesn't find it. Flower looking for that juggle, looking for that hit onto that soft platform, but can't find it yet. Megd will continue to be as elusive as he can be. Endlight and a juicy side sig. Megd not respecting that space. Slide charge into the down sig, but gets hit with a weapon toss, as well as the unarmed recovery to give Megd a chance to get back to the stage, but can't make it there. Gets the nair. That's going to be Flower taking that stock.
Flower, stock, or damage difference. We've seen him come back from this. I think we've even seen him come back from worse. But still, Megd is really on it. This is some of the better Megd gameplay we've seen in recent months. Really, Megd is on an upswing. So this could be looking very, very good for this long-term veteran here and all of his fans in the crowd right now. As the Sair gonna put Flower's second stock in jeopardy, gonna put his life at risk. That side light doesn't come through. Instead of Flower's own side light, he's able to follow that up into a nair. A lot of dashes, a lot of quick little whiffed nairs. Flower hits out a nair that doesn't whiff. The D-Sig, Megd dashes in and gets caught by it, reads the spacing wrong, but is still able to dash in for a sidelight side air. Megd just barely a stock up. All Flower needs is just a few more hits or one good off-stage interaction, even out the game, make this game 5 a lot less believable, but Megd is gonna make it a lot more believable. Weapon starving and off-stage unarmed Flower twice now, cycling gauntlets into orb, into gauntlets, into orb again. Flower now shifted into the orange, just now picks up bow. He has to stop the bleeding or else we go to a game 5 here. The side sig is a good way to start it.
Flower fighting back that side signature. I mean, the second side signature attempted from Flower. The second one fighting gets marked on Megd. Megd not really addressing those burst options you're not quite expecting versus bow and hammer. Oh, and Megd getting hit with a down air into the recovery. That's a lot of damage, especially with hammer getting buffed in the damage department. Goes for the short Yuken, doesn't find the KO though. Sidelight, looking for that last hit. Flower fights back unarmed, picks up a bow once again, goes for the nair there. Megd fights back with a side air. Flower having to recover back to the wall. Megd not even going for a down air. Does go for the down air a little bit too late though. Gives time for Flower to get back to center stage. The side air does clip and that will KO, and we're going to game 5.
Very nicely done from Megd. A lot of pressure on Flower now. Figure out how he's going to respond to a level 75 Petra, eyeing down what could potentially be his last game in winner's bracket. And yeah, your top 8 qualifying match, at least winner's side. So now we're going to be touching back down on Demon Island. A bit of change of scenery. Very, very fitting for this last game in the set here. Flower the first one to grab bow. Megd picks up gauntlets, and we're on our way, folks.
All right, here we go back on the Demon Island. I mean, it's the stage that we started this set on. Both of them rocking the Demon Island color scheme as well. Kind of blending in as much as you can. Megd getting a nice little open up there with the end light into the side light, some extra damage there.
Hide under the tree, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That's the place to be, and exactly where both of these players want to situate themselves anyway. Holding that center stage versus your opponent, not allowing Flower to get the signatures going, and not allowing Megd to get that very slow, methodical gameplay going on the gauntlets. Whip punishes the down sig there, and if you didn't know, you can sidelight that on gauntlets. If you sidelight so that it starts up underneath the blue little wisps and then gets the hit, it's a really good punish option there.
Megd's movement is actually looking pretty good in this last stock, and it's really starting to convert a lot more of these attacks. Just like you said, the conversion really starting to extend a lot more. Is very rarely starting to get just one-off hits a bit less often, and really starting to turn them into 2 or 3. That pivot there would have been quite a way to end out the stock. Megd might get punished for using his dodge during a GC, but never mind, another gravity cancel. Gonna let Megd grab the first stock a little less than a minute and a half in. Flower is now 1 stock down on Demon Island, but could very easily use the stage to his advantage. Nair is not the best way to use your stage. You gotta find like a dare or a hammer recovery or something.
Ooh, I don't like
that bow D-Sig is not even really gonna be enough, Flower. You gotta find something a little bit more to stop the extra credit, because now Megd is really starting to step up the pace of the game, and a confident, aggressive Megd is not the kind of person you want to be fighting, but never mind, maybe a little too overconfident. Flower doesn't even get the credit for that knockout. A complete oversight and overcommit gives Flower the confidence to maybe go a little bit more ham in this second stock game right here.
The damage shift already from just a slight misplay from Megd leads Flower now back into a very winnable position here, getting right back into this game. Crossing center stage. They're both looking for that hit down light in the cider. That sends at a terrible angle. Flower looking to tap in that KO with any means necessary. Going for the down sig there. Megd jumps back to the stage, avoids it. Flower scooping with these down airs. That's the D-light, weapon toss GC D-light unarmed into the nair. He doesn't KO quite yet, or maybe that was down air. Nonetheless, Megd corner to Flower. Very big opportunity for every orb player. The end light sends the other way as well. Goes for the dash jump downer into the wall, but the scoop will disarm Megd. Flower with an opportunity to seize this game back off the back of Megd Yeah, misplaying an edge guard sequence. Weapon toss there, going for a big hit, just needs the recovery, doesn't find it there. Flower encroaching forward after the D-line doesn't, or D-Sig doesn't hit anything, and the walk-up end line will close out that stock. Scary, scary game now.
This is part of the reason I love watching Flower and his gameplay so much, is because he's such a tricky little guy. Like, I don't know if it's just because I'm that bad at the game, but it's so hard to guess what he's going to do next. He's so unpredictable. He's so tricky. Megd, you see, a lot of the time is able to, has the patience and the mental willpower to wait out a side light side air, able to close out stocks on orb. But Flower is constantly going for these weird little cross-ups and is always breaking ankles and is always able to do something new and is always able to throw out an attack you haven't seen yet in the set. But Megd, tried and true orb Sair, it's yet to fail him. He is yet to find, he's really yet to struggle that hard against a stock, especially when you got a tool like orb on the side of your corner. But still, Megd low on damage. Can Flower close this out? A tricky, slippery little guy such as himself, or can Megd clutch it out?
I'm on the edge of my seat right now, Graffiti. I can feel Megd just going for that one read Flower with weapon toss downwards. Nice weapon toss for Megd to avoid. Avoids the Nair, the game winner. The Hail Mary. A side air comes out there, gets the downlight, gets the dodge out as well, gets the recovery, it disarms Flower. Megd playing flawlessly. He doesn't pick up the weapon. He picked up the wrong weapon. He wanted to pick up the orb and side leg, but he didn't pick it up. GC downlight, unarmed now. Megd, the one weapon star. Flower throws the bow away, picks up the bow again.
He can't get hammer.
It's one side leg. It's one side light. It's one side air. The Nair comes out from Flower though. It's
the hammer now.
Downlight. All right, here we go. That's the scoop. That's the game. Flower steals it away.
Flower.
It just wasn't enough. Oh my goodness, what a game, what a way to end.
Despite all of his best efforts, Megd giving us a fantastic show. Flower, the tricky little guy he is, just barely able to clutch out this sudden death game 5. Our last top 8 qualifying match, at least at the winner's bracket, at the hands of Hammer Dare. Flower will be moving on. Very nice stuff.
That was an incredible showing from both players, and I don't know if we can specifically get that replay, but Megd weapon tossed, picked up, like, tried to pick up a weapon, didn't pick up the weapon, and then sidelight it the wrong way. I think that was Megd trying to pick up an orb to get orb sidelight, and I'm not sure if it would have connected anyway, but seeing that moment where Megd gave a weapon back to Flower after disarming Flower with the gauntlets, I feel like when you have the weapon starve angle, orb versus unarmed, it's so potent, but there Megd just wasn't able to pick up the weapon, and it's so unfortunate. But man, what a crazy way to end that game. And that set, a really, really fun set to watch. And I see why their last match in Winters went the distance game 5 as well, because these two players are very evenly matched.
That last little combo from the gauntlets, like, that could have been it. That
right
was
here.
Yeah, that was so crushing.
Look, it's this. If he picks up an orb, it's so different. It's so different. The game is so different. And then, oh my goodness, that was so crazy. Oh, that hurts my heart a little bit there, but nonetheless, man, that was such a clean god, and it just makes sense. Like, I'm not gonna keep dwelling on the fact that he should have picked up the weapon, but that's just how close the set was. That it comes down to literal pixels. We are not close enough to pick up the orb. Really, really cool. Really, really cool set. I'm happy to see Megd on the Petra returning to form on the orb, but nonetheless, that's just the beginning of today's bracket, Moose Wars Primal Dawn. That's just our top 8 qualifying matches. So give you a recap, exclamation point bracket right now. Follow along with me. We got Challenger mode is the new tournament hosting, so make sure you have an account on that. You go over to bracket. We got our top 8 matches decided. I'm on the number 6 tab. We got BalloonBoy, Money Holla versus Marckiemoo and Flower. So once again, on the top side of top 8, BalloonBoy, Money Holla. On the other side, Marckiemoo versus Flower. I'm excited to see how those play out. But I believe that does it for our block. It was really, really fun to find out with you all who would be making it into top 8. But we have the winner side of top 8 locked in, and it's just a beginning now. Stay tuned for the rest of top 8 here at Moose Wars Primal Dawn. We'll see you soon.
And welcome back to Primal Dawn Moose Wars 1v1 tournament. I'm Tripped Up, joined here by Jiro to Death, and we have got an interesting top 8 to get into today. How are you feeling about it, Jiro?
Well, as per usual, every single time I would cast, and I'm gonna repeat myself, very excited and honored, and man, we're gonna have an absolute cinema set. As per usual, Tripped, we should get used to this. BalloonBoy versus Holla, dude. Like, again, I cannot understate how proud I am to be able to cast these two absolute bracket monsters, by the way.
These two have been at the top of the tier. Like, they've been top of NA for a very long time now. BalloonBoy, of course, being more of an, I'd say BalloonBoy's been around for a little bit longer, but still, both of them, as far as like being the bracket threats that they are, still relatively new in the grand scheme of things. But they've proven time and time again that they are indeed those bracket threats who could take down, whether it be winner's side or loser's side. Right now, they are on the winner's side of things, and they'll be fighting to get into the winners finals of this tournament. So right now, get into the map bans, and
we're already getting into it.
Nothing unusual to see from the picks here. We got a movie coming out from Holla and Diana coming out from BalloonBoy, which, I mean, to anyone who hasn't seen, BalloonBoy since the hatch, which updated blasters from being bottom 1 to being actually viable, we've been seeing a lot from this Diana on BalloonBoy. So glad to see it. Gonna get everyone on this Demon Island. Here we go.
Yeah, and here we go now. Holla already with the weapon pick and the greatsword, the tried and true greatsword, already getting some damage on BalloonBoy. Very good damage! Is that a perfect stock? That's already a 0 to that! How can I not pop off? What? How many seconds are we in? 20 seconds in, Trip!
That was like 15.
This cannot keep happening!
No,
15
really.
seconds in, yeah.
I mean, even though Greatsword got nerfed, obviously, it's not as good as it was because you can punish it. It still has a lot of force of those finishers, especially with the Mugi. That character is so ridiculous at times. And Holla proving and getting that
Oh my goodness!
He's looking up top to try and get recovery, but not able to. Now BalloonBoy over onto the blasters, gets a GC light into the side air. But he has got quite a bit of ways to go already. Rolling 50 seconds into the match, and he is down a stock plus some. Okay, but gets a down air.
Plus some, almost
double, but a little bit too risky. Might be the stock. Yes, it is. And Holla going up 3 stocks to 1.
Okay, honestly, Holla is just showing how much the greatsword nerfs like don't mean anything if you're just simply good enough, Trip. Like, look at this. 3 stocks to 1 already. Literally world record pace in terms like of any percent speed run of a set right now. Holla going absolutely crazy, but a nice GCN sig to finally shut down some of that momentum. BalloonBoy needs to do something quick. Because like Holla will run away with this set. Seems so.
Especially with all the damage and the defense that Mugi provides you, it's just like only a couple more hits, and that's gonna be a KO for Holla, getting the double recovery, taking it off the top. That is a very, very quick game number 1.
Was that even a game 1? That was like a game 0.5, man. What was that?
I don't know.
Jeez. I mean, I love to see it.
Oh,
exactly. High octane gameplay from Emogi, by the way. This is not usual. It's simply Holla being Holla.
Indeed. I mean, he is definitely the greatsword player in NA, the only other greatsword player that has really taken it to as much heights as Holla can is Use nowadays, but obviously that is South America. So here in North America, he is the greatsword king and proving it so. But now we're getting to map number 2 here, and this is, as you can see, a tri-plat map with this Mishima Dojo.
Mishima Dojo, yeah.
This is supposed to counter Holla right here. I believe that is the pick here. I was not able to see which maps were banned prior to Holla picking, but I'm sure he was left with no flat maps as an option, because that is going to help Holla greatly.
Right, and I mean, it does seem like BalloonBoy is already getting that movement in with these platforms. Definitely helping with this counter pick, okay? Getting a lot of damage, trying to get the classic Silite downlight into N-Sig. Holla does right through it though, into the D-Sig, tries to go for the crazy ground pound there, gets snared, back on the stage, finally playing some footsies again, because man, that last game, absolutely high octane.
Absolutely, they were gliding across the stage towards each other at that point. But yeah, here taking a little bit more time to place their attacks correctly. Well, I want to say more like BalloonBoy. Holla has still been going for a lot of these aggressive options, as you can see there, dipping on stage trying to get that back into the recovery to hit. Oh, that nice, very nice side air coming out from BalloonBoy there, closing out that stock, and a bit of a lead for him. He's gonna opt for that bow. He wanted to get more of those like cheese combos, as we saw a little bit ago. He tried to go for the classic cheeser combo with that Diana, which I mean, if you're picking Diana, you've got to go for that. It's like an unwritten rule at this point. Like, you can't not cheese with that. But that recovery cheesing off the top.
Of cheese.
And yep, that's gonna, that's gonna even things up.
I mean, yeah, even Steven here into second game. Holla looking very confident on the great sword, but same with BalloonBoy on the bow. Tries to get this edge guard. Ensig coming out with the double GC. Ensig gets that stock, almost perfect stock once again. Just back and forth like crazy. Holla and BalloonBoy giving us an absolute show. And I mean, look at this trip. Look at how far we got. This is amazing, man.
I agree. And that stock right there, I believe that was basically just because of Mugi's speed. You know, I talked a lot about how good it is with the attack and the... Wait.
That's it! That's it! Dude, Holla was overwhelmed there in that game, too. Dude, what is this said?
Like I was trying to say, it's that Mugi speed. As you can see, he's on the 4 speed with that speed stance, usually at 3, and that is the one problem with the Mugi. You know, that high that high defense and high strength is good, but when you can't move around the air and you're like a slug going around there, it's gonna be really easy for good players like BalloonBoy to pick you up, and that is exactly what we saw. So we're gonna see getting into game number 3 here. Who's gonna take the momentum going into game number 4? Game number 4 will be going into soon, but this is game number 3.
Yeah.
And now we got another map swap.
Yeah, you can't even know, dude. It feels like game number 4 because, like, again, they go so fast. Literally Sonic the Hedgehog type of fast in these matches. It's crazy. And now Holla is getting finally some advantage on this axe. Yeah, finally playing some axe. Oh, never mind. No, yeah. I mean, fair enough. Just going for the great sword. And he does. Okay, nice string with the gravity cancel punish there. Into side sig recovery. What was that? That's some crazy Mugi tech. Down there into Sarah as well on the great sword, throwing it away. Interestingly enough, tries to get the Ensig. Okay, BalloonBoy also finally got a weapon. Now finally playing some footsies again. Side down light into the reversal down sig. That's such a classic. Coming in from BalloonBoy's Diana.
See, if you're a low-ranked player and you fall for that and you feel bad about yourself, don't worry. Even pro players will still fall for it. And BalloonBoy showing us that today. Very, very nice. Okay, wow. I always just get taken aback at the amount of drift that he has on a Mugi's greatsword. I mean, he cleared almost half that stage with it. But okay, able to clear out BalloonBoy's stock with that recovery. And a little bit of damage built up onto him, but with that Mugi defense and with that strength, it's not going to take long for him to even things up. So let's see. Okay, gets a read as well with a nice 5-piece. Tries to extend things on stage, but picks up the read and he jumps out of it. Oh, that is not good for Holla, especially when he gets that down air. Okay, dancing around. Yeah, both
finally some footsies, even though just trading some hits here and there on the greatsword and bow. Holla though taking advantage, tries to get the weapon throw up into the recovery, gets punished. No dodge, nothing. He gets the dodge at the last second and comes back to the stage. Also punishing with the recovery on an arm, who gets the side sig as well on the greatsword. Oh man, Holla is playing out of his mind today against BalloonBoy.
Bro, BalloonBoy just launch padded himself into that side sig. I mean, I think it was obviously not intentional. Of course it wasn't intentional, but man, it's gotta feel bad. Now, Holla over onto his axe, so not his preferred weapon, but at least he's able to get some damage onto it. Now BalloonBoy's armed. He's gonna be looking once again for a D-Light into one of those KO confirms, or maybe an Insig, but no, the raw side sig instead. Very nice punish.
Man.
And he's gonna keep up with the on the bow instead. Okay, once again, wants to keep himself kind of spaced away from these weapons with these large hitboxes, as definitely what you could do with the bow.
And I mean, yeah, you've seen those SIGs on the bow, and I mean, I don't blame him, Trip, for staying on the bow. Those SIGs seems like they catch Holla off guard here, but I don't know. Okay, they're finally playing some neutral. What a nice dodge away from that side SIG from the Holla special. That's literally the Holla special, that side SIG. So very nicely dodged. I think, yeah, BalloonBoy's slightly getting more used to the greatsword, especially after that first match. That was a blitz. That was a blitzkrieg. Literally, that was just insane. But yeah, BalloonBoy definitely a lot more in control now in this game 3.
Yep, and they're both utilizing this platform pretty well. Oh, getting out there. Monty Holla is trying to get a dip down to get a side or a dare, but no, back onto the stage. They're both taken really far apart from each other. Obviously, Blasters, you want to begin that side light into Sayer, the new true combo. And when you're Monty Holla, all you want to do is catch a dodge. Both are waiting for the perfect opportunity. But there it is, that GC and Sig blasting him off the top. And that is be BalloonBoy taking this 2-1 to go into game 4.
Wow, wow. I'm absolutely taken aback by this set so far, and we're already going into game 4. Absolute cinema. Yeah, I gotta say it at least once tonight, because this is it. This is it. This is cinema, guys. If the chat doesn't enjoy this set, I don't know, then you don't enjoy Brawlhalla. Bar none. Like, how can you not? This was amazing so far. Now, okay, Monty Holla with the first weapon pick on the axe. Probably doesn't want it. Gets the end light. Yeah, throws it away. Goes back to the greatsword. The tried and true. BalloonBoy still trying to find a weapon. Never mind. Scrapping on unarmed. Finally gets the blasters. Okay, more footsies.
Monty Holla, well, he was not playing footsie. He was playing standees, just standing there doing nothing for a little bit. But sometimes you need that, you know, you just to take a moment just to evaluate what your opponent's doing. But that didn't seem to do much because BalloonBoy is now getting these side airs. They're very, very nice. They're so hard to react to, so you really gotta space yourself out properly. But when you're against BalloonBoy, he knows where to be, how to be the best. There it is. GCC light into the side air. Very nicely done. And I think he's gonna be staying on these blasters. Yeah, they've been doing them so well, very well so far. So let's see if it continues.
Yeah, it seems like he wanted to swap eventually to the blasters to just get a lot more damage and real estate in terms of just spacing with the blasters. And as you saw with those side airs, but now D-Sig, the double D-Sig! Is it enough? Whip and throw? And the side air just to confirm that KO. Monty Holla tying this game up again. 2-2 stocks. Back on the greatsword. Not surprised. Now BalloonBoy gotta fight for a weapon. Yes, the blaster, side air misses. Probably didn't get it, like he didn't get the proper hitbox precision, but it doesn't matter. He gets an absolutely insane and precise string there on the blasters. BalloonBoy definitely seems like he got some sort of download with the blasters.
Oh, absolutely. He knows what to do. I mean, now that you can spam these side lights a lot easier, he knows he could space them out, get these true combos with them as well. It really is such a good weapon now, and he's proving it here today. Okay, dashing rounds. Once again, using this platform has been something both these players been doing, but at the same time, it's been so much better for BalloonBoy being able to get away from that giant hitbox of the greatsword. And right there, Monty Holla is trying to dip down, but once again, BalloonBoy does not let him. He does not want to stay off stage for too long. He knows those D-Sigs, those dares, those side airs, all that from the greatsword is going to be detrimental to him. So staying on stage is key to winning this match.
Yeah, just overall these movement mix-ups coming in from BalloonBoy, but also Monty Holla with that platform, as you said. So well placed, like, he tries to, you know, platform cancel, dash, upwards, sometimes inwards. Like, there are so many mix-ups, and the fact that, you know, that platform keeps changing its position, right? So you gotta keep that in mind as well. You gotta, like, space around it. You don't want to get caught by those movement mix-ups. But yeah, Monty Holla now on the back foot, tries to get the stock recovery, not enough. On the greatsword, let's get the second one. Fishing some more. Okay, weapon throw just to break some neutral.
He's been doing a lot of weapon throws this game. Actually, the whole set. Monty Holla's just been approaching with weapon throw over and over again. Okay, nice side air closing things out there. Once again, of course, going to opt for that greatsword. He needs to build this damage quickly. BalloonBoy's momentum might be a little bit too much if he doesn't start it quick. So here we go. It's a small nair. Every little bit of damage is going to count exponentially more than BalloonBoy's. So it's got to be quick. Okay, come on. Once again, dash it around, playing some footsies. Neither one of them want to commit anything too huge.
Okay, weapon throws as well. Seems like BalloonBoy's fighting fire with fire there. Finally gets the blasters. Maybe that's all he wanted. Downlight recovery whiffed! No, that's a huge miss coming out from BalloonBoy, and Monty Holla is definitely probably laughing at the screen and like, nah, you could have won the game right there. You can't do that against me. You might have to take advantage now.
It was a little wonky with the GC, you know. Sometimes it's a little difficult. Right. But okay, he's not gonna drop it this time. But
there we go.
Not enough. Defense anchoring him to this life. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see. Can he do it? This is now or never. Holla once again throwing his weapon. He is not afraid to get disarmed. He just wants to get a KO so fast. Once again throwing it again. Will he do it again? Yes, he will. Just repeating on a loop. A broken record, but a broken stock. No, it's still here. Oh my goodness, how is this game still going?
I have no idea. Like, literally 3 minutes left. But with a side there, once again, BalloonBoy gets the 3-1 against Holla. But man, what a set. It felt like a Game 5. It felt like a Game 5 situation from how close it was and how intense. Man, that first game, again, I'm still flabbergasted after that.
Yeah, that first game was kind of the highlight there, but still, even then, they played so very well.
Even then, yeah.
That. But BalloonBoy's blasters, I made this joke before, but I feel like BB and BalloonBoy is definitely blasters. We got, you know what I mean? This got the blasters in there. He's so good.
It's dude, 100%.
Bow, blasters, BalloonBoy. There you go. That's what it is. Bow, blasters, BalloonBoy.
Yeah, dude, you got it.
I hope that is correct. Canonically, this better be correct because I don't know.
No, this is canon now. I don't care. This needs to be canon now. That's just too perfect.
BalloonBoy, if you're in the chat, please confirm that for me so I could sleep soundly tonight. But yeah, no, like I said, the blasters have just been on fire for him. As you can see by that damage distribution, it is basically all on those blasters. And of course, conversely, Holla was only on the greatsword. So masters of their craft, but ultimately BalloonBoy showing he is not just the jack of all trades, he is the master of all trades. So we're gonna be seeing here, get into the next sets. We have some quite interesting players, Marckiemoo and Flower.
Straight into it, by the way.
Yeah, I know, we don't have time to say anything.
Marckiemoo versus Flower from Flow State, excuse me. Shoutouts to Flow State, shoutouts to Perseus, both great clans. And here we go, Small World's End, game 1 already. Bro, I cannot even catch my breath. Marckiemoo was like fiending to play as well after that set, and I don't blame him. I would be fired up as well, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Okay, now...
I mean, I am.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? Now, Marckiemoo has been one of the main, of course, Scythe players for a long time now.
Oh my goodness!
Down airs over and over again. But Flower, okay, gets a nice D-Sig into the recovery. That is so very nice. I gotta say, like, some Hammer players can make it look very, very boring and just be stomp stare, stomp stare, stomp stare. But Flower, he's not that type of player. He knows exactly how to mix things up and be stylish with it, which is exactly what we need to see. But what we're seeing right now is Marckiemoo dominance with that GC D-Light instant recovery, KO confirmed.
Alright, then looks like we're gonna see some more Marckiemoo side. Yes, please. I mean, why not? Unless Flower wants to shut it down with this bow play. Definitely looks like it so far. Tries to get some end lights here. Marckiemoo does not get his strings. Never mind, as soon as I say that. Gets a 3-piece. Getting some more damage. I mean, Flower already on 2 stocks. Not looking good. Okay, down sig.
He's done 3... Okay, there we go. Let's say if there's a 4th down air in a row. This is about to look like my ranked games against Scythe players. But Marckiemoo, no, able to do something else with that side light. Getting him off. And once again, there is a GC D-Light into recovery. Can we get a 3rd one? Can we get all the KOs from a GC D-Light in recovery? Only time is gonna tell.
I mean, why not? Uh-oh. I mean, this is dangerous. For Flower. This is Marckiemoo in his flow state. Swapping clans here, it seems. GC down like ground pound, okay? Oh, tries to get the silent out. I saw like the first frame of it. Flower shot it down though. Are we gonna see the 3 stock or is it a Flower comeback? Honestly, this is the only 2 scenarios I can see happen. There you go, gets the end light. Good start.
A Flower comeback here, this would have to be absolutely perfect for Holla. And unfortunately, yeah, that break dance right there.
Against Marckiemoo, I don't know.
Nope, not enough. There it is.
Oh, man.
In Sig. Yeah. What a quick game. Just 2 minutes and we already have
fast game 1. Yeah. I mean, honestly, convincingly, too. I mean, Flower is a crazy player. He needs to adapt, for sure, to Marckiemoo's just absolute insanity and just craftsmanship on the side. That's how I'm gonna. It's literally craftsmanship.
I do have to feel a
Especially
little
with
bit
those
for
inlays.
Flower here because he is fighting a matchup that I personally would not want to be matching up with. Hammer against both Scythe and Gauntlets is not really the best, so I really would be struggling in this position too. But also you're fighting against Marckiemoo. I mean, like, that's the equivalent of going against Sandstorm back in the day, right? It's just like you're going against the king, as his title says, and he's trying to keep proving it. Oh my goodness. Once again, he is so good with these ladder combos. He'll bring his opponent up into the air, get the Sair, Nair, maybe a read to extend it.
And then you just cannot escape.
all he
Exactly.
needs are
Look at this
aerial
GC
moves.
downlight. Oh. Okay. Flower also fighting back though with those Enlights and Nairs. Nice. Okay. Kinda equalizing damage, but Marckiemoo is just hunting with this scythe. Down there after down there after down there just to get that first stock away. Almost flawlessly slowed. I mean, maybe a few hits from Flower, but man, it's looking like a Marckiemoo show tonight.
It's looking like the down air show tonight. Oh my goodness. Like,
Or a down there show, yeah.
It really is such a good attack, right? You can snuff out a lot of recoveries with it since it comes at a diagonal angle. You can get that little combo like you got to close out that stock, the down air into down air off the wall.
Oh man.
It's just down air on Scythe is just, I don't even know where to begin with that move.
Ridiculous.
But
I know.
Guichibu, he's began with it and he's ended with it because he's gotten so many kills.
Here comes the
with it.
D6. Here comes the D6 from Flower. Playing some classic Yumiko there, but I'm not sure if it's enough for Marckiemoo to like stop Marckiemoo. And look at this monster! Even on unarmed, he's like playing side. What would he even want? GC silent into recovery, weapon throw dodged by Flower. Man, just barely hanging on the second stock. Jeez.
So, as a part of Perzeus myself, I know that the Clan of the Day message is in the face of a monster, a hero always prevails.
You become the monster.
What happens with the hero is also the monster, because Marckiemoo has been a beast, destroying everyone with this Mordex.
I'll give you the flip side of that story. If you want to beat the monster, you must become the monster, in my opinion. So like, you definitely gotta fight fire with fire here, Flower. Yeah, there we go. Nice Enlight on the hammer. Finally getting that third stock away from Marckiemoo, but again, he's looking really healthy and ready to rumble here in this game too. I mean, absolute masterclass on the side. What else can I say?
Yep, and it's continuing. Flower disarmed. This is really not a good position to be in against the Scythe. You're gonna get outranged, outsped, out everything. Okay, once again, Marckiemoo keeping himself to the stage, but once he gets one down there, it's gonna be over. Marckiemoo almost getting caught by that GCD light, but there's the recovery taken off the top, and once again, a relatively quick game for Marckiemoo, 2-0.
Yeah, no comment on that. That was an absolute Marckiemoo show. Yeah, I mean, 2 stocks again. Like, what else do you want me to say? And we're going to Small Fortress of Lions. Interesting. What do you think this might help with, honestly? Especially when it comes to Marckiemoo. I mean, he's doing great on Small World's End. I mean, Flower, yeah, has the counter pick, obviously.
3, 2,
It kind of, really, it depends on how the platform is used, right? Because traditionally, the platforms are probably going to hurt Flower the most if he's on that hammer. But if Marckiemoo is sticking to the platform and stuff like that, maybe you can get some juggles, you know? You got the Nair from the bow, of course, Nair from the hammer, and a bunch of other options, the Enlight on the bow. So it really depends on how much it's used, but we're going to find out soon. Marckiemoo actually in a bit of a deficit right now, able to get a light into the Nair.
Oh my!
Side light. Here we go. Flower finally started getting
What did I tell you, man?
Yeah, but Marckiemoo was looking to disrupt his flow state.
Yeah, you must become the monster, and it seems like Flower is slowly getting there. Let's hope it's not too slow, though, because Marckiemoo is always a monster here. Even if it's gauntlets, if it's side, it doesn't matter. You're gonna get hit by those classic strings that you know and love or hate. It doesn't matter. Marckiemoo will always hit them, no matter what you say. I'm not glazing, that's just what's happening, okay?
I mean, glaze can be factual too, but still, Flower able to fight
slight
back
bias.
with that side air, or side sig rather. First time I'm seeing him pull that out this entire set. It's a very fast sig, but also if he gets punished, you are basically screwed. Playing a little bit of footsies right
Yeah.
here. Marckiemoo did a bit of a pump fake.
Oh.
Another weapon throw.
Oh my
GC delay into the ground
Dude,
pound.
what is he doing?
Oh, this is
What is he
tournament,
doing?
Marckiemoo. This is not experimental, Marckiemoo. This is a tournament. Money is on the line, dude. He doesn't care. It's not about the money for Marckiemoo. It's about being the king.
Care.
It's about showing him.
It's about the
and
legacy.
showing everyone else that he
Right.
is the one. He is the king.
I mean, hey, the title does not lie. Most obviously here. Nice down there, though. Shutting down the king, at least for one stock here. Marckiemoo. I mean, yeah, he's clearly the star of this set. So far, at least. Flower can bring this back. Look at this. Okay.
Very nice.
Oh, that cider is crazy. Downer recovery, but yeah, got recovered instantly. That ground pound, I didn't even get to say it. I had to say recovery because it was a split-second decision coming in from Marckiemoo, and now just getting a lot more damage on Flower. Jeez, man.
Flower, if he wants to win this, he's got to close things out now. I know he can do it, especially now over onto the hammer. He's been looking for that stomp there quickly, able to dodge away from that, and very nice stomp into the in-sig, and that's going to close out that
And
stock.
a weapon throw.
So this is the closest
There
he's
we
been
go.
so far. This is the first time he's taken 2 stocks off of Marckiemoo in this set. So is this going to be the time for him to pull it all the way around? No.
Oh,
Holding
no.
all the way around
No.
are Marckiemoo's legs. He gets the breakdance, gets the KO. 3-0.
No. Yeah, absolutely dominant 3-0 there from Marckiemoo. I mean, what else can you expect, man? That was so good. That was so good. Like, the gauntlets, immaculate. The sight, almost immaculate as well. Flower did absolutely great, though, especially in the last match, as you said. Got so much closer than usual. But, man, he, like, just did not get to adapt as fast as needed. And, yeah, that's a 3-0 right there. That's what you get, you know? You can't adapt to an absolute monster such as Marckiemoo is. That's just what's gonna happen. You say, Trip.
However, it is going to be winner's side right there, so he's still going down to losers. Flower will still be in this tournament, and we will see him later. But I believe we're going to be going to break here, if I'm not mistaken. So just stay with us a couple minutes, and we'll be right back.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back for with more Brawlhalla action. Rah.
And hello everyone, welcome back to Moose Wars Primal Dawn 1v1 tournament. I am tripped up, joined here by Jiro to Death, who, before we get into this top 8 action, has something to tell you guys.
Max mode, everyone. Max mode. It's gonna be so exciting. I mean, there's viewership rewards, there's in-person exclusives. I mean, look at that avatar. Look at that max mode avatar. It looks so cool. I want that. I probably won't be able to get it.
Yeah, I wish I could get that one.
EU. EU. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, very exciting. Do sign up if you can. It's a 1v1 and 2v2 open tournament. So yeah, very exciting. On April 25th till April 27th. So yeah, in Atlanta, because yeah, it's gonna be an in-person event. Make sure you go in there and have some fun, even if you're like not like a pro or whatever. Just the experience of a LAN is something I wish to have. Okay, so if you have the opportunity, try to get there.
I agree. The LAN experience is like none other. So that's in about 2 weeks time that Max will be taking place. So if you can, make sure to get your seat there, because it is going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully you guys will be there. Now, we're talking about, of course, a future tournament, but it's time to talk about this tournament. As we're getting into this lower side of the top 8, we have Guichibu versus Megd.
Ooh, I mean, again, high tier set here once again, and I mean, what else do you expect from Moose Wars tournaments? I mean, let's be honest. It's been cinema after cinema, and this is gonna be nothing different. Guichibu versus Megd. That's his in-game name.
There you go.
It's funny. I like it.
I gotta respect it.
Like,
I still got the Meg, so you know exactly who it is. Although the gameplay itself would probably tell you who it is after you see a little bit of it.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe Megd turns on his, more neutral switch rather than the passive switch. Well, let's find out. But getting to game number 1 here over on the small fortress of Lions. On over to his patented guitars. We'll see if he's able to get into Megd's fortress of... well, I've also said Fortress of Lions, but the Fortress of hitboxes that Orb can produce with that down air, for example, it is very, very difficult to get around. But no, Megd switching now over to the gauntlets, getting a sidelight recovery and building a bit more damage onto Guichibu.
Yeah. I mean, plenty of damage already built up by Megd, which is honestly unusual to say. But yeah, as I told you, the Petra pick, I kind of like it. I mean, the Orb, you kind of gotta be a bit aggressive with it. So yeah, I mean, look at these punishes. Very nice. Lots of damage already built up on Guichibu, and it seems like Guichibu doesn't have a response so far. Trying to get some hits, but Silent Recovery is gonna do it. That's already his first stock in this game 1. Swapping back to the gauntlets, Megd looking fresh. Honestly.
I agree. He's choosing the right times to engage. Right now, the guitars are kind of hard to get around because although they were nerfed in the damage center, they were not nerfed as far as their speed goes. So they're still a very, very threatening weapon. So I understand him trying to work around those. Right now, kind of dancing around each other. And a very unfortunate drop on Guichibu's part. It got him punished right there. And now Megd is looking to take over a stock lead right now. Let's see, tries to go for a nair. He's just looking for any sort of open up that could lead to a major string off stage. And that's the one he wants right there. Yes, GC sidelight into the recovery. Megd's looking like an entirely different player in this game.
I'm telling you, man, Megd on the Petra is literally like Moonir on the Petra. Honestly, gives me Moonir vibes. And I mean, listen, I love Moonir. I don't know if you know me, but I love Moonir. So that's a high claim and a high praise coming in from me. But yeah, it seems like Guichibu, I don't know, he's just throwing moves around, and it's kind of confirming, that theory where Guichibu's downloading for like the first 1 or 2 matches and then going absolutely ham on the reads, like on the guitars. You've seen it happen, Trip, so many times now. Like, it might be Caster's Curse though. Gets the down sig, finally shutting down that first stock away from Megd. Guichibu back on the guitars, the lightsabers. We love to see it. I mean, some guitars representation, there's not much in this tournament.
There's not much in general when it comes to tournaments, surprisingly, because I actually consider it to be on the top or the higher echelon of weapons right now, even with the nerf. So I'm surprised that more players don't pick it up. And this is actually my call to action for you to pick it up as well if you're looking for a weapon to get into. Guitars are definitely one of them.
Wow,
but right now, Guichibu is starting to make it look like you're not wanting to be on that.
Crazy.
Okay, but I got a good read there. Guichibu started to come online with these guitars a little bit. Megd,
wait a minute.
Got a lot of...
Okay,
yeah, okay,
silent save. Silence there, game 1 already taken away by Megd, but as you saw at the end there, oh, whoa! We got the tier 85 current battle pass skin on the Queen Knight and the lightsabers. They look so small in Queen Knight's hands there.
They do. Now
they look abnormally small.
Because you know, obviously Sword got a pretty heavy nerf, and that was of course the player or character that Guichibu was just playing with that Azuri. So now over onto the spear. The spear did not receive a nerf, and when all those top tier weapons got those nerfs, it made spear honestly a top tier weapon itself if it wasn't already, which is debatable in itself. So I actually kind of agree with this swap for the most part. It gives you a little bit more range, of course, with those big walled out hitboxes with the spear's side light and whatnot.
Huge signatures too.
Oh yes, yes. Nice. The strength and defense of this character, along with these signatures, are very, very cheesy. Only problem being, of course, that speed. But speed is not going to matter if you're going to keep wailing on these hits. There it is, a side air to continue this little string going on.
I mean, yeah, and look at these like small hits coming in from Guichibu, which is again very unusual for his playstyle. But I mean, Queen Knight, as you said, kind of slowish. You gotta be a bit more mindful of what you do and like what you're trying to hit, especially with the SIGs. They have a lot of recovery frames. You gotta be careful with those too. But once they hit, man, they hit like a truck. So, yeah, Megd has, as I said, Caster's Curse right there. Megd got absolutely pummeled by that down SIG, now into a grounded spear recovery. We've seen that a lot from Java recently. As you, I don't know if you remember, Java has been going for those, and it seems like it's a very viable option on the spear.
Oh yes, it is quite the weapon, and really, honestly, it's surprising how much we don't see of that either in 1v1s rather. It is a very popular weapon in 2v2s, one of the best for sure. But yeah, in ones, you just don't see too much spear, surprisingly. At least in North America, you don't see too much of it, but. I don't know, maybe Guichibu is trying to make this happen, but Megd got his answer of his own with these side lights there to close this out. What's he gonna stick to? Okay, so he's sticking to those gauntlets. Now, if Guichibu he picks up that spear, it's gonna be a bit of a bad matchup for Megd, but well, I eat my own words there because he actually throws it out. I don't know whether he's just confident with these guitars, but I feel like it might have been a little bit better to stick to that spear. I don't know.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, Guichibu, I don't think the matchup matters or like the weapon matchup. Guichibu is just confident on the guitars, so yeah, I'm gonna like agree with that. Especially when the download happens. If the download happens, it's gonna be very scary for Megd. As soon as he keeps getting those reads on the dodges, that's when Guichibu is the scariest. When he gets those absolutely nutty just strings, not skills. I mean, he got the skills, but yeah.
That is true. He does have the skills. Ooh. Okay, nice pickup there with the end light into the recovery. And now things are just about even. And Megd, he has been kind of having some trouble landing against Guichibu. Very nice N-Sig, but yeah, these D-lights on the guitars have been so very nice at picking up these strings. Okay, good pickup is there as well with the D-light into the N-Sig. Okay, and once again, opting for those guitars, like you said, he just wants to stay on them. He's got the download, or is trying to get it at least, more and more. It seems like it's been working. Very nice weapon there to cancel out that ground pound. There was barely any time to react to that, so if he had not thrown up that weapon, it would have been lights out for Guichibu.
Oh, what a dodge! Coming in from Megd. Wow, I did not expect him to dodge that, actually. That N-Sig, it hits so fast, but I guess Megd's reaction is just faster somehow. Now on the orb, gets the sidelights there and equalizes the stocks. Probably opting for orb, unless gauntlets, something. Yeah, and there's the gauntlets. Maybe going for a string. I mean, Queen Knight has a lot of defense. Maybe a Gimp even though Megd is not really the Gimpish kind of player.
Yeah, that is true. It does require a lot of sacrifice and risk in order to get those. And yeah, that N-Sig, the amount of force, just to give you a picture, that probably would have KO'd. I mean, probably, that would have KO'd, no doubt about it.
100%, dude.
And that's why so
even if it hit like with the last hitbox of it, it lasts so long too. And I mean, there's the recovery coming in on the spear. Guichibu equalizing the set right here. I mean, he got a sort of download, it seems, but like not fully. Especially on the guitars.
Yeah, but I don't know if that momentum we saw at the end there is anything for the rest of the games. I would say this is going to be more and more the favorite Guichibu, and I don't know. I'm just praying that Megd does not respond to that by becoming more passive, because I've been liking the amount of aggression he's been having. Like, honestly, it's refreshing to see. So hopefully he sticks to that. but only time is going to tell. We're going to get over to this next game, 1-1. Here we go.
And I mean, Megd over the years, he has been, you know, notorious for his neutral gameplay style, right? So, I mean, it's a nice change of pace, and I mean, sometimes, especially when you come across these monsters like Marckiemoo and BalloonBoy, just movement fiends, or even Guichibu to a certain extent, you gotta like step it up when it comes to movement and overall attack rate, because if you don't, you will just get absolutely pummeled, you know?
Yeah.
Especially if you get a download.
Now, right there, Guichibu could have gone for something bigger. He caught an air dodge, but instead opted to try and get this read with the GC side stick. I gotta respect it. I mean, it was very risky and didn't pay off, but still, if it had hit, it would have been so much extra credit. Okay, now Guichibu playing around this weapon. He's looking to go up and away. Once again, they're kind of spacing each other out. They've got both close-range weapons, so if they're not in the close proximity to each other, it's not going to be anything. Oh, the barely hits with that.
Yikes.
Oh, man, you know he was going for that ground pound, but it was just too close to
GC down like ground pound. Yeah, I mean, I think that was just a weird misinput coming in from Megd. He like got a bit of movement in, like movement inwards, and didn't get that ground pound, and that's gonna cost him probably. Sidelights there, never mind. We'll end that stock anyway. Now back on the orb. Finally. Whoa, never mind. Throws it away, gets it back on, tries to get the end light. Okay, Guichibu back on the spear, gets a recovery.
Oh my goodness.
Almost gets it. Look at the sick. He looks so sick, by the way.
Guichibu returning to his gold roots, throwing out 3 signatures in a row, 4 signatures in a row.
Yeah, but can I just say?
Let's go for 5. Yes, 5. We're seeing it.
There we go. 6? 6! Okay, let's keep counting.
Can we get to double digits?
Okay.
No, he ripped
7!
the ground pound.
Well, yeah,
does that
the ground
really count? No, it does not.
Nah,
but what will count is that recovery, sending Megd into the top of the map. And now he's opted for the guitar. So it seems like when he's on the spear, he just wants to go for these haymaker options, those signatures, the ground pounds, recoveries. But other than that, he just wants to be on the guitars and building up that damage with the strings. And that seems like a pretty reasonable game plan to me.
Silent Nair tries to get some damage. Megd. Okay, finally gets caught with those guitars. And I mean, again, as soon as you get caught with those reads, it's so scary. It doesn't matter who you are. You could be Sandstorm, you could be LDZ. It does not matter. You will get hit by like a 10 hit string. Yeah, that was a throwback, huh?
I know, right? Shout out to LDZ. And then any of the old heads in here that know who that is. I bet 80% of the audience is like, LD who? But it's okay.
Yeah.
All you gotta know is he's actually from like Megd's time, you know, very old player. But anyways, we're talking about this match right now, which is actually relatively even. They're both taking their time, making sure to place their options correctly. Guichibu now in the offstage situation, able to get back on, and of course rips the signature. Like I said, when he's on the spear, that's all he wants. He just wants the signatures and to get back to those guitars.
Honestly, it feels like an animation showcase of those signatures. You know, it feels like one of those Brawlhalla highlight reels when they reveal a skin.
Do we need like a hashtag ad? Like, is this sponsored?
Yeah, hashtag ad. Yeah, this might be sponsored. You know, I mean, it is sponsored by Brawlhalla. This is powered by Brawlhalla, so you're not technically wrong.
Maybe this was part of the contract. Like, if you're gonna use this skin, you gotta show off all the signatures.
Right.
Okay, I see you. Getting the bread, Guichibu, in more than one way.
No, at least 5 times actually. Never mind. At least 5 times, yeah. Because we've seen a lot of SIGs coming out from Guichibu not hitting, which is, yeah, bad. Because yeah, Megd, as we keep saying, a lot like very neutral based. Like sure, he is a bit more aggressive these days, but yeah, his neutral gameplay is crazy. So if you get a whiff, man, it's gonna be a world of pain. I mean, so far,
he sniffs out like dodges and opportunities like that, like a bloodhound. You know, he knows exactly when to come in on it. So, I mean, it is dangerous to whip any sort of move. But oh my goodness, disgusting
and
with that Insig taking
and
off the top, and Guichibu is be taking this 2-1. So now, like I said, this is the losers bracket now. So this is going to be tournament point here for Meg Drizzle.
Okay, so
Meg Dizzle, not Meg Drizzle. He's not drizzling, although his stocks have been drizzling out. So let's see, is he gonna be able to bring this back around?
Okay. Nice conversion, I guess, of words, but
I mean,
what I wanted to say is,
he's like, I mean, they've been
you're right.
slowly bleeding now, and now he's at tournament point.
All I wanted to say is how many of those SIGs got whiffed by Guichibu, right?
I wanted to look
he
at
gets the N-Sig and wins the match. That's how much it matters, man. Queen Nai hits so hard with those SIGs. Like, it doesn't matter if you whip 7 of those SIGs, you get the 8th one, you might win the match. And it looks like Guichibu did. Now 2-1 against Megd on Small Fortress of Lions. Game 4 now. Are we gonna see a game 5?
I don't know. Honestly, it feels like Guichibu has been taking this away, although Megd's been keeping it rather close. So, I don't know. It could go either person's way. But when Guichibu is on these guitars, I gotta say, is definitely in the favor of Guichibu. He's been getting some of the reads, a lot of the damage. Even if it gets just a few reads, the amount of damage that Queen Knight can do, even with just guitars, the lower damage that it has now, it's detrimental.
Yeah, detrimental, absolutely. I mean, look at this. Okay, it seems like Guichibu did get a few downloads, especially when it comes to these jump reads, as you saw. Those recoveries, I mean, they hit hard on Queen Nai, so you probably should stop jumping this much, Megd. Okay, ground pound. That was a weird whiff on that ground pound, by the way.
I'm surprised it didn't get punished, but wow, the very edge of that peeking over the corner. And he tries to do the same thing with his N-Sig, but unfortunately it's not going to work out. And Megd getting that down air that every single orb player loves. Like, that is what they dream of. Every night orb players go to bed thinking about that down air, colliding against the edge, but able to send the orb down in order to get that perfect edge guard. It's just, I don't know. They do it too much.
And also
going in for the risky option, he knows his time is limited on this stock, so he wants to try and get something quickly. But Megd, once again, kind of reverting to his neutral state, throwing out these down airs, approaching slowly but surely, and there's the side air to close out the stock.
Right. And I want to add to this, speaking of, you know, Guichibu just spamming the SIGs, because literally that's what he did. He had 10% signature accuracy with 21 SIGs being thrown out.
Oh my goodness.
Which is kinda bad. I mean, he still won that match, so I mean, does it even matter anymore? I guess not, especially if you play Queen Nai. You got just so much damage, even if you whiff the SIGs.
I think the moral of the story is, if you're a gold 6 spammer, you have a chance to, you know?
Yeah, to become a pro, exactly.
He's trying to represent all the 6 spammers out there. He's like, you guys
exactly.
matter too.
Shoutouts to the 6 spammers, you know? I mean, you're literally, like, what, 80% of the player base? So, I mean, you're a good chunk of why we can run these tournaments. So, hey, shoutouts to you. Silent here coming in from Megd. Swapping back to the orb again. Okay. Perhaps trying to get this stock away. Gets a recovery. Nice jump read. Guichibu on his last stock. No weapon either.
He's staying over to the orb. As you can see, he's starting to realize if he wants to take this away, maybe the orb is the one to do it. But now over to the gauntlets and keeping Guichibu up in the air, getting a nice end light, and he just he always gets this extension. He always goes for the end light and he gets the D light afterwards, which can extend into a true combo. Very nice GC sidelines recovery there. Once again, catching the landing and the recovery. Megd,
man.
Just turned what was going to look like a 5-minute game into just a 3-minute game, I believe. So very nicely
And guess
done.
what? Not just a 5-minute game. We're going straight to game 5 as well.
Oh.
How about them apples?
Good transition there. Yep, you're right. It is going to be game 5. And I mean, I wasn't expecting us to get here. And now Guichibu locking in the anti-drip.
Default Queen Nai!
The anti-drip.
Let's go! Nah, honestly, I like default Queen Nai. I don't care what anyone says. Like, I hate the playing against the character, but the design is actually nice. I mess with the design a lot.
Yeah, it is pretty cool, I've got to say. Yeah. The only thing I dislike is when I'm trying to search in a list of names of Queen Nai, and they always put Queen Nai in the ends because, you know, Nai, but it's like, I'm looking for Q. It's like, why do you even do that?
Right.
Anyway, it's a very niche topic because only a few people are looking at that. But anyways, not important. We're getting to game number 5 here over the Demon Island.
This is important.
We've got a map swap. We no longer have that platform with the Small Fortress Alliance, and I'm interested to see how this is going to change the dynamic of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, here we go. The final destination of Brawlhalla, the Demon Island. And I mean, honestly, a very interesting choice of a stage because it probably, you can KO very early with Queen Nai with the signatures, especially with the neutral sig on guitars. So maybe that's the choice. I mean, again, Megd here with the Swerve Drip, trying to get some hits. Shoutouts to Swerve, by the way.
Indeed.
Amazing content creator.
Indeed, indeed. But
now,
we're
honestly,
starting
kind of running away.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that he was going to continue that momentum of being more aggressive. But yeah, both of them right now, it's not just Megd. Both of them are falling into some intense neutral right now.
Honestly. Yeah, it's not just him. Let's not put it on him. I mean, Guichibu as well, okay, tries to get a few hits, but like, yeah, he backdashes. Like, they're respecting each other, see? They're respecting each other like space. I get that. Oh, the GC Ensig, that's a huge punish with the GC Silent recovery coming in from Megd. Now, even Steven on the damage on their 3 stocks. This might be a 7-minute match.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna see it go to overtime. Sudden death. We gotta see some of that happen. Have we seen a sudden death in like an actual tournament game?
In an actual tournament?
I don't know. Like,
no, there must be one, right?
There has to. I mean, like, there's had to be someone who took it to 8 minutes in tournament. There's just, I don't know. Anyways, Guichibu ripping a random D-Sig there. I don't know what his plan was on it, but okay, able to get the read and the recovery, taking out that stock almost 2 minutes in. Yeah, this is gonna be a long one.
We love to see it, yeah, and I mean a long and strong one for sure. The set, okay, the match. Calm down. All right. Now on the Qatars. Never mind. Just throwing away the Qatars. That's very odd coming in from Guichibu, and it instantly gets punished for it. Like Megd was like, no, you know, you're gonna throw the Qatars. Okay, I'm just gonna punish you because I'm not scared of you anymore. You know?
Yeah. Even Grogu right there was confused. He shut himself off. He's like, what in the world is my player doing? Like, why would he throw away his weapon? Might have been a misinput or something, but still, right now, falling back into more than neutral. Guichibu taking to the skies a lot. Really been taking his time to fall back down.
Both
now that he
taking
doesn't
to
have
the skies.
Yeah, he doesn't have a platform to fall back down on. Okay, nice read right there. Tries to extend it, but not able to. Megd, now he's got a bit more damage built up on him than Guichibu does, and that is going to cause him to go back into his neutral state. Okay, but he's going to get an open up.
Oh! Very good dodge though coming in from Megd. Tries to get the near conversion, Guichibu, but did not manage to. Now again, Street Fighter 3 third strike footsies here. I mean, yeah, if you're a fighting game fan, like this is normal, but during platformer fighters, this could be like the most boring thing ever to watch, and I don't blame you. Like, this is not boring if you like, you know, you're well versed into the game and you're like, okay, he cannot approach in that way, so he needs to like go up or high or low. I mean, I get it. I mean, I understand, but it can be, it can be a bit much. Gets the GC downlight recovery though. Megd gets the advantage. We'll see if that's gonna last though.
I don't see it lasting for too much longer. Guichibu can rip one signature. Any one of them would be able to KO from like the middle of the stage. So he's gonna have to be very careful. And Megd, that is exactly what he's gonna be. And Guichibu, of course, ripping out these signatures. That's what he wants. Yep, there's the N-Sig gonna hit grounded, and that is going to take off the top. This is completely even. 1 stock to 1, game 5. I mean, I want to sound hype, but at the same time, I feel like it's gonna be about another 2 minutes of gameplay.
No. I can hype it up. Watch. All right. Oh my goodness. Okay, some crazy neutral going on. Okay, gets a sidelight, tries to get the recovery, did not get it though. Okay, Guichibu trying to get something, hopefully downlight, did not connect though. Okay, just staying in the air, and Megd seems like he doesn't want to approach as well, but it's fine. Finally gets a sidelight, though not enough. Okay, Guichibu finally gets some hits as well. Nice nair. See, that's how you do it, Trip.
I appreciate your effort, and I will turn in suit. So right now, of course, Guichibu, like I said, is staying in the air. He's just like taking some balloons into the air, trying to float as long as possible. But a double end light from Megd is going to push Guichibu farther into the orange. Got a spot dodge there. Could have been read out, but not this time. You see, Guichibu gets a nice GC end light, but isn't able to get any follow-up after it. Okay, gets a nair into the recovery, try to get a double. This is getting closer and closer here to the knockout. Once again, a spot dodge. That's the second one in a row after a side light. Will there be a third one? I think if there is, that's going to be the end. Oh my goodness, the very particles of that signature barely not connecting. Oh, this is so close. This is so close.
Yeah, this is so close. Oh, did you see downlight? I mean, downlight into N-Sig. The double N-Sig, not enough to KO. What? The triple N-Sig. Oh my God. Who would ever do that? The triple down Sig on Queen Nai, and Guichibu gets the set. Oh,
N-Sig, bro.
That was so hype.
Oh, yeah, no, really, at the end, they were able to turn that thing around.
The triple N-Sig.
Who goes for 3 N-Sigs like that? I
said D-Sig, I think.
No, you did, but it's okay, because either way, it's just as absurd.
It's a signature either way, okay?
No, it really is.
Same thing.
I mean, we know obviously that Queen Knight signatures are so
Oh,
cheesy,
man.
but at the same time, what in the world? Okay, all right, we gotta catch our breaths for a second. Okay, now, all right, we gotta move on to the next match. So, who we got next, Jiro?
We got Bunny. Oh man. Oh yes. Yes. I didn't even finish to say it. Bunny versus Snowy. This is one of my favorite sets to cast and to watch because I want to see the double Rayman. I want to see the Rayman mirror match.
I don't think
Probably
you're gonna be
won't see
seeing
it,
that.
though. Yeah, Snowy on the Zol, you know, I get it. But I mean, Bunny's Rayman, the offstage beast. She is crazy offstage. You can never underestimate Bunny offstage. Snowy as well, very good neutral, very good on-stage play, so it's basically the yin and yang of Brawlhalla right here.
Yeah, and you got two Axe players going at it too. There's not very many NA Axe players, I gotta say. It's definitely on the lower end as far as the usage rate goes in pro play. So it's nice to see a bit of a ditto going on as far as that goes. But yeah, those alternative weapons. We got Cannon, which is very much not seen. Definitely one of the least played weapons in competitive 1v1 play. And then Gauntlets, which is the exact opposite. It's used by a lot of players. But either way, these are two very exciting players, and I'm excited to get into this set. Here we go. Game number 1.
Here we go.
Snowy versus Bunny.
Yeah, and here we go on Miami Dome for game 1. Interesting choice. I mean, again, double platforms, you know, definitely used for movement, as you just saw literally like 3 seconds in from Bunny. Snowy already getting the 2 weapons on the stage. Bunny trying to get a weapon, maybe, unless she wants to fight unarmed.
It's a little early to start doing that, but, you know, I respect it.
Yeah.
But nope, able to get onto the Great Unarmed, also known as Gauntlets. Now, almost got a bit of a read there, but not able to. And once again, throwing out the weapon, so she really is not afraid to go in this unarmed. But that is going to cause her some problems when that axe is out there. Look at how much damage that did. Just about 5 hits and already in the orange. Tries her up a GCD sig. That's exactly what Bunny is known for. These very random options. I gotta say, most of the time it actually ends up working, but this time to her detriment, and is able to get a punish. Snowy's looking to close up the stock pretty early here.
I mean, maybe looking to end the stock. It seems like he got that enough damage, and he was like, okay, now I'm gonna take it slow and just take that stock away slowly but surely so I don't get damaged. I mean, Eli, that's definitely gonna do it on Zol. 9 attack, base stance. I mean, yeah.
I didn't look to see if it was 10, but I wouldn't be surprised.
No, it might be 10. I don't know. I didn't look at the stances. But yeah, Bunny trying to fight back on these gauntlets now. Does not get hits, finally gets a side there.
What?
GCN light! Who does that? Who does that? And the recovery on an arm to end that stock in the most Bunny fashion possible.
Like, somehow was able to correctly space that attack with the little, like, below stage bubbles. I don't even know how you do that. I could not even begin to explain it. But either way, we are about even here now. Bunny getting in and like into the nair. Oh, ground pound almost hit it, but no, not able to that time. Still, that's a considerable amount of damage built up onto Snowy now, getting things evened up. Snowy extending things after that end light, but isn't able to find a hit. Bunny back on stage now, getting the nair into the end lights. Things are pretty even here.
Down light, side light. Tries to get the nair after, but gets instantly punished by Snowy. By his axe. Oh, downlight. That almost KO'd off the top once again. The same way her first stock went away. And I mean, Snowy threw that axe away, probably hoping for some cannon or unarmed. Is this egoing? I mean, already?
I think it's just
again,
good
we're
play.
used to this. Yeah, but like we're used to this from Snowy, you know, some egoing, like some unarmed and just some trolling here and there. Even though it was to his detriment, GC is Silite into recovery. He's gonna take that second stock away from Snowy. Now back on the gauntlets, Bunny, she wants to throw some hands on Snowy. It seems so.
She is definitely getting all up in his space right now with these gauntlets, rushing forward, able to get the GC end light after the side light whiff. Once again, just giving Snowy no room to breathe. Okay, able to get the side light pickup to get himself out of this combo, but still Bunny is right back to it, pressing play on the remote to try and get this to a game 2. Here we go. Obviously, we can make game 2 no matter what, but still he wants as quick as possible. Okay, Snowy able to close things out with another D-Light. That's kind of funny. They get 2 D-Light KOs with the axe. You don't really see that. I mean, let alone 1 in a game, but 2?
I mean, I mean, it is pretty ridiculous, but at the same time, it's a pretty good KO option if you really think about it. You stay grounded, very good anti-air as well, honestly decently fast as well, so I don't blame them for going for it, especially, you know, against someone like Bunny. She is very jumpy, she likes to stay in the air a lot, and honestly sometimes Snowy as well, even though now literally contradicts my points and stays a lot more grounded.
Yep, well, Caster's Curse, as you said, very real thing.
Always.
Now, Bunny, once again, just hunting off stage, knows that one little ground pound, maybe even nair into something like a weapon throw off stage would be able to take the stock, but he's gotta be careful. Yeah, that downer almost doing it there. Snowy, no options. He's gonna fall, and that's gonna be game number 1 going to Bunny.
There's that. With the well played coming out from Bunny after that stock loss, but hey, game 1 already went by and we're straight into game 2. Yeah, I wouldn't say, you know, Bunny deserved to win, like in terms of like in that way, you know. Snowy, yeah, that was just weird. That was a weird way to end that first game. So I'm hoping for a more you know, obvious winner for game 2, you know.
We'll see. I mean, I do like to see our games neck and neck. The competition is always fierce, but yeah, that was a bit of a strange one. But again, game number 2 now. We have got Small Fortress Alliance, so we're going to be removing one platform from the equation. We want one that's be moving around, oscillating back and forth. And yeah, but relatively so. I think this is going to be a similar game dynamic. We got Bunny staying in the air as usual, and you're still throwing at the weapon, not afraid to mix things up with the weapon throws in an arm. Give it a stutter stepping in there. That's an ego on the GCD sig. That did not work the first time, so she's like, I've got to make it work one time, right? It's got to happen.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, she definitely did that stutter step on purpose. Nobody does that, especially at this level of play, out of accident, okay? I don't want to hear it. That is definitely some like, okay, come here. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you with the side air type stuff, you know? it's kind of just funny. It feels like a Tom and Jerry episode, you know? In a nutshell, that stutter step. I can literally hear the sound effects, right?
Yeah. Right, little tiptoe sound effects. I actually, pretty nice. Bro,
Yeah.
That's what we need in the game right there. That would completely fix the game right there.
Yeah,
Some
dude,
tiptoe
custom sound effects, give it
on the
to
stutter
us.
step.
Custom sound effects.
It's alright.
Imagine the bonk sound effect on the hammer.
I know, right? Or
That would be
what I
great.
want that for is like the Gauntlet's ground pound. That is the perfect bonk right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, perfect.
But still, that's axe
Okay.
side air, a bit of a bonk itself, able to get almost
Yeah.
off the side. But Snowy is going to continue extending this extra credit here. But,
Oh.
Oh man, very nice. 2 of the ground pounds are going to build up quite a bit of damage.
The recovery.
Pressing for a third.
Whoa,
Yeah,
what
this is
the?
nice.
What was that recovery? That was literally grounded recovery on axe. Did you see that? Only Bunny. I'm telling you, only Bunny goes for that. The GCN light on gauntlets to get that stock somehow. Like, dude, options. Someone said in chat earlier, options. The backward swaggy weaponry to the double nair. GC down like ground pound. Okay, Bunny seems like she flipped a switch or something on her gameplay because she's going crazy, and I mean, looks like Snowy won't take that for granted. Getting a lot of damage.
Yes. And trying to continue it with the double nair into the down air. Snowy, looking a little bit worse for Ware. Has only recovered to get himself back up, but no, that's going to be it. That stop being closed out, and now Bunny with more of a lead now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, decent lead. Even though against Zol, can you even call it a lead? Let's be honest here. I mean, just a Sair, just an N light even, or maybe a D light. Who knows? In a weird way, like, you know, off stage, if, you know, we take a chapter off of Bunny's playstyle. Like, she's that crazy. Like, in terms of off stage and just option choice, I don't think, like, she's unrivaled. Like, what is that? Downlighting to the other side and then GC Silite right after. Who does that? Unpredictability. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yep.
Snowy somehow saw through it though.
Honestly, I think Bunny could be replaced with like an RNG as far as the options she chooses, and honestly, we'd probably see the same type of gameplay because it has been absolutely bonkers. I mean, like, for example, those GCD sigs that she does on the axe, like, it makes no sense, and yet most of the time it works, and it's like, how?
Yeah.
That's not supposed to work. But no, Bunny doesn't care what's supposed to work. It's all about what she's gonna manifest. And right now she's
Yeah,
manifesting
honestly,
another game. Oh, wow.
a lot of damage.
Throw.
Manifesting a lot of damage, and I mean, what else can I say? This is what happens when you have a signature playstyle. Bunny, she definitely has a signature playstyle, especially on the gauntlets. Like, it's just absolutely insane choice.
Oh yes. The only thing
choices.
predictable of Bunny is her unpredictability. So that's what I like to
Right.
see. Love players
Exactly.
like
Very well said.
that.
Oh, the stutter
again.
step into the seer! The GC
nice.
side to get that game away from Snowy, and it's already a 2-0.
Indeed
You
it
literally
is.
don't see it coming. Persona 5 type stuff. If you know, you know. Man, 2-0 already for Bunny, and again, sometimes I'm just flabbergasted because like sometimes I really don't know how to cast this. I just say what happens in real time because I cannot like have any sort of insight on Bunny because it's never true. It's either say, oh, she's very aerial. No, then she stays grounded. Then she goes off stage. Then she just stays on stage. You never know, man.
Very, very true. And Snowy, unfortunately, falling victim to this unpredictability so far in this 2-0. And this is his time to do it because this is the elimination bracket. So if he loses this game, this will be his end of his tournament run. He will have to pull out all the stops if he wants to stay in it. And Bunny is still doing her thing with the GCD sig.
Dude.
I mean, at some point, she might have just done it as like a misinput, but you never know. Because honestly, it's just like, what are we doing? 3 D6s have already been ripped this game. There's the recovery,
Into the
double
double
recovery to take off the top. Bunny is trying to make this a quick
hilarious,
3-0.
This is hilarious. The option choice of Bunny is literally unrivaled on any of those 2 weapons. The Rayman, dude, I love to see it. I love to see some creativity that actually works in the highest level of play. Like, this is not a, you know, an experimental match. This is a tournament.
Oh,
Like-
not at all. It's looking like an experimental match by the way she's playing.
does.
Look at that, the down air to the GCD light.
Oh my
really just trying to
God.
push herself as far as she could go with these crazy, unpredictable options. Once again, pushing Snowy off stage with the gauntlets and light. There goes the side air. Once again, hunting down there, and there it is, the quick ground pound to shut out any chances that Snowy has. He's still got a chance, but still, it is rapidly dissipating. This has got to be all or nothing. Snowy has to play perfect for Holla if he wants a chance of taking this. But there it is. Okay, nice recovery, hitting the back end, and that is going to be evening, well, not evening up the stocks, no. But this is now only a 1 stock lead, so still possible.
It's still possible, but I mean, I'm not sure if Bunny keeps up with being just so unpredictable and just finding the hits though. Like, it's not just whiffed hits for nothing, but I mean, looks like Snowy got some sort of download on this unpredictability, getting lots of damage already on Bunny's second stock, and this is looking like a comeback scenario. Nice recovery, coming back on the stage from the wall. Bunny, this is looking bad though already. I mean, Snowy, as you said, this is not impossible.
No, not at all. Especially when he's been doing so good. Well, I say that, but instantly a 3-piece coming up from Bunny's axe, and now he's already in KO %. Snowy has got to play perfectly, closing it out with a side air, but yeah, look at that. Any sort of signature, I think, would be able to take it out, other than maybe, like, I don't know, a GCD sig on stage, which is not ruled out,
Why
but
not?
still. I know, right? But yeah, there it is. It's over. I didn't think that was going to KO, but there it is. 3-0.
And that's a
Bunny.
3-0 for Bunny against Snowy. What an insane performance, man. Dude, I don't care what anyone says, like, yeah, oh, why did she go for that? That's so random. Why would anyone ever do that? Because you win tournaments with it. This is what it means to have a playstyle. This is what it means. You're just so unpredictable, like, you're used to like the generic Rayman stuff, right? Or like the generic axe stuff, the generic gauntlet stuff. You don't see it with Bunny. You don't. Even if it's like on stage or off stage.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, I mean, well played from Snowy as well, especially at the end there. Tried to pick up the slack, but just too little too late. That insta side sig ending that set. Yeah, that was just crazy.
That's correct. But yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see more of Bunny later on. That's what I gotta say. But yes, Snowy will be exiting the tournament here. But still, good job to him exiting this tournament here in the top 8. That is no easy feat. But yeah, now we've got There's more to get into. Now, are we going to a break? That is the question of the
I'm
day.
pretty sure this is it for us.
Also, before we go into that, second, I just saw in this Discord chat that Sparky said, "Never forget the Crocky I throw timeout." So we were just talking about that, about how you know, we weren't sure if anyone ever went to you know, timeout or sudden death. Apparently that happened a very long time ago because both Crocky and I throw very ancient players right there. But yeah, the fact
also,
that
Sparky, I'm a huge fan.
Insane.
I'm a huge fan. I love you. I love your casting. Okay, but yeah. Anyway, this was an absolutely insane tournament so far. Again, an honor and a privilege to be able to cast these players and these sets. This is history, man. This is history in the making, and like I'm so proud to be a part of it with you, Tripped Up. We're doing
Absolutely.
like I love casting with you, man. It's always a blast.
Absolutely, same to you. And of course,
yeah, sorry. I just want to add challenger mode, okay? Please make an account. Please do it. It's the future of Brawlhalla esports, and it's exciting, okay? It's exciting. They're working on it. It's gonna be even better. So stay tuned. It's gonna be great.
And make sure to get your username, because you can't get one if it's already been taken. So make sure you get yours and don't have to add any underscores or numbers in there, because no one likes that. But yeah, that is going to be it for us. So thank you to everyone for having us. Thank you to Moose Wars for having us on the stream. Thank you to Jiro for co-casting with me. And good luck to everyone else still in the tournament. It's been awesome.
Love you guys.
See you guys soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to Moose Wars Primal Dawn. We are in the midst of a top 6 here in the 1v1 format. My name's PJ the Pup. I'm joined by my good friend Sparky. Sparky, how you feeling about the bracket today?
I'm excited. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it move through the bracket, which, you know, we're on challenger mode. It can be a little tough sometimes. I'm just kidding. Everyone needs to shut up and and get on board, because that's the way the train's going right now. So yeah, we got a great bracket here, right? Yeah. We're moving into the elimination side of things. We just saw some great matches in the upper side of the bracket. Bunny's victory that we just saw in the Rayman was fantastic, but now we're changing things up just a little bit. We're going to get some Guichabou that we saw earlier, of course, coming in with the Queen Nai here, but it's going to be Guichabou versus Money Holla.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see when last time I personally casted Guichibu this tournament. Guichibu was playing a series, so it's cool to see Guichibu locking back in on the Queen Nai. I was talking a lot about how I think this Queen Nai pick will be very strong for Guichibu moving forward, and happy to see it here versus Money Holla, who's sticking to the Amugi. Even after all of the Great Sword nerfs, we're just going to be sticking to the weapon that got him here. I'm excited to see how this set plays out.
I still need to be convinced of the Queen Nai. I still am not feeling it specifically. I don't think there's any real reason to move away from the Lin Fei, but, you know, we'll see if Guichibu can convince me. This is yet another chance for him to convince me that this is the right pick going into it. We'll see what he does against the Amugi here. Starting off relatively slow, Guichibu just coming off of a very set that he played up against Megd. So that's probably somewhere he's reasonably comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw in Money Holla versus Bunny in the winner's top 8 qualifiers that Money Holla is really good at slowing it down as well. So Guichibu is definitely going to be leading into that for a while. But Money Holla is going to find the string on the ledge. That's one of those situations where Great Sword, no matter what state it's in, that's basically you're essentially gone there, getting the 3-piece into the upper finisher. So Guichibu, I mean, you kind of maybe cursed it a little bit, but yeah, we're yet to see the Queen Nai really come into effect here.
Ooh, nice punish there off of the spot dodge on the neutral light that came up from Guichibu and whiffed. Okay, there's the one piece. Does disarm himself and immediately retreats over to the right-hand side. Does pick up the weapon. I think he was starting a neutral signature, but got interrupted by Money Holla.
Yeah, exactly. And Money Holla dashing back, punishing the GC there from Guichibu, trying to get some sort of option out, going on the offense to play defensively, but Money Holla punishes it perfectly with a 6-piece. And Guichibu, I feel like, kind of deer in the headlights right now, just taking a second to maybe compose yourself, because this is not going the way you planned.
Yeah, Money Holla's timing has been really good so far. Like, the positioning has been pretty good from Guichibu when he tried to pick up those neutral signatures, but the timing from Money Holla, he saw it coming, and because Guichibu was doing them in the air and gravity canceling them, that meant the dodge was gone when he missed. So that's why Money Holla was able to go for like the full string after that and actually confirm the KO as well. So it's just like everything's going really well for Money Holla right now. Guichibu is giving him these like major openings for punishment. His timing on the spot dodges are great. That was almost fantastic as well.
Yeah, I love to see the Qatar play, the weapon that we all know and love from Guichibu, and they're punishing the N6 from Money Holla, tries to use that as a get-off-me option. Guichibu punishes accordingly, but, I mean, even though Queen Nai has high defense, you still don't want to bleed the damage, because that down sig will put you in a bad spot off stage. Guichibu has to make it back going low to the wall. He does weapon toss up to give some space, but Money Holla waits out the reversal N6. He's in his head, Sparky. It's looking real bad.
Why is he just continuing? That's it. Why is he continuing these neutral signatures? What? Where is, like, that's the most punishable one. It's, like, kind of the worst one. Like, it has a lot of strength behind it, and it'll carry you up into the air, so it'll get you closer to the blast zone before launching your opponent. But, like, it's so punishable. It happened, was it literal three times? The 3 times he tried to use it, he was punished every single time for it?
Yeah, exactly, and that was something that I know previous casters were pointing out as well, where Guichibu throwing out a lot of signatures, but not a lot of connections. And Money Holla is on top of it. It's definitely not it, especially when you're getting hit by Greatsword strings. Even though they nerfed, sidelight into dash back, you still have way more than enough time to avoid Queen Nai GCN sig. So definitely,
yeah, exactly.
Maybe something. Yeah, you got to do something different to try to get out of it, because right now Money Holla running away with the game. I call him a smothering playstyle, and he's smothering Guichibu right now. It's not looking great.
Yeah, just Guichibu is looking like he's not looking like the caliber of player that we know he is. Exactly. And that's what the biggest surprise is. Ooh, chase dodge is there, but the immediate turnaround from Money Holla could potentially run the game here. He's playing a lot more aerially here with the down, or with the side airs, the down airs, the neutral airs as well. Another down air there, but a nice dodge from Guichibu. The recovery comes out. Even when it's not just a completely grounded game, Money Holla's getting the better of Guichibu and gets the KO, hitting that from the middle of the stage, and a side signature for celebration.
Yeah, and situations like that for Money Holla, where Guichibu tries to get like some sort of preemptive option out, especially signatures like that one. That side's
gotta
gonna
stop.
be
I'm serious, man. Dude, I'm serious, PJ. This is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, I don't think anyone signed up for this. He's going for so many N-Sigs that even if they hit, does it even really KO in that spot? I like that signature a lot more. GC side stick to force Money Holla to give some respect, but Money Holla gets back to the wall, avoids that downs, or that N-Sig, and okay, avoids that one as well. So yeah, these signatures are not working out.
Oh. I don't even know how to do commentary for this, man. Like this is not Guichibu playing. That's what it looks like. This is not Guichibu playing.
Yeah, exactly.
And like I don't want to harp on him too much, but like it's because he's not playing the way that we know Guichibu. He's got to stop, PJ. I'm serious, man.
I don't know what the goal is for a lot of these N-Sigs as well, where it's like, does it even really ever hit there? Money Holla gets the breakdance. There's time to dance when you got a set lead here. I mean, I don't really know what Guichibu is cooking. Trying to walk up with a charged up unarmed N-Sig, so kind of leaning into that N-Sig, even transcending the weapon choice. So this is looking pretty tough getting juggled there. The ground pound does take that stock. Not over yet, though. I mean, Guichibu is a great player on the guitars and going to be cycling over to one now. So I want to see something here. More normals, less signatures.
Okay. He was out of range and able to punish after the signature from Money Holla. Okay, showing some off stage. He's pressing the light attack button, and look what's happening.
No N6 to be seen, and so much better damage forward. Chases forward there with that jump as well. If he was able to pull the trigger on that side air a little bit earlier, it could have been curtains for that stock for Money Holla, but Money Holla gets the big string there. Guichibu having to go high. Money Holla has time to pick up an axe. Haven't seen a lot of the axe play.
Doing the side stick into the wall like Guichibu did was an interesting choice. I don't know if he meant to do it there because like you're stuck on the wall for a long time. Great dodge. But I'm surprised he went for that. Like maybe was it a misinput and he wanted to be a little bit higher and do it back onto the stage. I don't know. I don't know what these decisions are coming out from Guichibu. Even though he had a solid, a decent rally on his final stock there, like still, Money Holla is completely running this. He seems to be in complete control. He seems completely confident in everything he's doing. And yeah, he's completely in Guichibu's head.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was necessarily the pick I wanted to see, but it looks like Guichibu is going to be swapping over Legends to a Mako pick. So kind of, leaning into the guitars, but saying, you know what, the spear wasn't working out. I'm going to go high speed, kind of the opposite of Queen Nai, and we're going to swap into a Greatsword pick. So maybe some Greatsword Mirror. I'm not sure if this is like a tilt pick or if it just Guichibu is feeling something, but I feel like you definitely have to change something, and it might just be in order to swap your Legend as well.
Yeah, even Money Holla communicated his disbelief in this pick into the in-game chat.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Money
yeah, we've seen Guichibu pull out the Mako before. I don't know how many times. We could see some maybe matchup inexperience for Money Holla in terms of like how to deal with the signatures because they're not like as telegraphed as the Queen 9 neutral signature. But I just really don't have high hopes for this whatsoever.
Yeah, I feel like Mako signatures are really great because you can kind of move around with them a little bit. You can actively input whether they drift left, right, or stay in place. Things like that are important to potentially keep yourself a little bit safer versus a legend like Imugi, but I'm not necessarily sure if many players are picking Mako because of the signature kit. You're mostly picking it because it's a high-speed greatsword, which is something that you don't get to play a lot of. The down air does snipe out that attempt to get back to the wall. Money Holla, I mean, disbelief in the pick, but doesn't seem to be too shaken up by it. A stock lead here.
Yeah, and you pick Mako because you're a Qatar player. Like, who have we seen pick Mako in the past? It's not very many people. Who is it? It's Guichibu right now, and then it's Wrenched. What is the common through line between those two players other than very high skill? Qatar players.
Exactly. The gamble seems to be paying off. Not great so far, but going for a lot of these GC size signatures. Maybe Surf's up, getting back on the waters here, but maybe we need to see a little bit of something else because Money Holla is going to run away with the game. Turtles are comfortable in the ocean, man. That's where they're from. So Money Holla, I mean, just avoiding the water at all costs right now. No signatures are connecting. Money Holla gets the axe piece up there. The N6s come out.
It's heavy time, baby. It is heavy button time. Both of these players are very well communicated with that heavy button, and they're going to let that thing ring.
How did that not KO? We're still living somehow as Money Holla, and now Guichibu struggling, looking for that down air into Nair, the classic use combo, or just a Nair at the ground. It still doesn't KO Money Holla. I mean, the shell on the back was quite heavy because he lived that, but not that side air. Guichibu takes it there, and I mean, man, it's technically a closer game than the previous ones, but Money Holla shuts me up real fast. My bad.
This is a weird game, man. I really don't know what to do with this one. It's the pace of it is very strange. I still think Guichibu just needs to play Lin Fei, man. That's a great character. Probably, in my opinion, the best character for the things that you want to do, but we'll see. He had a rally last game on his final stock. See if he's got something this game. Nice dash D-Light. The turnaround double side light is an interesting choice. Yeah, something probably a great sword player wouldn't do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I don't.
That doesn't mean it's wrong. That doesn't mean it's wrong. I'm not saying that's wrong. It's just something a great sword player would not do.
Exactly. You want to go for something like the upwards finisher to continue the bridge forward. Guichibu has the right ideas for a lot of these situations, realizing, okay, I'm not quite in the KO range. I want to get the string going. Holla expertly showing, like, okay, you want to use the up bridge so you can get the extension into the side light again. Guichibu going for these juggles with the nair. Holla putting an expedition, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, Guichibu flips it with recovery. This is tough, dude. I feel like I'm lagging. This is a tough game to commentate for me.
Well, I mean, Holla might be sending Guichibu on an expedition back to his bedroom because this is likely going to be over very soon, or maybe not. Yes, it is. There it is. Game question mark. That's exactly right. Game question mark is the exact final punctuation mark to put on this super weird set.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what really is there to say about that set, but all I know is Holla will move forward in a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah.
Beating out the Mako there. The Qatar is not working out. The Queen Nai pick in general not quite working out as well as you want to. But nonetheless, we're going to see Holla moving forward in the bracket. Interesting way to start off the block, but yeah, we're gonna keep moving forward. I mean, that's all we can do here in this bracket.
Now, I feel like we're probably going to go to a much differently paced match after this one. Let's see if there's let's do some analysis here, PJ. Are there any interesting numbers here to be pulled out and talked about and harped on? Nothing here seems that surprising. Like, the damage numbers are fine. It's exactly what you think. Holla is doing more damage on the greatsword. Guichibu was really struggling on the greatsword. He's doing more damage on the Qatars. That's like the normal thing that we know from him. Actually, he did more damage on the greatsword there. He did 340. Man, it did not feel like he did 340 damage on the greatsword, but I guess that's some of those juggling nairs and those recoveries that weren't KOing.
As much as we were kind of, lost for words in a lot of spots in that last game, technically that was the closest game that Guichibu brought it. And if Guichibu hits the side air there or doesn't go for side air and makes it back to the stage, Guichibu was in a decent spot to actually win that game. So all things considered, the greatsword doing a majority of the damage, the Qatar's doing what it needed to do up until the very end, where Guichibu unfortunately fell off the stage and didn't make it back on that very deep edge guard. Technically better than the Queen Nai showing. So, I mean, I'm not too sure what there is to say about that. I see Sandstorm in the chat saying, hey, maybe Greatsword is playable still, maybe maybe it's not so bad.
I don't think we should judge it specifically on what we just saw that game. Whether that is true or not, I don't think any scientific analysis can be done that is helpful to the conversation one way or another, just beyond that game alone. I think we need a much larger data set here before we can start making any actual critical analysis.
Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to screenshot the double greatsword and then that calendar where it's flipping to, is it 1984?
Yeah, 1984.
Dude, the greatsword's so back. It's just BCX, the one where Jaehyun dominated it all over again. But nonetheless, that's going to be a very interesting showing. That's going to be our greatsword fix for the beginning of this block. Holla will move forward into top 3. Is it top 4 now? Or is
top 4. Holla's in top 4.
Holla moving forward into top 4. I am also getting used to the new bracket change. If you haven't already, please do so. Make a challenger mode account. Link your Ubisoft account with it to start getting involved. Exclamation point bracket to follow along. I'm going to give you a little direction on how to find where we are in the bracket. You're going to click the link. You're going to go to lower bracket in the bracket tab, and you're going to go to page 12, and that's where we are right now. And that's you see the little recorder symbol that's red. That means that the match is set to be on stream, and those are the matches we're going to be doing. We usually do them from left to right, and then we'll go over to the upper bracket after this next set, which you can just click the upper bracket tab for. So I'm also learning with everybody as well, so it's not like it's something where we're all just magically good at this thing. So please bear with us as we make sure that all of the things are going well, but for sure, make sure you're on challenger mode. Get active with it because we're all going to be on it. All the community events moving forward, and a majority of the officials will be on it as well.
So our next set coming up, still in the lower quarterfinals. Don't worry, if you found your way to the page, given PJ's wonderful instructions, you can stay there right now. You don't have to go anywhere else. It is going to be Flower versus Bunny coming up next. Of course, we just saw Bunny take out Snowy 3-0 against Bunny just left. I don't really know why that is, but I still believe it's going to be Flower versus Bunny. So we're definitely going to get a different pacing in this game. I assume Flower is still playing Yumiko. I actually haven't seen who Flower is playing specifically today, or if any legend change has come out whatsoever. I've said it many times. I love Fast Hammer, and then Hammer got a buff, so I'm loving Fast Hammer even more. Loving Cassidy picks, loving Yumiko picks. Flower been on the Yumiko for a long time. I felt that character's been really, really strong.
Yeah, and to quote a wise man, Hammer's good now, so we're going to be picking a lot of Hammer, and I think Yumiko is in a really great spot as well as the bow. So we see on the upper side of bracket, of course, not to spoil it, but BalloonBoy in Winners Finals is piloting a legend that not only has the blasters, which have recently gotten some love, but also the bow, which I think is at a really, really great spot. Yumiko almost fits perfectly, and a lot of the signature kit from Yumiko, the down six specifically on Hammer and Bow, is very nullifying. It's very difficult to deal with for a lot of weapons. You have to play very grounded, which nullifies a majority of the weapons that are looking to play more aerially based or stack based. Flower can kind of throw the down sig out, dash underneath the signature, or dash backwards and then punish you for landing. So, like, Flower, I think, is one of the players that I think, because of the way that things are in Brawlhalla, like, the stocks are really, really good for it. Like, Flower stocks are at the all-time high. And then on the other side, I know AJ had Flower in the top 3 prediction. I have Bunny in my top 3 prediction. My favorite player to commentate in Brawlhalla right now, somebody who seems to be timeless in terms of the swag. The swag is timeless on Bunny. She always has the way to bring out the most electric edge guards, and that's my favorite part about Brawlhalla. So it'll be cool to see, like, the neutral dominance, very stable Yumiko versus the really crazy offstage play Bunny can do if we can get both of them in the lobby. I'm actually very excited for this matchup. My favorite set, or potentially could be my favorite set of this tournament so far.
Yeah, I think this is a very good pick for that to be one of your favorites going into this one. I think it's going to be very good. I'm gonna put my money here on Flower, since everybody's on the Bunny train. I'm gonna say no. Flower's gonna come out of the gate. If Flower plays like Flower can play, that's the huge asterisk that we always put on a Flower set. And I'm gonna say today he's gonna be playing like Flower. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling a good day for Flower today. That is my prediction. I think his stock is going to the moon, which is very difficult in today's market. So get on board.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to continue the to the moon thing, but I'm like, I don't got anything besides the fact that we're going to be moving into our set here. We got Most Icy Spaceport to the moon. There we go. We got it. Thank you for the players for picking the stage forward. We got Bunny. We got Flower. I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. Bunny picks up the first weapon with the axe. I, anticipate to see a lot more axe play in this matchup, especially versus very strong ranged weapons on Flower, but we'll see for sure.
Yeah, like, look at that. Look at the neutral signature. There's, like, nothing Bunny can do. If you stay away, okay, then you reset back to normal, nothing happens. Flower's not at a loss. If you go into it like Bunny did, then Flower gets damage and maybe gets a follow-up. He didn't get the follow-up that time, but, like, look at what he's able to do with those wisps. You can just throw them out for free. He's playing like Flower is today. The stocks are going up, baby. The arrow is going up. Now's a great time to buy.
Drops it there, but still picks it up somehow. Flower punishing Bunny, who didn't want to go on the soft platform versus Hammer, obviously. I mean, this is a very good form of Flower. We saw also versus Megd the last time I casted Flower, and Flower's looking so solid, especially on the bow, going for a lot of these grounded nairs to call out landing options. Bunny not going to fall for the same tricks that Megd fell for. And instead hold this stage to Flower. Yeah, she's respecting a lot of it.
Real far back. I don't know if she would do that if she had the gauntlets in her hands. But dude, look at the way Flower is moving right now. Part of the reason we were waiting on Flower to get in the lobby is because Flower was playing a custom game set against Impala. What do we know about Impala other than being an amazing player? He's like a movement lord. He's all over the place. He's rapid movement everywhere all the time, moving APMs through the roof. Flower is also doing that here. His movement is so strong. He's able to move in and move out. He's doing a great job moving around Bunny, staying far enough away to get the range of Hammer without going inside the range of Gauntlets or inside the range of Axe. He's just doing such a good job here.
And I love this, even being up a stock, realizing I can still take my time. Bunny's the one that has to push the issue, and Flower actually gets the better of the situation there. Goes for the double recovery, doesn't find it. Bunny gets the end life, but it won't even come close to KOing on Most Icely. The recovery comes in, doesn't KO, but right now Flower lapping the damage, almost lapping the stocks here. Well, up a stock, trying to go for a 3-stock, but he doesn't find it there. The Cider will KO, but Bunny is looking very, very dark red, and very much so worse for wear. We'll see if Bunny can make something happen on these gauntlets, though. If any weapon's going to do it for Bunny, it's going to be the gauntlets.
And the weapon spawn is going to come in. Bunny like stripped the first one so she could grab the gauntlets and hold on to those, but the second one came in all the way on the left side of the stage. And the neutral layer is going to KO off the top. And she's going to be coming back in looking for that next weapon spawn. And instead of just like delaying for a moment, Flower is going to juggle. Instead of just waiting, gauntlets coming in. Now we get some gauntlet play coming out from Bunny. This is what I'm really looking for here. This is just game one. This is really the first time we've seen her pick these up. It's mostly been acts so far, so I want to see what she has.
Yeah, and the movement so far from Flower, I want to highlight, like, the nairs from Flower have been so good at punishing Bunny trying to stack on top of the bow, which is
I think he thought it wasn't going to hit.
Gauntlets, yeah, I don't think anyone thought it was going to. Like, that was a crazy thing for Bunny to get hit by. Kind of landing into the corner there, not respecting how long those wisps will last. But right now, no dodge after that GC unarmed D-Light. But Flower makes it back to the stage, and the lead continues to grow for Flower.
And he's just all over the place.
Oh, there it is.
Nice.
Wow. So clean.
Weapon toss hits her too. Flower. Level 100 Yumiko against a level 100 Rayman. That is a 2-stock. There's 653 damage for Flower, which like normally might be a little bit high. It's over 215 damage on average per stock. But where were we, PJ? We were on Mos Eisley Spaceport.
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of those things where that map specifically in the pool is going to be, definitely a little bit harder to get those KOs outright. But I think just the way that Flower has been playing, like Flower doesn't seem too uncomfortable playing out those really high damage situations where Bunny's on really high damage. Flower's like, eventually the KO will come. I'm playing Yumiko, a legend that will eventually find either a stray hit on hammer or a conversion off of the signature kit. That no matter the damage on you, if you get hit by the signature, it sends the same weight set knockback, and that's definitely going to help out Flower, especially on a stage like Most Icely. We're going to see a reset coming out from Flower here, but yeah, I feel like Bunny, it was struggling a lot to deal with the hammer, especially when on that axe, but it's actually the axe that does the majority of the damage. So it's tough to say really what I would tell Bunny to mix up here, but I want to see more gauntlet play. That's the thing that I think of Bunny the most. Let's see some more gauntlets. Let's see the offstage play. And we'll see if it can happen here in game number 2.
Yeah, it's almost like I feel like I'm looking at this Rayman and I'm seeing the name Bunny Desig live over it, but I'm not watching Bunny play in a way. But not kind of in the way that we saw with like Guichibu last game. It's just like we're not getting any Bunny stuff. It feels like she doesn't have a lot of stage presence. It feels like all of that is controlled by Flower. She's on the back foot, but like we saw her at the end of the game against Snowy. She was on the back foot there, like in the edge guard, and then she did like a GC D-Light and ended up winning, and she turned those like crazy situations around, and like that's what we know her for, being able to go crazy on the edge, take what seems to be an all but lost option and find like the needle in the haystack to find the KO and come out on top, or at least trade out the KO, which was going to be a loss originally, and we're just not able to get any of that. Flower is shutting most of that down. They are going pretty even so far here, so we're neutral is better. We're setting up for the edge guard, and a great ground pound right there.
Unfortunately there for Flower, because of the way the hitbox or the I think it was a ground pound or down air. Oh no, it was side air. The way that side air sent initially to start the edge guard, you can't do anything on bow there. You just get called out, similar to that situation where in a lot of these spots in these offstage play, it's very, very volatile, where on bow, you don't have an option to throw a hitbox out above you that beats out Gauntlet ground pound, and there, a similar situation. Flower goes underneath Bunny, where Bunny has no resources, easy scoop and score for that KO.
Okay, we're seeing Bunny stay pretty aerially, like she'll touch the ground, but then she'll be like just a little bit above it. Like you saw her jumping and fast falling there, and then dash landing down as well. That's to help her stay above like the D-Light options, which is why Flower isn't really going for those very often. You've only seen a very small amount of them. Oh, nice weapon toss.
Charged it. Yeah, really, really important to interrupt that, because anything else, I think you just get called out with that side stick. Bunny going to be continuing to hold this center stage with that side light. Ooh. We're not going for any extended string, just continuing the juggle, but finally Flower finds their footing and gets a down it light into the side air, the down stick into the nair as well to disarm Bunny. Bunny in a terrible spot here, has to pick up an axe. Gonna look to use that range to her advantage, but it's not Gonna find much as Flower gets that end light on the hammer. Not enough to KO, but it's soon gonna be there, I feel like.
Oh! Nice attempt. I don't know if he meant to throw the hammer like at that kind of weird angle rather than straight down, but I love the GCD light coverage right after that.
So important. Cover your
nice
for sure.
Again.
Another side stick. Yep.
What is she
Bunny,
looking
really
for?
trying to make some.
Okay, there's
yeah,
the
like
neutral
going for
light.
like dash jump. Side air there, the end light comes out. Flower, sweat beads, makes it back somehow. Bunny doesn't go for the unarmed ground pound. I was sure to see that one though. But
okay, there we go.
Down light into the recovery. Yeah, so trying to punish Flower for swinging too much in the corner and using options that don't cover where Bunny's going to be. So interrupting Bunny's own landings with GC to get the down light, to get some sort of reversal on Flower. I mean, it's kind of risky to go for that, but okay, Flower in a pretty bad spot. Now going for the ground pound is Bunny. And fights back through that down sig with the side air, or the end sig.
That should do it. Yep, that's right there. That's going to tie up the stocks, but a much better game for Bunny here. She was trying to bide her time, make that second stock last as long as she could, but it was that second neutral light from Flower. Ooh, nice. And the grab.
Yeah, this is a tough legend to be weapon starved against. These signatures will cause so many problems, especially when you're unarmed, but picks up some gauntlets now. We saw Megd find ways to get through that end sig with the side lights on the gauntlet, so it's something that definitely Flower is going to be ready to deal with. Not going to be an easy task for Bunny to get in throw. These are the nairs that I was talking about, especially with no soft platform. The juggles are so potent versus the gauntlets. Flower getting so much there.
There's the weapon toss and the weapon pickup as well. Dude, there's just so much flow to the way that Flower plays. I absolutely adore it. That's like one of my favorite things about Bo, is when Bo is feeling good and you're in that flow state. Almost grabbed that, but Bunny was a little bit too far to the left. But when you hit that flow state in Bo, it feels like the most beautiful weapon in the world. It feels like you're creating art.
Absolutely. It really does feel like, you know, you're picking someone apart very methodically. Exactly what you need to do, especially versus a player that's so chaotic like Bunny. And you see Flower throwing out these end sticks. Yeah, it's like really just going for it. That last straight hit, the downer doesn't KO, but the next hit might just do it. Bunny going off stage, unarmed. Flower with the sweat beads. The side light off stage avoids the DC breakdance, and Flower comes out on top with the recovery. Oh my goodness, that was so close. I don't know how Flower didn't get hit by that. I definitely need a slow motion on that replay because that was crazy.
I think it was just iframes, and then he dipped down below it enough. Hopefully, we'll see that here at the end. Man, there was a weapon there? Why didn't she grab the weapon? She definitely spent a long time there unarmed. You're over there. There's the dodge. You're stacked. The dodge away, and then he goes down.
I wonder if Bunny goes for GC downlight, if it's active enough to beat out the dodge, and if you just win there. I feel like going for like the very
not.
It's tough. I feel like it's tough to say because, regardless, I mean, unfortunately, Bunny. I mean, it was I think the right option to go for something crazy, but I definitely see what you're saying, where it's like you have to go for the weapon there and just play for that.
I get like the initial turn back that she made. So I can't remember exactly what move she did, but like maybe she kicked him over to the side with a side light. Like that's a normal thing. But the fact that she then continued over and then wanted to end it with a GC down heavy, which is very risky. A good move, don't get me wrong, and that's like a somewhat regular KO option. But in that moment right there, that was a very bold move to do. But she's starting off this game very strong, chunking away on Flower.
Yeah, I like this Small Fortress of Lions counter pick here. That side air hitting the very upper hitbox of it. The weapon toss to boot. Can Flower make it back? Bunny is going to give Flower the space with that nair to force Bunny to actually respect that edge guard a lot more. And a dash jump forward. Side air from Flower to break the mold, call out Bunny's movement, and take the stock lead back.
Okay, there's the side light over. Onto the edge. There is still a weapon here. And she can swap out. So she has the set of gauntlets prime that she wants.
I definitely agree with this, especially versus the hammer that's coming on Flower. Having a horizontal burst option like side light will help a lot versus that end sig. We've seen it come out a little bit, and I think that's why Flower hasn't been throwing it out all that much comparatively to when Bunny's on Axe. Nice nair there with the scoop, gets the ground pound. Flower gets for game. Can you guess right? Can Bunny guess right? The ground pound comes in. Flower swaps it though. Goes for the unarmed downer, doesn't find GC. And like the other way, Chase dodges upward. The nair follows up Flower. Can you make it back? GC haymaker to get back to the wall. Bunny continues with the ground pound. It's not quite over yet. Flower gets hit with a recovery. We get back to the stage. Both of them taking around 70 damage each for that crazy offstage play. We make it back to center like nothing happened. I don't know how these players do it.
That's like the one extended offstage engagement we've seen from these two players this entire set so far. Like, that's a Bunny regular thing. And the fact that Flower was able to go toe-to-toe there with some unorthodox options. Bunny, of course, using unorthodox options as well. But that's par for the course for her. That's what we expect.
That was crazy coverage from Flower there to immediately cover Bunny dashing back on the stage to pick up the weapon with the down air scoop. Bunny realizing it as well. Mind games on mind games. GC downlight in the side air though from Flower. Again, another side air and another stock for Flower. Bunny looking for that break.
Okay.
Again, just do it again. Here we go. There's a game now. We have a set on our hands potentially. Can Bunny force his game 4? Gonna try to do it off the back of these gauntlets again.
That was a decently late weapon spawn. That neutral light that came out from Flower gave him the time and space really to go over and grab that hammer. So that was a nice, lucky spot for him to pick up that. Ooh, dodging through to get through the wisps. The max range stomp into the side air.
And Flower realizing that Bunny's going to try to sidelight through those wisps, through that end sig. Bunny flips it with the unarmed. Once again, the sidelights. Flower going for the side sig to get back to the weapon to cover it from Bunny. Bunny picks it up, but at the cost of getting hit by a hammer and air. Now Bunny with the weapon toss to break the wisp ups, ends the startup of it. The nair comes in. Flower to bat spot. Somehow Bunny is getting nairs, but it's not leading to anything. The nair from Flower sends Bunny high, and Bunny one downlight side air away from losing and getting knocked out of this tournament.
Dude, Bunny's throwing out these sidelights now on gauntlets, and that just like leaves you in the air. The time on that, it can be really, really nice to punish when you're the person receiving the sidelight. I love when a gauntlet player throws out that sidelight and is just lingering right in front of me. I start licking my lips like a cartoon character, like they're a big juicy steak, and that's exactly how Flower devoured Bunny here, completely destroying her with this Yumiko pick.
Yeah, it was a 3-0, very confident game, very confident legend pick. The bow, taking that last stock there, but I feel like the hammer of that game was really the pacemaker. A lot of the KOs, or a majority of the KOs that game, coming off the back of really solid hammer play, getting the side airs, getting the GC downlight side air, and then the bow to close it out. But this offstage interaction, so we get an air there. The weapon toss from Bunny to kind of stall out. Flower goes for the immediate jump, but you still have recovery and dodge. So Flower uses the recovery there to get a chase dodge. Bunny still has options, gets back to the wall. We cut it out there, but I think Bunny then goes for another ground pound and Flower avoids it. So like that offstage interaction in general was just crazy, and it's crazy that both of them made it back. But it definitely was the favor of Flower, who I feel like Bunny a lot of the times takes the stock there. Instead, it just didn't work out, and we see that there where Bunny 309 damage on the gauntlets comparatively to Flower's 306 on the hammer, really telling the story of the matchup.
Yeah, and that shows you like one of the reasons that Bunny was struggling to KO. I mean, it was a lot of factors, but like if you're on the gauntlets for as long as you are and you're not really fighting that much axe damage, like a lot of that is axe damage that you're gonna find on neutralites that are gonna KO. Or like when she was fighting against Snowy, like you love a fadeaway side air as an axe player, especially like a higher speed axe player. So she wasn't able to find those. She wasn't able to find the KO options that she needed to. Like we saw GCT light recovery. We didn't really see any signatures coming out. We saw that one singular offstage engagement, and who came out on top there?
Yeah, it was Flower. So, it's just kind of tough where it's like, yeah, you just lean into that play style. It doesn't work out in that spot where it's kind of do or die. You get knocked out of the bracket for it. But nonetheless, that's going to be Flower moving forward. So now we have our elimination side top 4 set out for us. In the elimination side for, I think it's losers semifinals, we have Money Holla versus Flower. So that's going to be seed 3, seed number 5 playing for a chance to play the loser of the next set we got coming up here. But before we get into the rest of our top 4, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be right back with more Moose Wars Primal Dawn action. See you soon.
And welcome back, everybody, to Moose Wars Primal Dawn. That's right. Before we get to the rest of the tournament, though, and see the result of the rest of these matches, me and PJ want to tell you about a little event coming up. And I say little, it's gonna be huge. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, May 24th through May 25th, it is Verdant Ruins, presented by Moose Wars, another 2v2 and 1v1 event. That's right, May 24th is 2v2s, May 25th is 1v1s. It's the same time, you only got to remember one time, it's 2 p.m. EST. Sign up right now at moosewars.com. You can see it right there. That is a $2,000 prize pool. It's going to be a huge tournament. It includes both game modes. It's going to be a great weekend. But PJ, we got some more Primal Dawn to get to. How are you feeling about this next set coming up?
I'm feeling really, really great. Obviously, on the elimination side of bracket, I didn't have the correct prediction. I thought that, Bunny would be moving forward through Flower, but hopefully this one I will be right, which I have Marckiemoo taking it over BalloonBoy. But BalloonBoy is on a major, comeback here. The two wonderkins of NA, especially last year in the 1v1 space, but I feel like Marckiemoo was kind of the guy in the spotlight, and now BalloonBoy, with the recent blaster buffs, kind of coming back and saying, it's my turn in the spotlight. So we'll see how this matchup goes out. One of my favorite rivalries coming up in Holla right now, and I'm excited to see who do you got to win this one, Sparky.
I think I'm gonna agree with you and put it on Marckiemoo here, but calling it a rivalry is great because for a while it seemed like it kind of wasn't that, right? Like everybody thought very highly of BalloonBoy. Don't get me wrong. No one was like, yeah, BalloonBoy, like he's cool, I guess. I like rooting for him to win, but no, BalloonBoy's an amazing player, but it seemed like Marckiemoo, right? He was the savior of North America when it seemed like all was lost in North American 1v1s. Marckiemoo was here to save the day and bring back glory to this region. But now we've definitely seen BalloonBoy step it up, even like pre-blaster buffs at like BCX last year. We've seen BalloonBoy step it up quite a bit and make himself known as a major threat for the top 3 in North America.
Yep, absolutely. And now I think the Diana is kind of the pick that BalloonBoy's always wanted to play, so it's cool to see BalloonBoy kind of being able to play a legend that, has full confidence in, and also like that passion and connection with, because obviously the Devil Jin's really great, but he looks really happy to be playing some blasters on Diana. But on the other side, we got Marckiemoo sporting the Fenrir Mordex, the classic Mordex drip. And I think so far Marckiemoo hasn't been doing anything too crazy in the bracket, but him doing nothing too crazy means that he's beating everybody in crazy fashion. Like there's just nothing to say about that. But so far it's a very even game, and it's what I expect for two of the top players in North America right now.
Yeah, we saw Flowers' performance earlier in a previous set against Bunny, where he just did amazing work, and he did a lot of really good work with Bo. But when Marckiemoo and Flower fought previously, it was a 3-0, and that was in this set. That was in the upper semifinals. So maybe the Bo is just something that like Marckiemoo really understands how to play against. We'll see if BalloonBoy really only sticks on the blasters unless he has to be on the bow. He did get that stock taken away once he swapped over to the bow. Now he's taking a lot of damage too. It seems like it doesn't matter what weapon he has in his hands.
Marckiemoo getting that nair there. BalloonBoy now kind of faltering a little bit, struggling to find that KO. And Light goes for the turnaround GC downlight to try to convert into a recovery or some sort of KO option. That side air, not quite the damage you need to start KOing outright, but maybe with a little string to follow up, that's going to find Marckiemoo disarmed off stage. BalloonBoy tap it in with an unarmed ground pound. It clashes, but Marckiemoo can't make it back to the stage even after that.
That clash coming out there really helping out BalloonBoy. Yeah, it's blasters are in an interesting spot right now. Obviously they got some buffs, but like the way that BalloonBoy is playing, right, it's not like purely side light based. He was throwing out some D-lights there as well, which haven't really gotten any help whatsoever. Even like the recovery buff that it got, like we aren't seeing BalloonBoy really fish for just raw recoveries on their own. The couple times he's thrown out downlights, he's been punished for him. So like he was still struggling to find those KO options. So maybe that's why he swaps over to the bow at the end of last stock, but then he wasn't really able to find much momentum until now at the beginning of this stock, really about halfway through the second stock of Marckiemoo. Now he's finding some entry in, but then Marckiemoo's just going to deny it.
Yeah, this is definitely like a conventionally very difficult matchup for Bo, which is Scythe into Bo. Scythe's going to be really good at punishing a lot of those spots where Bo, either can get away with it versus certain weapons. Scythe will be a lot harder to deal with, especially when you can take it vertical. Marckiemoo has a really good edge guarding.
Oh,
specifically
I love
Bo.
that.
Oh.
I
love that from
love the
Marckiemoo. That
neutral
was great.
signature because I was expecting the same thing. I was expecting Marckiemoo to come in right after that as well, either with like waiting and just floating around there, waiting for like a dodge to get burned, go in with a GCT light into the ground pound, or if he was just going to go raw ground pound or what. But I love that instant turnaround neutral signature that BalloonBoy threw out, even though he got punished after that.
Yep, absolutely. And you know, I was talking about how Marckiemoo is kind of doing what we expect Marckiemoo to do. They're a 2-stock win, very dominant versus BalloonBoy,
Yes.
a player that I think in the most recent set took it over Marckiemoo in a very cool grand finals. Right now, it's looking kind of back to Markiemoo's show, getting his swagger back after that loss. But I mean, BalloonBoy is making some things work, especially in that last stock with the bow, getting some nice damage on the ground. But now I wonder. I know Miami Dome is one of BalloonBoy's favorite stages to counterpick to. I wonder if this stage is going to be enough of a difference to make this a little bit closer in this game number 2.
I'm also curious if we're going to see a legend swap come out from BalloonBoy, because it seemed like for a while, like the Diana, he was going to try and get away with as much as he could with Diana, but he would eventually recognize the limit and be like, okay, now I have to swap over to a quote-unquote more serious legend, more meta legend. Dude, Marckiemoo. All of these like 1-piece, 2-pieces, BalloonBoy's not able to find anything to answer back. Like he's only put out 50 damage. He's almost in the red. Okay, maybe some juggling coming out with the neutral air. There's the side air. He's playing the spacing game really well, and the neutral light, staying grounded after it.
I like that attempt to cross through with that side air, but instead it misses, but it stacks on top, so BalloonBoy turnaround GC downlight on the blaster is a really smart option. A down air catches Marckiemoo trying to shark underneath BalloonBoy. Marckiemoo now getting sent high,
Nice.
has to avoid the recovery, cannot, scoops it up, drifts it a little bit as well to get that finesse needed. Only gets one hit of the pop-up, but then converts it easily into that recovery. Finishing hitbox, gets the KO there. Clean stuff from BalloonBoy.
Now BalloonBoy's over on the edge. He's very much in the red. He has the lead, but it could be taken away from him very shortly. Side air from the wrong side of the stage. Could set it for the edge guard. BalloonBoy going under. You have a lot of lateral movement with the recovery, so it feels good to use it in that way. You'll sometimes see players like using it twice to get back to the stage, even though like typically an exhausted recovery doesn't really go as far. And yeah, that's true. It doesn't go up vertically as far as a regular recovery, but you still get a lot of horizontal movement with it. So that was a great way for him to get under the stage and be safe from Marckiemoo.
Absolutely. Marckiemoo getting the side light there. BalloonBoy in a tough spot. And you get flipped by the downer, but Marckiemoo, can you make it back? BalloonBoy going for the side there. Doesn't give a chase dodge. BalloonBoy closes out that edge guard with a little bit of spaghetti from Marckiemoo. I don't even think BalloonBoy got credited for that KO. Marckiemoo just was unable to make it back.
Yeah, BalloonBoy was like stacked on top of him for a moment at the end there, and I think Marckiemoo just didn't quite know what to do. He knew how dangerous that position was, and maybe got a little analysis paralysis and didn't know what to do. There's the side air, potentially setting up the edge guard. Oh, he went in with the ground pound. The neutral signature would have hit if BalloonBoy went for it that time, but you saw the neutral air come out because he still knew the attack was coming from Marckiemoo. Not that time,
What
though.
a ground pound. Wow, what a ground pound from Marckiemoo. It feels like Marckiemoo is so good at squeezing out those ground pounds when you're not really expecting it. It's such an aggressive and fast option, and Marckiemoo finds it there. Just outright KOs, and now Marckiemoo back in this game, expecting a jump back from the wall with that downer. Goes for the GC and light towards the wall. BalloonBoy doesn't give anything, and BalloonBoy getting some extra damage with that downer there. Goes for the GC, though, and Marckiemoo smells blood in the water after every scythe hit towards the wall. But BalloonBoy flips it, and now Marckiemoo the one in a very compromised position, low beneath the wall. Can you make it back up to the stage? Yes, you can. BalloonBoy no punish. We're back to center.
Nice. Is that going to KO? I think it does. No, it doesn't. Tries to go for the neutral signature. Just kind of a Hail Mary there. He placed it so he was really safe, and there wasn't going to be much Marckiemoo could do. This will do it right there, and that is the game. Game 2 going to BalloonBoy. The first D-Light recovery wasn't enough. The second one did.
Really, really great showing from BalloonBoy there. Definitely the counter pick that we expect to see. BalloonBoy is very confident in Miami Dome, making it work out very well there. But you love to see the blasters play, getting those downlights to cover the landings into the recoveries. That's a hard conversion to hit, especially when there's so much on the line. BalloonBoy is really, really clean on the blasters. Execution on point. You love to see that. I specifically love that recovery as well on the second stock to close out that stock. Really, really good stuff from BalloonBoy, showing, you know, the blasters can get it done versus the Mordex. We're getting into game 3 on Small Fortress of Alliance. I love that we're seeing scenery swaps almost after every game. It's really cool to see them kind of pick the stage they're comfortable on and get things going on it.
Yeah, the soft platforms really weren't that big of a thing that came into play last game. And then, of course, like, you still have the pillar that wasn't really a thing that was really ever kind of comes into play. We don't see people going under the stage that often in 1v1s. Oh man, that reach up with the neutral air. But BalloonBoy was just moving back to the stage far too quickly for Marckiemoo to catch up there. Again, another neutral light, and he backs up just the downer, the GC inlight, and the nair.
Okay. I love that string from BalloonBoy. Tries to end it in that downer,
Nice.
but there instead gets back to the stage, finds your footing, gets the N-sig to anti-air. That hitbox, a little ambiguous to kind of see where it actually ends. It's a little smoke cloud, but you know, you would think Marckiemoo was able to figure it out, but I think they're just having so little options, not enough drift to avoid it. Marckiemoo trying to get something started there with that D-light into side light, double side light, goes for the side air, could have been a nair instead. BalloonBoy makes it back, an opportunity to rack on some extra credit. Marckiemoo avoiding these, you know, one-off light attacks, and that recovery will take it off the top.
He was really doing a great job of like living in the dead zone there and staying kind of exactly where he needed to be to thread all of those needles that BalloonBoy was throwing out.
Oof, nair into GC and light from Marckiemoo getting some nice damage. BalloonBoy using that soft platform to get some reprieve from the ground. I love that cross through side air. That's so clean from BalloonBoy.
Okay, there's the two-piece. Wasn't able to punish the landing this time. Yeah, you see BalloonBoy backing up. He's using like the fadeaway side airs to move himself away from Marckiemoo.
Downlight into nair to get some extra damage from BalloonBoy. Trying to call out these landings. The side light pushes Marckiemoo into the corner once again. And a swap right over to the blasters. And that's the problem with blasters, that dead zone right in front of your face. But there, a ground pound from Marckiemoo. Doesn't find its mark, and now BalloonBoy having a really good opportunity there. Gets the nair, but doesn't get the recovery. Marckiemoo flips it with the side air. BalloonBoy has to avoid the ground pound. You can't. Marckiemoo takes the stock off of BalloonBoy. Miss spacing, misjudging that he couldn't go for that recovery, in fact, and Marckiemoo punishes and capitalizes. Now Marckiemoo with the stock lead.
Now that ground pound wasn't like quite as quick as the last one that we saw hit. Oh, he went for the DC. He almost got the hit there. But those quick ground pounds, like, oh man, okay, he's adding up some serious damage here. There's the weapon toss. It's gonna fall. Nice dash down heavy, and he's able to secure a weapon. But those fast ground pounds from the gauntlets, like we saw, I think it was the first stock that Bunny took was with a very similar fast ground pound. It was a lot faster and like right on the corner. But yeah, we've seen Marckiemoo grab 2 KOs this set so far with relatively quick ground pounds.
Okay, the movement from BalloonBoy. I love these walk-up end lights covering Marckiemoo, but staying so far away where Marckiemoo can't reversal consistently. Goes for the end light there, tries to flip it with a down air, anticipating Marky to go back to this floor as quick as possible. Down light into recovery. We'll find its mark. Even the deep hitbox, BalloonBoy seems to be almost flawless on converting the down light into recovery. The side air sends Marckiemoo off stage. Can you make it back? You jump right into the blasters. He's looking so clean on the blasters right now, Sparky.
Marckiemoo cannot get in. Okay, and he picks that one up too. He almost oversteered out of it, but he understeered his way back in. Marckiemoo just could not find his way in. With like the combination of side lights and neutral lights, like kind of changing the size of that dead zone. Obviously, the dead zone is much bigger on the side light because you have much longer range. So the space between the blast and where you are is much greater in that rift. So changing up the spacing on that so that Marckiemoo can't just like dash past the side light into that large dead zone by throwing out the neutral light that kind of covers it a little bit, not totally, but a little bit. I'm loving the mix-ups there. Neutral light can be tough to punish, side light can be tough to punish. So BalloonBoy was just finding the spacing game, and he was really getting into the blasters lane that you want to be in.
Yep, absolutely. And we do see a legend swap for Marckiemoo there. So we're talking about how he can't find his way in versus Blaster. So we try to swap over to something like a spear on the Mirage here. So, I mean, it kind of reminds me of a certain NA player. I can't put my finger on it, but swapping from Mordex over to the Mirage. You love to see that. Versus Diana, it's like we're in a different era for Holla altogether. But nonetheless, we got Marckiemoo on the spear now, trying to get something happen. Trying to break through with a little bit of range of your own to deal with this Blasters.
Maybe the side stick on the spear. Like, we just saw him get past the side light. So maybe that could be an option going forward if BalloonBoy wants to play the spacing game. Not only do you get the hop, so far, not really working out too great. There's the D-Light recovery again for BalloonBoy.
Yeah, the more I see BalloonBoy hit the D-Light recovery, I'm like, maybe that's not so hard to hit. Maybe it's
okay, relax. All right, relax. It is the hardest KO combo to hit. The hardest bread and butter KO combo to hit.
Oh, the ground pound from Marckiemoo puts an end to that stock. you do so much on blasters, you go for so many things on the strings, but at the end of the day, sometimes a Scythe ground pound's all you, the only comfort you find at night, and unfortunately there, Marckiemoo will find the mark. Side air into the down,
nice.
gets the pogo.
Oh, that's the dodge.
Pogo. Okay, we make it back. Good stuff from BalloonBoy.
I thought we were just gonna cut to a Loris clip and then just see him down airing like 18 times. Ooh, this could be careful if BalloonBoy catches a landing. No, he doesn't, but he does hit the fadeaway side air.
Oh, I like that movement there. Dashing into Marckiemoo's range, forcing Marckiemoo to jump.
Nice.
And the BalloonBoy goes back into
No
the center stage, avoiding
way.
this side stick. That was so clean. GC downlight as well. A lot of players just think they're lucky stars they didn't get hit by that side stick. But BalloonBoy's like, even though I didn't get hit by it, I'm still going to take an opportunity to punish it. It's quite laggy, all things considered. And BalloonBoy on the blasters right now, this looks like a completely one.
Oh, he dodged back into that.
Oh,
Another one. He goes for the grab pound. Marckiemoo, what are you doing?
the weapon toss there. Marckiemoo. There's a down air there. The weapon toss as well. BalloonBoy, no dodge. GC sidelight doesn't connect. BalloonBoy touches with the down air. Marckiemoo makes it back as well. Both of them unarmed. Marckiemoo picks up the spear. Triple exclamation points, but BalloonBoy gets back to the stage and stops the chance for Marckiemoo to maybe come back in this game. The end light comes out. The extra credit building up, but a downlight into side air will close out that stock, and Marckiemoo with a chance to seal this game away. We'll see if he can do it here, though. Okay, and end light to start. A side air from BalloonBoy. Goes for the turnaround signature. And he drifts away from Marckiemoo's recovery. That was so insane, but the recovery comes out. BalloonBoy doesn't get hit by the side air. Marckiemoo makes it back. BalloonBoy unarmed, still off stage, gets hit with the down air. Holding on. The GC side light as well. BalloonBoy, can you make it back? The recovery comes in. Marckiemoo, can you steal the game away? Is it your game? Yes, it is. He finds the edge guard and steals the game. Marckiemoo forcing the next game, saying it is not over quite yet.
And he was showing some of that from the spear play as well. Like, we were seeing him finding his way in. Obviously, we saw like all of the double, like not all. We saw several double D lights come out. That was huge. So he was like doing really good spear stuff. He had the side signature there. That was almost it. But what a clutch GCD light from BalloonBoy. But yeah, we're going to game 5 on this one. And Marckiemoo, this Mirage pick, man, it's working out. It feels like we don't see a lot of swaps to Mirage that work out, and he's making it work.
3, 2, 1.
You definitely love to see that for sure. The confidence for Marckiemoo going to this game number 5 now. We wouldn't have it any other way. The two rivals in North America, forcing it to its limit in this game 5. BalloonBoy picking up the blasters once again. Marckiemoo is going to be attempting to win on Miami Doe, but this time with a spear in hand. I love the respect for Marckiemoo, not getting hit by any of these nairs, still somehow holding an aggressive position, getting that nair there as well. It did convert into anything crazy, but Marckiemoo is kind of in the head of BalloonBoy off stage as well. BalloonBoy trying to swing out. Really, really smart stuff from Marckiemoo.
Dude, Marckiemoo's timing on everything is just like perfectly 180 degree out of phase from what BalloonBoy is doing. Oh, I thought we were going to see the GCD light off of that one. But still, he wanted to go back to the stage and maintain that stage control rather than going for the full KO there.
Okay, the movement. Tries to go for a walk-up side light. Close out that stock quickly. BalloonBoy. Nice little side light punish. Doesn't want to overcommit. You know how easily it can be flip versus spear. Marckiemoo waiting out the dodge, but doesn't find the timing for it quite yet with that down light. Okay, just walks up, throws out a signature. They get off me. It works out. Beating out the stacked BalloonBoy. Nice side air. Can you find the edge guard? Can you find the pogo? Can you find the ground pound? No, you cannot. BalloonBoy not making it so easy. Using the jumps and the drift before recovering. But Marckiemoo finds the down sig there to close out that stock.
And that shows how good double-sided signatures are, because the first one he hit, it was in the direction that he was facing BalloonBoy, and then the second time it hit, it was in the other direction. So BalloonBoy got through him, got beyond him, got past him, and he still was able to hit the D-sig because it covers both sides.
I love this scythe play for Marckiemoo, playing so in the face of BalloonBoy, but also respecting the range so that BalloonBoy can't burst out of this. And now the double pogo comes in, goes for it there. BalloonBoy flips it with a down air of his own, though, and BalloonBoy equalizes the stocks. Every time I see the pogos, I also think, is this going to be another Loris clip where it's just 15 million pogos? But there, Marckiemoo doesn't find it.
And I think that goes to show that, like, BalloonBoy is expecting the quick follow-ups coming out from Marckiemoo. Like the GC Insig that I talked about, the turnaround GC Insig that he threw out on blasters in the very first game. Nice double down air. Another one. Yep. There's the weapon toss as well.
Touch the stage. Yep. Nah, not enough. The weapon toss will easily steal that one out. And now BalloonBoy potentially on your winner side. Saw the Mirage pick paying off in a big way for Marckiemoo. The spear has done so much in this game.
So if Marckiemoo just slows down on his follow-ups like just a little bit, or just like maybe doesn't go for like the third instant quick follow-up, because I think BalloonBoy sees that coming and is ready for it, and he throws out a move. That's what he did with the GC Insig. That's what he was doing with some of the GC D-Light that he threw out on the edge. Like, he's just ready for some of those options to immediately come out from Marckiemoo, and he's catching Marckiemoo in those moments. Like, the last stock was taken via that manner.
That movement for Marckiemoo was incredible, getting a little bit of momentum off that platform as well, utilizing that GC side light and sliding off. Okay, BalloonBoy gets the GC down light into a side air. The recovery doesn't fully connect, potentially a way to steal a stock away and force the last stock, but instead Marckiemoo holds onto a stock GC down light again to cover a landing into a side air. Marckiemoo having to recover high, avoids the side air altogether. Marckiemoo picks up another side kill. Side stick gets putted with side air. He snipes it out there. Can you find it? Can you find the KO? Marckiemoo flips it down air into weapon toss. Can BalloonBoy make it back? No, he cannot. And Marckiemoo takes the set. Game 5. A little bit of spaghetti off the right side of the stage, but the result is all the same as Marckiemoo moves forward into winner's side grand finals.
Yeah, the spot that BalloonBoy was in over on the wall at the end of the game, that is just like the worst spot as a Blasters player. Is it feels like any option you go for is not going to cover exactly what you need it to. So he just like got caught with the down air. What should he do over here? Does he go for the neutral air? Does he go for the side air? Maybe the side air would have hit, but it felt like an all but unwinnable situation at that moment, especially after he picked up like that first down air that really sent BalloonBoy flying.
Yep, exactly. And we see the weapon swap from the Mordex gauntlets into the spear works out really well. 316 damage on that last one. BalloonBoy using both of his weapons basically equally, but I feel like Marckiemoo got so much off the spear. It's like you were saying, very good to see a Mirage swap, which traditionally sometimes doesn't always work for side players. It definitely does work for Marckiemoo.
Yeah, like you mentioned who was the person who swapped off of Mordex onto Sandstorm earlier that you were there jokingly alluding to. You were talking about Sandstorm, right? And when we saw exactly Sandstorm kind of make that swap onto the Mirage, he was at a point in his career where it was sort of like a valley in his career, because he wasn't at his full height. He had already been previously at his full height, and then it kind of settled in a lower spot. Still very good, don't get me wrong, but he was in kind of a valley, and then we saw him like kind of go back to the Mordex and then peak back up. Not to the highest peaks that he was previously, but you can still be like the third tallest mountain in the world, and that's a really scary mountain to climb. It's real tall. I am not able to do that.
No, that's definitely for sure. Mountains. I mean, if you're a mountain, you know what I mean? You kind of made it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right?
Like, you move on from hill, like, I mean, if you're like, oh, well, that mountain's not as big as, you know, like, come on, man, let's be real, it's a mountain. But nonetheless, we're going to be moving over to the elimination side of the bracket, the valley side of the bracket, maybe you could say. We got Money Holla versus Flower. We got Greatsword, we got Amugi, we got Yumiko. We got two players that are specialists in their legends on the Money Holla Amugi and the Flower Yumiko. We'll see how this one plays out. I think Greatsword into Yumiko down sig on hammer or end sig on hammer could be really fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm curious because I don't think he's going to pick up as many D-lights, or if he does, he's going to have to maneuver really hard around the sidelight potential of Money Holla, but we're playing on new Greatsword, so maybe he's not able to as safely throw out those sidelights as he previously could on the Greatsword to deal with the range of the hammer D-light. So yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. I think we're going to get a lot of maneuverability from Flower, and that will be, if he comes out on top, that will be how he wins.
Money Holla looks really, really good right now on the axe, though. I know we're talking a bit about the Greatsword, but Money Holla started off with a really confident start, but Flower flipping it over to Money Holla with these nairs. Every time a nair hits, you just see your color like slowly darken every single time. That does so much damage every single hit. Money Holla getting the swing there, going for the downer on the dodge read from Flower, and the side stick punishes after he crosses through the end stick. Money Holla with a very explosive start. Okay.
So the side signature from Money Holla probably cannot get through the wisps. It probably raises you up enough off the ground where you can't just straight up contest by going through it. These juggles, again, it's not on hammer this time, but there's the D-light into the in-light. I think he was too close to feel comfortable enough trying to pick up the recovery, because that would have KO'd where the in-light wouldn't. Or maybe he just thought the in-light would. That'll do it.
Yeah. Money Holla going for that down sig there to punish Flower stacking on top. So something that Flower has used to a lot of success in the previous set we've watched is those grounded nairs. Amugi can actually, with Axe, use that down sig to punish the nair. So that's something that Money Holla, I think, there was trying to experiment with. It's especially good to do so when you have that stock lead. But now Flower punishing Money Holla for dropping that stock, and Money Holla having to recover high, avoids that end light, but doesn't avoid the side light. Goes for the down air to flip it into an edge guard. I like the attempt, but it gives Money Holla some time to get back to the center stage. Gets the down air there. Flower in a bad spot here, has to get back to the stage. Can he make it back? Yes, he can, but not after taking a couple hits from that greatsword. It's a bad spot for Money Holla now. We're flipping sides very quickly here.
It kind of felt like Money Holla didn't really know what to do in that edge guard. Like, he went over there and Flower just completely avoided it by playing really, really low, almost dangerously low. But, like, Money Holla just kind of stayed on the wall and, like, he threw out a bunch of down airs, like, really quickly. And then he was like, all right, I did my thing. I'm going to go back to the stage now.
The end light coming out from Flower to put Money Holla back off stage. The weapon toss comes in. Of course, Flower looking to get these weapon tosses to get either a combo started or just get a straight hit. Goes for the end sig to punish the side sig. It's a little bit faster than that, Flower.
I think if he would have been in the spot, he would have grabbed it in time, but I think by the time he dashed and moved over and then threw out the neutral signature, it was just a little bit too late.
Oh, we're down to a
quick
last
one
stock,
on that.
but Flower, big whiff punish off that attempt. Oh, and there it is. Downlight into the end sig, into the nair. Flower with a JV2 looking perfect on that last stock. And as I was talking about Money Holla getting so much off that axe to start off that game, Flower just kind of took over with that hammer. That was very, very impressive.
It's just, dude, Hammer's so scary right now. Like, his bow is good, and his bow will sometimes, like, get into that float state, and it's amazing, and he's adding up damage, and he's controlling space, but it really feels like the hammer is that fear weapon. Like, he picks up the weapon, and all of a sudden he has a hammer in his hands, and he's farming aura. It's just different. When you pick up the hammer in current year, in current month, after the hammer buffs, it's just, dude, it's terrifying! He's orange!
Yeah, as a wise man was, or wise man says now, hammer's good now, and it's really scary to deal with. Like, it just does so much damage. Like, the patch notes said, you wanted to buff, the reward for getting those hits, but
they didn't ask me, man.
They didn't ask a lot of people, I don't think. 'Cause hammer was scary before, but now it's just like so punishing. Down like side air. I mean, now it's not just Kaina who you can count the hits to close out stocks with, because it's Flower with less than 10 maybe to close out that stock. So much damage.
Dude, I'm telling you, a fast-moving character with solid signatures is just, and a hammer in their hands is just so devastating. I thought he was going to pick up that recovery. The backside of the axe recovery, even with the GC side signature, doesn't have enough to get over. So that's going to, dude, that frustrates me. The number of times I've been hit by, like, the backside of the axe recovery like that, and then sent over into the blast zone because of it, man. That could be really, really frustrating. But it seems like Flower's not worried about it whatsoever, going right back to the juggle game. Our young jester over here.
I mean, it makes sense that the hammer beats the shell on the turtle. That's like traditional, but this is like kind of gruesome. The amount of damage that the hammer is doing to this Amugi, and Amugi is a very tanky legend, all things considered. It just seems to be exactly what Flower needs. And we're not even seeing any bow. It's like, why would I even play that? I just need a downlight. I just need a nair and side air and get so much damage. But Money Holla getting a side air there. Flower in a bad spot. Ground pound. What are we cooking? He makes it back. Everyone makes it back. I'm mad. I'm really mad. Why did none? What happened? Okay, he picks up a weapon. He gets the side air out. Money Holla off stage again. Flower's like, I'm not doing that again. I'm just gonna stay on stage and look for my KO option, the scoop and the score for Flower.
Okay, he's juggling. Is he gonna stick with one? Yeah, of course, it's the hammer right here. Neutral air into the neutral signature. That's 50 damage, dude. He's orange. What is happening? He's almost KOing it.
KO. Can he do it? Money Holla has to make it back. Okay, doesn't jump into that end sig. That would have been the end of that stock. Money Holla still fighting back here.
You're insane. You're an insane person. There's no way that should have worked. That should not have worked. You should be done.
It's like the bell curve, where at the beginning you're a noob and you ground pound. In the middle, you don't ground pound because that's what only what noobs do. And then when you're a pro, you ground pound again. I can't believe it. He just sent it, dude. And Money Holla fighting back here with a great start. Oh, tries to dodge through that end sig, but it's just not enough. Almost another JV2 for Flower on the Yumiko, but man, what a weird couple stocks there in that game. But the result's the same. Flower takes the game, moves forward in the set 2-0.
He's burning through these games. He's burning through this lower bracket. Marckiemoo was the one who sent Flower down earlier. And that was a 3-0.
It looks like Money Holla taking some inspiration
What?
from a previous opponent and
Bro,
locking in the Queen Nai.
Guys, I'm serious. Like, stop trying to make Queen Nai happen.
Dude, I think I know of a certain person at BMG who loves to see the Queen Nai, but he's not going to be impressed by this. We need to lock in on the legends here. Let's focus up here, huh?
Especially in 1v1, man, I really think there are like very few reasons to play this legend right now, and the fact that we've seen 2 players who are very well known for being single character loyalists in 1v1 are choosing the Queen Nai option. That's just crazy, man. That's crazy to me.
And I wouldn't be surprised if a game is taken here. Like, Money Holla is not a bad player by any means, even without a great sword. But, I mean, even so, like, I just don't think it's a sustainable thing to be swapping to Queen Nai. And Flower's going to put on an exhibition there. That was crazy. Weapon toss, unarmed GC downlight into the scoop, and Money Holla hits a N-Sig, taking the power away from Guichibu there with that N-Sig, and takes the stock.
I still don't believe in the Queen Nai pick. I just want to make that. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah, but you know, I'm all here for the wacky stuff. You know, we might as well go for something. The first 2 games didn't work out, and I don't know what Money Holla's guitars look like. I assume like Money Holla has guitars because it has a great sword component in Mako there, but just not enough. Flower gets the KO there, and Flower looks to create some semblance of control here, picks up the bow, and says, yeah, I'm not fighting against greatsword. I can use the bow versus some of your stubbier weapons. Now we got spear versus bow. Money Holla getting the spear to work out the little pointer. I mean, it's been doing, I think, the majority of the damage this game, but...
Yep, definitely so far. I don't think we've hardly seen like any guitars other than that neutral signature.
Yep.
Ooh, not in place to punish that big D-Sig that came out from Money Holla. And Flower's sticking with the bow. There is a weapon spawn on the field. He could swap over to the hammer, but it seems like he's sticking on the bow. He did disarm himself with that weapon toss, now swapping over to the hammer. Money Holla still in the lead here. There's the stomp side air. See if he can build some momentum off of that. Oh, goes right in, right under those wisps. Instant side light.
Yeah, all of that off the back of Money Holla trying to go for a signature. I saw the purple snake kind of pop up there and avoids that signature, and that's a very nice and easy punish. Should be a tutorial at this point in the game. You need to know how to punish those Queen Nai signatures if you want to play ranked or competitive alike, and Flower's going to show how to do that nice and easy. And Money Holla now potentially on your last stock in winter or in the tournament, actually. We'll see if he can make this happen.
And shout out to Money Holla for throwing out the D-Sig there. Great signature.
Great signature. N-Sig into the Nair. Doesn't
Pretty
connect
good
the first time, it does the second time. Oh, the weapon toss into the downlight into the N-Sig. I love to see it for some damage, but just nowhere near enough to really get much more than that. Money Holla gets the reversal hit off of Flower closing in the distance. Money Holla with the down airs there. Shades of Guichibu for sure.
Yeah, he's looking to start the half pipe. But Flower's done a great job of getting his dodge out when he needed to. I don't think the D-Light's going to be too effective. Okay, nice catch.
Flower's fighting unarmed. All right, we're back. We pick up a hammer. I like that he didn't swing with the Nair there, realizing that Money Holla could just easily pogo him. And it's a pretty low chance of hitting, all things considered. Downlight side air. Any other legends? That could definitely be the... Oh, no! We dropped it! Downlight side air the wrong way. It's a little bit too stacked. You have to go for Nair. Oh.
Yeah. That was so stacked, but Flower still pulls it out at the end. But that was a close game.
Yeah, that was definitely, I think, the closest game that they had. As Flower basically had 2 JV2s in the first 2 games, and that time Flower just very confidently, not as confidently taking the 3rd game, but still moves forward in the bracket.
Yeah, there was definitely an interesting choice that came out from Money Holla. I did ask him why he swapped to Queen Nai. See if I get the answer real quick.
He left the lobby, I think.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, but nonetheless, that's going to be Money Holla bowing out there. At 4th place, still
yes,
a great showing, all things considered. But Flower's going to be moving forward into the top 3 spots. So,
also, Money Holla moved past Bunny, and Bunny was coming in at 4th seed. Money Holla coming in at 5th seed, so moving past that into the top 4, placing higher than the person seated right below him. So that's, I mean, all things considered, that's got to feel pretty good.
Just to give you an update on Money Holla, within seconds of the result of the match, tweeting, got 4th place at Moose Wars with bottom 1 greatsword. So Money Holla still, even though locking in the greatswords a lot, just not really as confident as you would like to see. I think he's still in that kind of weird flow where he's like, maybe I don't believe in my weapon as much, but still a 4th place finish on a weapon that you're doubting yourself. You know,
very solid.
Pretty solid, all things considered.
I still gotta know why you picked the Queen 9, man. Like, of all things, like I get the like frustration with greatsword in the moment, being like, I gotta do something different, but like, brother, we gotta talk. We gotta get you on a more meta legend for those moments, because I'm still not seeing the vision, guys. I'm not seeing the vision. They probably know something I don't, but until they present me with that evidence, I'm still gonna say I don't see the Queen 9 vision. Definitely not in 1v1s.
Yep, absolutely. And I think before we get into our next matches, we are going to be going to a short break, but don't go anywhere, because at the or after the break, we're going to be finishing up the bracket with elimination side finals, Flower versus BalloonBoy. Winner of that will be moving on to face Marckiemoo in grand finals. We're in top 3 of Moose Wars Primal Dawn, and we'll be back with the bracket right after this break. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to Moose Wars Primal Dawn 1v1s. It's Sunday, so it means it's 1v1 time, and we are in the top 3 of the bracket. BalloonBoy, Flower fighting for the chance to fight Marckiemoo in grand finals to take the tournament. But before we get into that, we're going to be doing a quick little thing. We have an announcement to make. Today is the last day to sign up for Max Mode, the Winter Royale. You want to sign up now. Sign up at start.gg/Holla. Check it out. Or you can do start.gg/MaxMode2. Sign up now. It's in Atlanta, April 25th to the 27th. It's an open tournament for 1v1 and 2v2s. So you definitely want to get your chance to get in. It's an LCQ. So, book your flights, get everything in order, because today is your last day to sign up. And if you don't happen to make it, you can also get some pretty cool viewership rewards. So we'll be watching along at home as well. So definitely be sure to be there for that as well.
And it's on start.gg. He said this, but I'm reiterating it. It's on start.gg. It is not on challenger mode. It is on start.gg. So start.gg/Brawlhalla. Am I red? Oh,
yeah, you are, dude.
I got
Look at that.
Oh no! I got sunburned big time. Oh no! That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's like you got like a red color, like Brawlhalla color, like you're on the red one, and it's like your whole
I've been going
thing is
outside
red.
a lot.
Does Lord Vrax turn red when he's on Team Red?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. It's just like that. Well, nonetheless,
Oh.
we're going to be getting into our next matches here. We got Flower versus BalloonBoy, and BalloonBoy looks to be hovering on the Mega Man right now. So
Yes,
a lot
sir.
of baldness in this stream so far, right here with this pick,
Mega
but
Man
I'm
has
excited
hair.
to see it. Well, not with the helmet on. The helmet's bald. It doesn't have much going for it.
He still has hair. He starts off with hair, and then it puts the helmet over his hair. What do you think happens when someone who has hair puts a helmet on?
You don't want a guy on your side, dude. You don't want.
Are you a
another one?
preschooler? Do you think that the helmet goes on and their hair just goes away? Do you think it's just gone forever?
That's
until
exactly
they
how
pull
it works, and I don't make the rules. I'm sorry.
All right, man.
No problem.
Let me know how pre-K is tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll let you know, dude. You'll be substitute.
Let me know what
teaching for
shapes
that,
you
yep.
learn.
Nonetheless,
No, I got fifth grade tomorrow.
You got 5th grade tomorrow. You're locked in for that. Nonetheless, we got BalloonBoy on the Mega Man, Flower on the Yumiko, though. An interesting swap from the Diana over to the Battle Boots and the Vivi, and BalloonBoy already showing off some of the Vivi strength. That didn't hit him. How? Okay, Flower makes it back, thankfully.
What do you mean it didn't hit him?
It simply didn't
it has
hit, surely.
It has a wall interaction. It has a specific
does?
wall interaction. It shoots straight down, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right, well, then I learned something. Maybe it's just a signature. I haven't seen much of Mega Man, so I was like, what the heck is the dog doing? Literally. So I was like, okay. Yeah, that definitely tripped me up, but nonetheless.
Ooh,
Flower flips
nice.
that slide charge there. Gets the ground pound. BalloonBoy loses the stock, and we're back to an even game here on the game number 1.
Flower is just about 50 damage behind, but he's looking to completely change that. Almost grabbed the second T-Sig. What do the boots look like for BalloonBoy? Obviously, we've seen the blasters so far. We haven't seen too many boots, though. There's the GCD light. He's just going to completely disengage once his dodge was burned.
Maybe we just won't see the blaster or the battle boots from BalloonBoy. Man, he's picking blasters, battle boots, BalloonBoy, dude. That's messed up, first of all. But second of all, why would he need the battle boots when you have the blasters online, doing so much damage? GC downlight recovery, and leaning into the blasters is working out, but that downlight into the side air will be very, very difficult to get back from. But Flower giving some space to BalloonBoy, getting back to center stage easily. Picks up the battle boots, gets a side air.
Fun fact, even if you hit the downlight stomp, okay, good job. I was worried that he was going to flub that punishment or not get the punish at all. But if you hit a stomp, you can pretty much hit a stomp side air in any place that you would normally hit a stomp down air. It's like 99 out of 100 times you hit a stomp, will you be able to hit the side air. So even if you're stacked,
hammer,
like we just saw Flower do. We saw in a previous game where he hit it really stacked and then he flubbed it because he turned around the side air. But if you do stomp side air from pretty much any place, like, you kind of don't have to do stomp down air unless it's positionally advantageous in terms of KOing off the top. Otherwise, you can just rip the side air.
Interesting. I didn't know that it was always universal, but nonetheless, we're going to see Flower probably going for a lot of those side airs off of the stomps as well. We get it one there, and like as BalloonBoy is getting the lead is slowly slipping away as the damage slowly builds up. Not slowly, actually, quite quickly builds up on the hammer. Downlight into cider there from BalloonBoy, looking for that cider to scour out an option. BalloonBoy doesn't find it, and Flower now kind of struggling versus this very fast and bursty weapon that Battle Boots can be.
Yeah, I mean, he's sticking with them. There is a weapon spawn on the field, and neither player is moving to it. Both players certainly had the time, and it's the 2 recoveries back-to-back from BalloonBoy. He faded away just a little bit before throwing out the second one, avoiding the hit from Flower, and then coming back into his own effective range and getting the KO off the top.
Yep, that's going to be a nice, clean way to close out that stock, and kind of shades of what he does on blasters at times. You know, obviously getting recoveries and utilizing the max of the drift. And even there, like on an exhausted recovery, the boots have quite a bit of active frames there, so you have to be really, really careful. I don't know if Flower, can you like reverse? You could probably reversal it with hammer down air, but probably not like a greatly consistent option that you want to go for, especially when you're about to lose your stock. But Flower got a big open up there with that N6
nice catch.
follow-up. I love that.
I was really afraid that he caught BalloonBoy like in the air because you saw the sweat beads come out right as the hit picked up. The hit is going to give him another jump right after that, but I was worried that BalloonBoy was going to get sent over, and then like all it would take is like a ground pound from Flower, and then he gets the stock in like yellow.
Well, even so stacked, that side light still connecting and doing so much damage. The scoop up doesn't quite score yet, but that end light will do some nice damage. Flower was so much of a damage lead here. It's looking tough for BalloonBoy to get back in this game, but can never count out this Mega Man.
He's making sure to not spend too much time on the ground whatsoever so he doesn't get caught with a stomp.
Oh, nice I love that. That was a crazy conversion. Yeah, that was so awesome because he uses the backdash, and it kind of looks like he's going for a nair, but it's actually not a move. You see downlight as well, so a little bit of, I don't know if it was intentional to do like a diversion essentially, but I think Flower also kind of got mixed up by it because you didn't see any dodge come out from Flower, and BalloonBoy picks up a big way to steal a stock away, going for the deep ground pound once again. It goes right back up with a GC sidelight to get off from off stage back into center stage. Flips the signature as well. Flower having to avoid it, gets the downlight sider though. Puts an end to the VV shenanigans, and that's going to be an even stock count, but nice little extra credit for BalloonBoy.
I mean, it's not crazy to think that BalloonBoy's boots are good. Like, he understands the kind of, like, stacked, low-range melee weapon mentality after playing Gauntlets for so long on the Zariel. So, it's not out of the ordinary, but it is just surprising because, like, not a lot of people have boots out there. It's like, it's a handful of people, and they're not really Mega Men, except for Clem.
Yeah, exactly. We see a lot more people leaning into the Tesca, and I was kind of hoping to see some Zuva with the recent Hammer
or
buffs,
Raptor.
Or Raptor, of course, on Raydish. But now we have BalloonBoy representing as well as Blasters in a good spot. Why not VV? And that shows a little bit of strength from the VV. That signature is going to be so consistent at scooping up on both sides as a way to call out those landings or just kind of catching people off guard. Flower
doing the dash desig on that also caught like the dodge through that Flower was going for.
Okay, BalloonBoy looking to get that shark as Flower's trying to jump above the wall with that nair. Anything but
dude, look at the way Flower's moving.
Yeah,
it's just like it does not have the swagger that it used to. It seems like so much of the confidence is gone. Oh, that's tough.
Okay. Oh, I love that. Wait, gets the GC sidelight. That was crazy. Oof, gets the N-Sig into the nair. Somehow not enough to KO though on Demon Island. Looking for that scoop. So BalloonBoy just needs a one-hit GC side sig. That was crazy. Shades of what Flower was doing to people at BCX. Going for those really crazy Haymaker GC side sigs that just have a little bit more rage than you can anticipate. And BalloonBoy takes another game in a very confident fashion. As you were saying, Flower losing a bit of that swagger in that game for sure.
Yeah, he's like not moving anywhere near like he was before. You're not seeing the confidence. You're not seeing like the weapon toss into a GC D-Light, into a pickup side air, anything like that. Like the aura is kind of gone from Flower. BalloonBoy did such a good job of shutting that down.
3, 2,
all right.
1, brawl.
At this game 3 now, and gonna see if Flower can get some of that mojo back. You're definitely gonna need it versus BalloonBoy, who's getting a crazy open up there. Nice little 3-piece on the blasters and charge up that signature. But still, Flower punishes appropriately on that end lag. Very important to do so. Side air sends Flower off stage. Flower in a really terrible spot versus the blasters. BalloonBoy punishing the cross through perfectly with that GC downlight into recovery. Has BalloonBoy dropped it?
Oh my gosh!
I mean, this guy's just perfect on the blasters.
I wish I could hit him that good.
think we all do. I mean, I don't know. He's just so technically proficient at using the blasters. It's really cool to see him kind of return to a new form with the blasters and really taking advantage of those buffs. Sometimes all you need is a little bit of confidence on your weapon to get something crazy going. Speaking of which, Flower gets the recovery into the ground pound, close out that stock, and maybe a way to kind of see some momentum back, getting a very early KO, all things considered.
That weapon spawn does immediately go to BalloonBoy. Just an on-stage ground pound. Another one. Oh, he's going for the instant ground pound. That's some serious blaster tech right there. Not easy to get consistently. Actually, very, very difficult to get consistently. Oh, tried to catch the jump with the neutral signature.
Decider disarms Flower. This is a big deal, and the ground pound comes in nice and simple, as when you touch the wall, you have a little bit of time before you're immediately actionable. BalloonBoy realizing that blaster ground pound just has enough of that horizontal to cover, even if Flower dropped to the side of the wall there. You see it there, avoiding that ground pound. Very clutch, but the ground pound, the recovery comes in nonetheless. Flower getting some big damage on the hammer. He's cooking. He's going. He's moving now. He's getting more confident.
Yeah, BalloonBoy is doing such a good job of like just barely getting out of like 4 different hits that came out from Flower on the edge. Nice perk up pivot with the down air, sending back up, going back to main platform, side stick whiffs. There's the GCD light into the recovery from BalloonBoy. Keeping his damage lead and increasing it little by little. Flower, he's jumping around, he's moving, but he's not throwing out attacks whatsoever.
I mean, really never even finding an opportunity to throw out these end stages, which are so important to the game plan. BalloonBoy just gives nothing, and
oh my gosh!
Oh, on the Mega Man? Who saw this?
He made it look so easy, and it wasn't just the blasters. It wasn't just the light attack kit. It wasn't just the boots. It was everything about Mega Man. He showed great usage of the side signature, which we literally just saw right there on the blasters. And we also saw, of course, the D-Stick come out earlier. He hit multiple times with that. He hit it different ways as well. So showing really a strong mastery of both weapons, the signature kit, blasters in general, like everything across the board, showing such tremendous effort coming out from BalloonBoy. Like, he made it look so easy. He took all of the momentum that Flower had from the previous set, and it was just it was gone. It vanished right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I mean, you see that damage distribution from Flower where you're leaning heavily into the hammer, but it felt like you weren't playing Yumiko, you were just playing a hammer, and I feel like Yumiko's the one legend where you're trying to really like use the hammer to its fullest, especially with the signature kit. We saw no signatures from Flower essentially because BalloonBoy was just so good at either punishing it by bursting into ranges with Battle Boots staying grounded, or using the range of blasters to punish it accordingly. BalloonBoy looking very confident on the VV, and it looks like we got VV in Grand Finals. We got the Mega Man on BalloonBoy versus Marckiemoo's Mordex. So Marckiemoo saying, okay, this is some weird thing going on right now. I'm going to go back to my comfort pick in Mordex versus your Mega Man. We'll see how this one plays out, but this is kind of weird, I think.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about BalloonBoy going up against Marckiemoo with a close range weapon. Like, his boots are good, don't get me wrong, but like when it comes to like getting in on Marckiemoo, I would love to have my mind changed, and that's what BalloonBoy he's already doing a pretty good job of that. He's keeping even in the damage so far, but yeah, I don't know how he's going to be able to get in on Marckiemoo when he has either weapon.
Side stick comes out there, BalloonBoy dancing around with the scythe is Marckiemoo though, who got some big damage there. But I think you're exactly right about that, where when you're on the scythe, or when you're playing Battle Boots versus someone like Marckiemoo, it's kind of scary to be so close to someone so dangerous, especially in these scrap situations off stage, having to throw your weapon away to give yourself some reprieve from the pressure. Marckiemoo still on the gauntlets though, not looking to swap off anytime soon, just needs that couple hits to send off stage and get that edge guard sorted out. But BalloonBoy on the blasters looks to create some space. Downlight, GC side light there doesn't connect, but the weapon toss does for BalloonBoy, who tries to tap it in with a GC downlight unarmed, and he gets the better of the situation with damage.
Playing the blasters like really conservatively. Like, he wasn't overextending. He would hit like an in-light and then do nothing, whereas previously in previous sets he was going for like neutral airs after. Oh my gosh, he picks that up the top side, sucks him into the vortex and sends him.
So clean. Somehow BalloonBoy with the lead on this crazy VV pick. I don't know if maybe I'm just not like tapped in on BalloonBoy's legend pool that well, but
I'm certainly
it looks really, really solid. Yeah, this is crazy to me.
I'll have to catch if he plays this legend again, which very high likelihood of that. I'll have to see what level he is. Like, he's at least level 25 because he has the black color scheme. We know that much. I'll look it up on Core Holla later, or really we'll just get it next game. But yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised by this. I like this a lot.
Yeah, the battle boots look really good, and I guess when the bow doesn't find success, it's like, oh, just swap over quickly into the battle boots. This might be a very potent counter pick for sure. Marckiemoo getting some end lights there, gets the down air. I like that movement from BalloonBoy to try to close in the distance, but Marckiemoo, once he gets going, it's so hard to stop him. Gets the side air there, tries to flip it with the recovery. Marckiemoo flips it with a down air of his own.
Oh my gosh!
Close out the GC side light, the very tipper hitbox of that side. He's going to close out that stock. And Marckiemoo with a stock lead here in game number 1 of Grand Finals. BalloonBoy has so much work to do. I don't know if the VV is going to be enough. The Mega Man might have ran out of gas so early on.
Maybe he can catch like a goofy signature here or there, like if he hit the side signature that he just threw out, or if he gets like a good wall on the neutral signature, or maybe he catches Marckiemoo jumping with the neutral signature. Just a D-light side air, doesn't even go for the recovery off of that. There is the follow-up recovery, but it does whiff, gives Marckiemoo plenty of room. There's the in light, potentially setting up the edge guard. Almost got him with the neutral air. That would have grabbed him back down and extended that edge guard situation.
Oh, the weapon tosses from Marckiemoo, getting some extra damage there. Punishes the GC downlight, something that a lot of players just get straight up hit by. But instead he punishes it accordingly. Nice sidelight, waits for the option after and turns, does the cross through side air towards the blast zone. Clean stuff from BalloonBoy, but it's anyone's game in game number 1 now, I feel like.
Oh, nice pickup.
Dodge coverage. Marckiemoo with the sweat beads, but he makes it back, misses the GC down light. That could have been the end of the game. BalloonBoy gets the weapon toss, picks it up with an end light. GC side light, down air, side air. Marckiemoo, coast to coast. He can't make it back.
No way! What in the world? He got the conversion off of that? Oh my gosh!
Clip of the year. Battle Boots clip of the year easily so far. I mean, that's the coolest thing I might have ever seen on Battle Boots.
He's in the red, Markiemoo's in the yellow.
GC sidelight.
The GC.
Did Marckiemoo try to jump? When did Marckiemoo
There's the
jump?
down air. There's the jump right there. Oh my gosh, he even jumped the other way. He was facing the other direction, trying to get as far away as he could from BalloonBoy.
And like GC sidelight to cover the jump. It's his turn, man. It's his turn. BalloonBoy's like, he's like, I got a VV now too, man. This is serious. The weapon we doubted too. The weapon we're like, man, that's tough to call upon yourself to do the battle boots. There's someone so good at scrapping in Marckiemoo. BalloonBoy's like, I'll show you what I can do with these battle boots. I show you who doesn't want to scrap with who for sure there.
Oh, he almost got that, but Marckiemoo backed up just enough in time. Okay, could be scary. There's the dodge. Can he catch the landing? Doesn't attempt it.
What the heck?
The dog just coming out to chill.
What's the dog doing, dude? Yeah, he's like,
are you winning, son?
Yeah. Not now, man. Getting juggled by Marckiemoo, unarmed recoveries, man. It's not looking good.
Whoa, no way! That KO'd?
Connected, I cannot believe it. Yeah, and that KO'd outright is insane. I don't remember VV stats, but oh no. Oh no. It's beginning, Smarky.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there we go. We punish it. Doesn't get hit by the finisher, but okay.
No, I've seen Twister. If you go in the middle of it, it's safe. You can just be there. You just gotta. You're fine. Everything's okay.
Yeah, you gotta get the truck with the augers on it, you know, and really.
Yeah, or you get the F-250
with the aluminums. I don't know. I don't remember that movie. It's not that great, but nonetheless, we see a tornado that's quite great. But right now, Marckiemoo putting BalloonBoy in the vortex off stage. The there comes out. There's the side air.
No,
dude.
Steals
it, dude. You just can't. There's some places you just cannot be, man. Marckiemoo felt it, dude. He chased it, dude. He got there off stage. That was crazy.
I think BalloonBoy got a little too big for his britches in that moment. He was feeling himself a little bit too much. And I think now he's realized that, like, oh yeah, okay, I should respect my opponent a lot more because I just threw away that stock. Uh-oh, not again, not again. There's the neutral layer. This could be it right here. Great weapon toss with the interruption. The immediate secondary recovery might have just saved him, but it might not matter. He's still going in with a down. Dude, he wants to send him off the bottom.
Yeah, he actually just wanted to straight up get. I thought it was over, but BalloonBoy holding the resources very well. GC down like it's the side air. All of a sudden now, it could easily be BalloonBoy's game here. I love that edge guard attempt for Marckiemoo. Just not quite enough damage on BalloonBoy to get any of those hits to really send low enough where it became like a big problem to get hit by them.
I mean, BalloonBoy won last game at a much greater deficit than he's at right now.
Absolutely. Definitely cannot count him out here. Okay, Nair there. Goes for the side light. Doesn't find a BalloonBoy, landing with a down air into the immediate end light for some extra damage. Side light catches the jump and end light immediately. Marckiemoo burning the dodge there.
Ooh,
the
nice.
Side sig comes out, baits out the jump into the end light. Marckiemoo in a terrible spot, but avoids the side air. The Nair's coming out, trying to scoop up BalloonBoy, but BalloonBoy's not giving any of that. Oh, what a flip. Can you find the ground pound? Can you find the down air? Going for the down light. Side air instead. Refresh the situation.
No way!
The DC down light into side air. BalloonBoy is crazy off stage with the battle boots, and he takes it. Oh my goodness. The VV is working. It's cooking.
Dude, he just teleported there. I swear, he just teleported there. He did not use traditional Brawlhalla movement to get over in that spot that quickly. There's no shot.
We got to see that last stock again, because that was incredible. I mean, who really thinks that BalloonBoy's going to be able to put himself in that spot that quickly? And yeah, I mean, it could have been so easily a different set, all things considered. But yeah, let's see this here. I mean, I guess you just got there. I mean, that's crazy. And that's a true confirm no active input that KOs really easily.
I didn't expect him to be down there that quickly. Marckiemoo didn't expect him to be down there quickly, and he's swapping over. Marckiemoo making the swap over to Mirage here. This was the swap that he made last time, and it started working.
Okay. Going over to Miami Dome as well, and I mean, it's so crazy that Marckiemoo will swap legends and look even more confident.
No way!
Oh man, as I say that, I curse the man. BalloonBoy gets the recovery off the top. That soft platform is not a safe place to be, especially when you're getting bounced off of it into that blaster recovery. And now Marckiemoo with a really, or sorry, BalloonBoy with a really big lead. With punish. Oh my goodness, into the immediate recovery. He goes for the Nair as well. Lands back down with the side air, goes for the end light, doesn't find it, gets the Nair there instead. BalloonBoy's avoiding the rebuttals too. It's so clean.
So if he would have gone for the side sig there instead of light attack punish, he would not have hit in time. So that was the smart choice. Oh, I tried to go for the D-sig.
I mean, this is like a new form of BalloonBoy I don't think I've ever seen. I just don't really think of BalloonBoy as a player to do this type of stuff. But with the battle boots, it just unlocks so much more potential. The side light in the side air will find its connection. So will that recovery
again?
Oh, GC side sig. Okay, nice breakdance from Marckiemoo to seal out that stock, punish that with. But I mean, BalloonBoy has such a big lead.
This tournament is like it's like making players not look like who they are.
Yep.
If you took the names away here, you wouldn't know that this is BalloonBoy. And I feel like given that he's kind of getting whooped up on, you also would not expect this to be Marckiemoo. Just like the Guichibu we saw earlier, you would not expect that to be Guichibu. And the Flower that we saw towards the end that completely got shut down, that didn't look like Flower anymore.
It's incredible how crazy this tournament has shaped out, and really no one, I don't think, predicted this. We got VV versus Mirage Grand Finals, and I mean, I don't even know what to say about it. Side light there from Marckiemoo, tries to get the party started, doesn't find the recovery, and BalloonBoy is just looking so comfortable on the battle, but the movement's so good. Okay. The chase dodge up recovery doesn't KO, but it's just so much damage. It keeps Marckiemoo in a very bad spot, near into the GC side light, goes for the downer into the side air, doesn't find it, but gets the recovery anyway. No chase dodge needed. He gets a nair. He's just doing so much damage, avoids the GC side light, but Marckiemoo gets the down air into the weapon toss, but it's not enough to make it back, and BalloonBoy takes it and resets the bracket. I want to give a bit of context. Apparently, the reason BalloonBoy is playing the Mega Man pick is because someone donated for him to do it.
Wait, how much?
I don't know. I mean, this is what somebody is saying in the chat, and it looks like I want to believe this person, so I'm gonna give you the trust, give you my heart here. But yeah, apparently BalloonBoy got a it was $20, a $20 like, here, give you $20, play Mega Man, and that might just be like, is that reverse coaching where someone pays you to coach you and then it works out in their favor? This might be the first instant of reverse coaching in Brawlhalla history right now.
No, that person, like the guy who donated, he's just the greatest coach of all time. He knew exactly what BalloonBoy needed. Sometimes it's tough love, sometimes it's like compassion and understanding, and sometimes it's just like paying someone to do what to make the decision that they should have made on their own.
And swapping sometimes can be an ego thing, and there's no better way to swap the ego, or like strip away the ego than some content, some donations. So it works out in a big way. Marckiemoo Switching back over to the Mordex, continues to put BalloonBoy in a really bad spot. GC side leg makes it back, but is it enough? The weapon toss upwards. Marckiemoo tries to go for the recovery. BalloonBoy somehow gets a chase dodge again. The downer comes out. The weapon toss BalloonBoy with one more chance. Marckiemoo doesn't make it so easy. GC downlight into the ground pound unarmed, taps it in, and closes out that insane edgeguard sequence.
That was by far the longest edgeguard we've seen this entire day. We haven't seen a lot of them. And that's a little bit crazy given that we've already seen Bunny, we saw Flower earlier, we've seen Marckiemoo now, and like that's one of the few extended long-lasting, long-duration edgeguards that we've seen at all so far during our vlog.
Okay. The movement from BalloonBoy looking to try to see some sort of control, but I mean, it might look like it's, oh, this is like Marckiemoo, this is his game to win, but BalloonBoy's been making comebacks for sure, so.
Yeah, like there's a reason Marckiemoo isn't going crazy right now, and he's playing very reserved in this moment.
He knows, like, okay, this could easily be BalloonBoy flipping the game back. Nice weapon toss to avoid the side stick, but the GC downlight into side air comes out once again. BalloonBoy throws the blaster away in favor of the more consistent string option in the boots, and GC endline has so much active frames. That finds its mark onto Marckiemoo, and BalloonBoy, I mean, it's not over. Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, he's only about 80 to 90 damage behind at this point, which is, like, we've seen BalloonBoy win games at a worse deficit. I've already said that once, well, not technically this set, but pre-reset.
Okay, avoids the ground pound. I like that dodge in place as well. Gets the tornado to send off stage. Marckiemoo, okay, flips it with a side air. BalloonBoy essentially guess for game here. Can you guess right? No, you can't. Marckiemoo gets it there.
All right, now this is a huge lead for Marckiemoo. The way he's playing now this game, this is a different lead, even if it's the exact same lead in terms of raw numbers that he had before.
And Mike goes for the nair. BalloonBoy barely avoiding that. I love that the aggression forward with that nair as well to go for that recovery after he hits the nair barely. The side sig hits the low hitbox of it, punishing Marckiemoo, holding onto the wall. I like that dodge into the ground pound. BalloonBoy steals the stock away with that ground pound quite early, and BalloonBoy gets back in the game. Even game, almost.
He did that edgeguard very reserved, very carefully. He knew he had like a confirmed, guaranteed edgeguard. There's no reason to go out and do silly stuff.
I love that from BalloonBoy, getting some damage, getting the juggle, but a big side stick from Marckiemoo. BalloonBoy, can you avoid it? Avoid the nair! He's crazy! What a recovery from BalloonBoy! How did he avoid the nair?
Wanted that too. He instantly was chasing it out there. He wants to clean this one up very soon. He's leaving the weapon spawn on the field.
Oh, BalloonBoy back onto the battle boots. Does he have another crazy string in him? Can he do it again? Can he steal a game away? The nair into the recovery could be a start. The jungle continues. Marckiemoo whiffs the nair. I'm losing my words here. But the weapon toss will close it out. Oh my goodness. Wow.
I was a little bit surprised that weapon toss had enough to do it right there.
Yeah, I mean, Marckiemoo, I think that first stock was so important because it came down to the wire, even with essentially a 0 to KO for the side of Marckiemoo there. So already, like, that first big edgeguard attempt was really, really important. Very, very crucial.
So I guess BalloonBoy like has to play Mega Man. I don't know what the terms of the bet are. If he has to keep playing the Mega Man, I mean, there's no reason to swap just yet, but I wonder if he has to play Mega Man for the rest of the tournament.
I don't know exactly what goes on in BalloonBoy streams, what exactly is the deal he strikes with his viewers, but I mean, it's not like it's not working, you know. It was still a very close game, but Marckiemoo kind of showing me like, what's not working? What's not working, PJ? Yeah. That's a 0 to KO. Okay. That's Marckiemoo scythe into the battle boots as well, and that's going to be a big statement stock from Marckiemoo.
I don't want to call it here, but I'm worried that we are seeing the beginning of the end for BalloonBoy here, which is kind of why I asked the question, is he required to play Mega Man the rest of the game, or rest of the set?
Marckiemoo hasn't been hit yet. Okay, finally does get hit there. No, so no JV4, but it's still looking really bad. GC down into the nair. Yeah, he was so close to the wall that even though the hitbox came out, he still like latched onto the wall there. So the big haymaker doesn't find it. Yeah, because that could have been really crazy if he got the ground pound.
Dude, Marckiemoo's taking like no damage this game.
Okay, apparently the donation was only for the flower set, so this is just BalloonBoy feeling it right now.
Okay.
Marckiemoo goes for the slide off breakdance there. Goes to try to flip it with that GC downlight into recovery, I would assume. Throws it up the unarmed end sig there. Nice side light into the side air. Will close out that stock. And Marckiemoo with a 3-stock to 1 lead is looking just really, really clean. And I mean, Marckiemoo said it, or sorry, yeah, Marckiemoo said it at the Royale. He has a habit of getting reset, so it's definitely not like, it's something that he's kind of prepared to deal with. So I feel like this is now Marckiemoo saying, all right, I got reset and I got that out of the way. Now I'm going to fight back here and try to take this nice and easy because this is looking really bad for BalloonBoy. Nice
the weapon toss.
Oh my goodness.
Does it set up? Okay.
Oh,
nice.
he makes it back barely. So
that does
insane.
Reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is potentially, like if this goes the way of Marckiemoo just completely stopping BalloonBoy overall in the set, like that's something that like we've known in Brawlhalla's past, right? It looks like the person coming from elimination bracket. Okay, he's trying to get a little silly here. All right,
he's still going. He's still going. It's not over yet. Oh, so close.
It's like, yeah, the reset happens, and you're like, oh, is the person from the elimination bracket going to do it? And then all of a sudden, it's just like, it's a complete stop. It's a 3-0 or it's a 3-1.
Yeah. Okay, BalloonBoy gets the nair there, dodges, try to wait out an option. Marckiemoo just saw right through it, didn't panic at all after getting hit by that nair. Walks up with that end light, tries to send BalloonBoy off stage. BalloonBoy gets something going with the side air into the recovery, so the battle boot's still what BalloonBoy wants to rely on. Downlight, side light into the recovery, not enough to KO, but next recovery will surely do it here. Can he find it is the question. The end light is what he finds. The weapon toss as well, sending low. Now it's a nice and simple hold the ledge versus battle boots on the site. BalloonBoy fights back, but it's probably too little too late for sure because Marckiemoo looks so confident right now. There it is.
Yeah, that side light's going to do it right there, and that is now Marckiemoo up 2-0, and surely we see the swap. Surely we see the swap from BalloonBoy. Are we going to see the swap?
Okay, before we see what the legend pick is for Game 3 of the Grand Finals reset, BalloonBoy is going to be resetting his game a little bit here, try to get back into it and maybe, recompose himself a little bit. Because I feel like, we saw set 1, a lot of swagger, a lot of confidence, but just didn't quite find the same amount of success in that previous game we just saw. It was looking really tough.
Ooh. When you have a weapon that you're clearly doing more damage on, and you only did 193 on it, is very tough. You're doing under half the damage that Marckiemoo did on his more highly favored weapon. That's tough. BalloonBoy did not have very many answers to the many questions that Marckiemoo was asking last game.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're going to be waiting on BalloonBoy to get back in this one. See if he locks in that Mega Man or not. It's the Diana. Okay.
So we're going back to a little bit more, the pick that we all expected to see for sure, keeping the ball online. But instead of seeing the swap over to the Mirage from Marckiemoo is just like, I'm going to stick to the Mordex here. It's been definitely doing me right these last 2 games, so no reason to change anything. Don't need to make a decision until I lose a game, if he even does, because Marckiemoo looking to get a quick and swift 3-0 here in this Grand Finals reset.
So Marckiemoo just completely dominated on Miami Dome, and now we're going over to Western Air Temple. So a very similar stage. Obviously, there's a little bit of movement in those soft platforms, but beyond that, still a very similar stage to the Dome.
We'll see how this one plays out. Obviously, the moving aspect of the soft platforms might assist. I don't know exactly how it will assist you versus Mordex, but I mean, I'm sure BalloonBoy, we don't leave this stage open without thinking about it for sure. Potentially having
maybe if he's able to steal some stocks like he did previously using, I believe it was a soft platform on Miami Dome. He hit like a ground pound and then picked up the recovery right after it to steal stock KO off the top. So if you can get those verticals going on the blasters off of the soft platform, using them as extensions, that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, and already, I mean, we're seeing kind of what the bow does comparatively to the battle boots, where it's obviously not as explosive, but it's a lot more controlling, a lot more safe and consistent neutral option. You have just really great ranges, all things considered. And Marckiemoo getting flipped there, gets the exhausted recovery to find its connection, so you make it back to the wall carefully and safely. BalloonBoy jumping away from that recovery, not wanting to burn a dodge into that recovery on the scythe, and light into recovery from BalloonBoy. Now Marckiemoo has to get back to center. He does with the side light. The weapon toss comes out as well. Can Marckiemoo close out an edge guard here? The weapon perfectly spawns. Marckiemoo, I think, realizing that because both of them are unarmed, but BalloonBoy makes it back to the stage, and we're back to this very scary last hit situation for both these players on the first stock, and it will go to Marckiemoo.
Yeah, that's Marckiemoo KOing from middle stage with Gauntlet Inlight as the KO option. So that's a lot of damage that was added up on BalloonBoy. It was almost a minute and a half before Marckiemoo found that first stock.
Okay, the Nair's coming out from BalloonBoy there. Marckiemoo slowly trying to close in as much as he can here with this side. Get that extra credit going. BalloonBoy really struggling to find a KO. He's going for a lot of these like landing Nairs to try to scoop Marckiemoo, maybe potentially dashing it, trying to stack on top of BalloonBoy. But it doesn't work out to much of any success, and just leads to Marckiemoo getting so much extra credit. BalloonBoy now about to hit that 100 extra damage mark on his second stock.
Yeah, it's really starting to slip away from BalloonBoy. He's got to find something quick.
Oh, nice.
Even that interrupts the recovery. Try to go for another one.
Okay, we've seen situations where Marckiemoo fails an edge guard when he's up 3 stocks to 2. BalloonBoy takes it with a GC down like side air, and then BalloonBoy wins the game. So it's definitely not quite over yet. We've literally seen this exact situation almost, and BalloonBoy looking to prove me right a little bit there with that flawless start, but Marckiemoo lands back down, sidelight into recovery. Marckiemoo 1 stock away from taking Moose Wars Primal Dawn.
Now, he did a pretty good job. He added up 50 damage very quickly. The D-Light recovery is going to help as well. Pushing further. Now he's in orange. Oh, okay.
A lot of respect from both players there. And like, waits for the down air. Marckiemoo doesn't give it. Gets the Nair instead. Another Nair.
Oh, that's tough.
Recovery. Nair. Big damage.
I saw the spot dodge come out from BalloonBoy. I thought he was going to gravity cancel it into a D-Light, but no, I think he was a little bit too hesitant.
Oh, off the backboard.
Oh, that Nair.
Gets the Nair on the jump. That should be it. Marckiemoo gets the ground pound, and with that, he seals his victory here at Moose Wars Primal Dawn. He got reset in a big, major fashion. The VV came out. BalloonBoy pulled out all the punches, but in the end, Marckiemoo is inevitable. The king returns to his crown here at Moose Wars Primal Dawn. Gets that first place victory. Congratulations to Marckiemoo.
Yeah, he played fantastically there. Not even like seemingly sweating, not even worried whatsoever once that bracket reset happened. I mean, BalloonBoy was the one who reset his client, and Marckiemoo stayed in here. He was ready to go. And then, yeah, once that reset happened, that like flipped a switch in his brain, and it was like, oh yeah, now I understand what I'm supposed to do. Now I understand what's on the line. This is a serious move, and I got to get it going here.
Yeah, and it's cool because BalloonBoy got the reset on VV, and Marckiemoo, I mean, just, kept the Mordex and was like, okay, you know what? No matter what, I'm going to stick out to the Mordex on the reset. And it worked out. Even when BalloonBoy swapped back to Diana, he was like, the gauntlets are doing me well. The site's doing me well. I might as well just keep the pick that got me to this point in North America. And Marckiemoo takes it there.
Yeah, man, North America is shaping up quite nicely in preparation for Max Mode coming up soon. Keep in mind, today is the last day to sign up, and the day is winding down. If you look outside, it's probably dark where you are, so get on it.
Yeah, even for me, I'm on the West Coast. It's starting to get dark for sure. So make sure to sign up for Max Mode. Start.gg/Holla. Make sure to check out the new bracket coming out of Moose Wars pretty soon here. Verdant Dawn. Very excited to see that. Verdant Dawn? What is
Verdant
it?
Ruins.
Ruins, thank you. Yeah, Verdant Ruins. This is Primal
Don't worry,
Dawn.
man.
Verdant
I'll
Ruins.
help you out. I got you.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
I
remember.
You did the ad read,
so
you did the ad read, so you're the professional here. Of course, exclamation point. I think it's Tourney, Tourney, to find that, or go to moosewars.com. What a fun bracket, though. I'm glad we were able to do that top 6. That was a really enlightening top 6. We learned a lot about ourselves, I think, as well as the players in North America who'll be representing our region into the Royale. How do you feel about the bracket?
I mean, it was interesting. Yeah, we got to see some new stuff. We got to see Money Holla playing on the Queen Nai. We got to see some more Guichibu playing on the Queen Nai. We got to see what Marckiemoo has with the Mirage swap. And of course, well, like it was a dang treat, man. It was a Sunday treat that we got to watch BalloonBoy play Mega Man. It was fantastic. I enjoyed the tournament. It was a fantastic end to this tournament. I had a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. And with all that being said, I believe that does it for us. Once again, want to give a quick shout out to the top 3. We got Marckiemoo taking the tournament, BalloonBoy getting second, Flower getting third. It was a really, really great time to all have you all here with us. Thank you so much for listening to us talk about the game as well as watching. Shout out to all the players. Make sure to get your Challenger Mode account sorted out, as the next events will be on Challenger Mode. Once again, sign up for the Royale. I'm not sure if there's anything else I'm missing, but that'll do it for me. Sparky, anything you want to say before we head out here?
No, that's all I got. Take us home.
All right, man. Well, thank you all so much for watching Moose Wars Primal Dawn. Thank you all. Thank you, Moose Wars. Thank you, Sandwick. Thank you, AJ, for making this happen. That's going to be it for us. We'll see you next time for Moose Wars Verdant Ruin. So make sure to stay tuned for that. Check out Moose Wars on all the socials. Follow us on social media as well. And we'll be back with more Moose Wars whenever we do come back. See you soon.